2 minutes to the deadline. One minute to the deadline. Thirty seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
And good afternoon, or probably even good morning to those watching us live from the 2022 North American Dipcon at Whipping in the Bay Area, hosted by the Bay Area Diplomacy Association. You may hear a badass drop once or two during this broadcast, but we are thrilled to be here for DBN's coverage of this great event. You may remember him from 9 or 10 or 20 or how many hours of coverage, Marcus Zilstra, for the DBN?
Far too many. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Excellent. We are looking forward to a great broadcast. We have a lot of on-scene video we'll get to, but the real reason we're here is to see the games and see who wins. And the best way to get an insight on that is from players who have won a thing or two in their day. So we've got someone you may remember from let's see, 2 months ago now. We're in May, so 3 months ago for DBNI. She won every tournament, I think, in 2021, leading up to it. A Summer Classic, had some excellent top boards leading up to it, and number one seed going into the DBNI. We had Saren Kwok. Saren, welcome to the broadcast today.
Thanks, Kevin.
Excellent. You may remember another tournament we do virtually, the Virtual Diplomacy League. Someone who was pointing at his winner's shirt during a few of those interviews. Also on the 2022 DBNI top board, France's own Nicolas Taillade. Nicolas, welcome.
Thanks. Pleasure to be here.
Excellent. And lastly, it wouldn't be a DBN broadcast without two weasels on there. So Brandon Vogel magnanimously chose to show off his skills on the board. But because we have another expat, we've got a few of those around the world, we're bringing in the 2021 Weasel of the Year, Wes Ketchum. Wes, welcome to the program.
Hi, thanks, Kevin. Hi, everyone. Glad to keep the weasel balance in its proper place.
When you run the program, you get to have a few perks, and so we're glad to have everyone on here today. So we're coming off of the virtual diplomacy kind of the games have been everywhere. How many of you have played in a real face-to-face tournament? Or show of hands. Two?
My hand is here. It's disappearing, but it's here.
Yeah, there you go. So we'll have some insight. There's a little bit difference, and so we'll have obviously the tactical views on this. But when we get some face-to-face insight, Marcus, we'll have to talk about when your knees are weak and you're trying to scribble down orders at the last second. Maybe some of the orders we see on the board today will reflect some of those face-to-face. So the last Dipcon at Whipping was in 2010, won by Eric Mead with solo as Austria in round 3. So the Bay Area has been promoting this for months to come. We've got a lot of the top players. We'll see if someone can break through. I think that was Eric Mead's first tournament win, let alone a Dipcon win as well. So when we take a look at the players, we see a lot of, this is the top 10 from last year's DBNI standings. We've got 3 from the top board. Is that right? We had Brandon and Katie, and who else was on that? Maybe it was just and Maspel. We got Maspel. He won? Wait, he won? Didn't we try to forget that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the winner of Jason Masbaum. So Saren, who is the one of this tournament that you're going to be looking forward to watch?
Yeah, well, there's a lot, but one that I'd like to mention would be Riaz. So Riaz was one of the people who was very instrumental in teaching me a lot of things about diplomacy very early on, when I was really just starting to learn about the game. And of course, playing with him in the DBNI, he didn't disappoint at all. So I'm really eager to see what he does this tournament.
Excellent. Number 1 on this list is Karthik. I think, Marcus, you said that you wanted to see how he would make his grand entrance to 2022.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been on the sidelines a lot in the past on DBN, listening into those negotiations on the top board. And one person I've listened to more negotiation of than anyone else, I think, is Karthik, because he makes it onto almost every single one. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether he can, manage to pull out the win this time around.
Excellent. Number 2 on this list is the winner of the most recent virtual diplomacy championship from December. Fellow French speaker Nicolas Sahouguet. Nicolas Taillet, what do you think about Nicolas in this one?
I think there's so much to tell about Nicolas. He has been a world champion face-to-face, world champion virtual, like he wins everywhere he goes. I've had the opportunity to play against him. He's a fantastic player, and I would never bet against Nicolas Sahouguet. So he's the guy I would be not only cheering for, but just betting on if I had money to put on that.
He is certainly there's no top board in this tournament, but when you're looking forward to who's in that top 7 going into the final day, his name is usually there. So Wes, there seems to be one name that you and I have in common on this board. Who do you want to keep your eye on?
Yeah, well, showing our obvious weasel bias, my eye immediately goes towards Brandon Fogel, who's had a lot of success within the Chicago club, has lots of experience playing face-to-face, of course, and is now starting his return to tournament face-to-face diplomacy. And so we'll see if he can bring all of the insight that he has in looking at a board from the analyst side into the playing side.
Excellent. And I remember, I believe, Brandon's last Dipcon. Now that would have been 2 ago. I think he was at 2018, but 2017 he finished second to winner of everything, Doug Moore. So he'll be certainly within striking distance of the lead if he pulls out a regular Fogel performance. So. All right, so we've got that. Over the course of the day, we have 4 rounds. The last round is going on live as we speak. So we will be following along order by order as we get to see the championship. We're going to hear from these great analysts in short form. We're going to do a couple of quick reviews. We're going to go a little more in depth into some games that kind of get us to what we'll see in the last live round. And then, of course, It's nothing like a championship day without following in live coverage. So we'll get some great insight from these folks. But to experience a face-to-face tournament, the only way to see it is to feel it, to see the sights, to smell everything that's going on, and to hear what everyone's talking about. So we were lucky in 2021 to have David Hood on the ground at Carnage, and this year we have him back on the ground in San Jose in order to take in the sights and sounds of whipping. So with that, let's hear from David.
Hello, everyone. This is David Hood from the Diplomacy Broadcast Network, and I'm reporting live from the tournament floor of the 2022 Dipcon, the North American Diplomacy Championship, this year being held in San Jose, California. This is what I call the calm before the storm. No one is yet in the tournament room except for me, and we're waiting for the event to happen this afternoon. Later on, we'll show you some footage from outside the hotel, inside the hotel, and of the games themselves. So, as we say in the world of diplomacy, let's get to spring of '01. This is David Hood reporting from the tournament floor here right before round one of the 2022 Dipcon in San Jose, California. You can see that we've got people meeting each other for the first time, re-meeting each other for the 15th time. We've got players here that are new to the hobby entirely. We've got players here coming back after a long absence from face-to-face play, including Chris Mazza, who is a two-time Dipcon champion from the late 90s, who's making his appearance here. I haven't told anybody about him because I think most people don't remember him, but by the time you guys see this broadcast, you'll know that he's been playing. So we're looking forward to round one board call, which he'll be here in a few minutes, but I thought you just want to see some of the social time right before the tournament to give people a chance to see each other, rekindle old friendships, and form new ones. Stay tuned for the rest of the show for all the diplomacy action from this year's North American Diplomacy Championship.
Which is called Redwood, is right here. Austria, Brandon Fogel. England, Alex Miller. France, Liam Stokes. Germany, Siobhan Nolan. Italy, Katie Gray. Russia, David Hood. Turkey, Jason Mastom.
Can I smack you first?
Yeah, you got it.
Well, we got our first primetime game starting up right now. You both might remember a few of those names, especially Jason and Brandon being back next to each other again. I think for the fourth time in the last couple of months. So let's get to it. So we've got Board A, Redwood, as a note to any of the viewers. All of these board names are named after national parks or monuments in California. So we've got the Redwood Forest starting us off with Brandon Fogel in Austria, Alex Miller from New York in England, Liam Stokes, the West Coaster in France, local badass, Siobhan Nolan, from San Jose in Germany. Katie Gray, another of Brandon's neighbors quite often in DBNI, especially on that top board, from Albuquerque, or formerly Purdue, in Italy. Some guy you might have just seen, David Hood, in Russia, and the aforementioned 2022 Diplomat of the Year, Jason Massbaum in Turkey. So, Saren, let's have you take recap of the board. So let's go to the map.
I was just thinking, Kevin, about how much I really wish I could have been at Whipping, but apparently just as much as I specialize in being blocked from attending face-to-face diplomacy tournaments by COVID restrictions, Adam just specialized in stacking these boards. So what have we got? We have got, just a board where everybody absolutely knows each other and really knows how to play the game. Doesn't really need to be said, but it looks like for the just for this very first round in the tournament, everything starts out fairly conventional. We've got England going north, France and Germany being fairly non-committal in the grand scheme of things, and in the east, something that could be a setup for an RT and an AI, or something that could just as easily transpose into a less commonly done alliance.
Excellent. Move me along whenever you're ready. I'm sure this game's got some good moves.
Got you, Kevin. Good moves. We'll see. We've got over here what it seems like KT and Brandon having negotiated something, but surely they had to know that that was going to bounce. So we have Jason being very cooperative with David in the east. So it looks for the moment to be something that is just like an AI RT, everybody like playing it quite peacefully in the east. In the West, it's much of the same story, except for the story of this round being the three-way bounce in Belgium. You don't see that very often in virtual, but in face-to-face, where people are maybe like a little bit more cagey, a little bit more hesitant to just like go for something strong right off the bat. People like all of them deciding that if I can't have Belgium, nobody else will, seems like fair play. Yep. And very conventional builds. Yep, 1902. Finally, it seems like there's some movement, and that movement would be bad news for Jason Massbaum, as the AIR pretty much proceeds to all move against him. In the West, it's more of a mixed story, as David sets back Alex Miller in the North, but no direct attack by Liam or Siobhan against him yet. That changes in the fall as the FG forms. So it seems like we have like an AIR in the east and an FG in the west now. So cool.
What was the ooh?
Sorry, I was just saying cool.
Oh, cool. Sorry, I thought you said ooh. I was like, the pools are all right.
I'm sure we have anticipation of some very exciting moves up ahead, Kevin. With such strong players, you wouldn't expect anything less.
It's DBNI. We've ruined it before. Or it's DBN. We've ruined it before.
Well, we have the same story as the last year, very much in spring 1903. FG, and now Russia joining in as well. Everybody dismantling Alex in the north, and everybody dismantling Jason in the south. Continues in the west, but in the east, there looks to be some tension between Brandon and David now, as Brandon goes for Galicia, and David supports himself back into Rum, probably not trusting Brandon to leave it alone. So possibly the early warning of a breakdown in the alliance.
And the builds seem to confirm that, yeah.
Yep, and we do see that in spring 04, the AIR does break apart as KT and Brandon turn against David, but it's not all good news for the AIR, as they themselves get attacked by the FG, with Liam and Siobhan deciding that instead of waiting for the AI to come towards the stalemate line, they're going to get the jump on them. So now KT is in quite a lot of trouble, as Venice can be taken with no opposition. This is very much a story of a strong alliance on both sides of the board, but one of those alliances moving up and getting the jump on the other one. As we can see, Siobhan just gets to walk into Venice, and Liam and Siobhan look like they have the jump on this alliance. But you know, Brandon and Katie, they're very skilled players. They recognize that immediately they have to go deal with this threat. And we see David being in quite a strong position as suddenly nobody is attacking him, and the two strong alliances on either side of the board are completely tied up against each other.
Yeah.
Yep. So now we see why David Hood is the master of the game that he is, and why he is able to just capitalize on his enemies' war against each other. So all you can see really in this year is the story of David taking his conquests, just grabbing everything from Brandon, and Brandon doesn't even have the capability or the inclination, it seems, to do much against that, because Brandon. He's quite a player who will look at the board and play the position according to what he believes are his strategic interests. And if he believes that Siobhan is a kind of a bigger threat to his long-term viability than David in this position, then David will get the concessions, and David is just taking advantage of them.
Yeah. And Jason, for what it's worth, it seems to have pulled it off. You helped David, and David says, I don't need that last center until maybe closer to 18.
Yeah. Maybe David will go for it if he can take 18. If not, if David wants to settle for board top, then having Jason in pocket for a later round could be a very useful asset.
Excellent.
Yeah, and David's still leaving Jason alive, but now David has yet again gotten himself another build at the expense of Brandon. But the good news for Brandon and Katie is that they finally managed to eject Siobhan out of Venice. So for the moment, the stalemate line is not secured, but in slightly better shape than it was last turn. Yep, and we see that Brandon now pivots again, deciding that Siobhan is less of a immediate threat, and turning his forces on David, but he's quite out of position to do much against David. Which results apparently in the game drawing, because if anybody can talk anybody can talk the rest of the board into accepting a draw with him as a 10 center Russia, topping the board in a position where really, if people wanted him to lose, they could make it happen quite easily. It's David Hood. So congratulations to David, who walks away with this decent board top in the first round of the tournament.
Yeah, board one, and it's 1906. So the rest of the room knows this result. They know that David has gotten out to a strong start. Nikolai, you've never been in the room when you've heard the and the game is ending. In a virtual tournament, when you're kind of watching the sidelines, do you take this result and say, okay, I'm going to change it? Or because round one, did these players make the smart choice to say, all right, look, we've got our result, we'll play for later rounds and have this? When you're playing this, how do you strategize round one?
I have only played the World Diplomacy Championship as a tournament, so even virtual, I'd say. So in the VDL, I play maybe more conservative too, but here I would never accept the draw. I must admit, if I know with CERN we are different players, so but here, if I'm either Germany or France, I refuse this draw because I can easily take Edinburgh. I think there's pressure to be done on Warsaw. I think Brendan is a fantastic ally to have in this setup. So I think I'm pretty sure that David can lose 2 and that somebody else can gain 2. So I wouldn't take it, but I guess it's part of the diplomatic game for later rounds, maybe.
That's why it is. Go ahead.
Nikolai, I'll be very, very excited to play face to face with you and see how you play it when we're physically, on the board.
No, I don't know how I would you know how we play each other virtually by now, Saren. But I don't think you would have accepted it either, right?
We'll see when you get into those first round games. And I was going to say the 1922-23 game between the two of you certainly wouldn't happen unless there's some old timers on the board as well that that want the game to go well until 3 or 4 in the morning. And little foreshadowing of maybe a game that we'll see in a later round today. So congrats to David Hood for a good start. We're going to do a couple of them next quick. So you could see, as we talked about the scoring, David Hood pulls off 33 points. It's a kind of a sum of squares. You want a distance from your or mind the gap, open gap. I know there's a few that the virtual use. And so he pulls off a good score to the start. So. Game D, Sequoia. We've got a few of the names that we've seen in the online circuit. Noam Brown, Hunter Catcher, who's a former in-person face-to-face before then. Zach Moore, you may know him from DBN Zone and the star of a few of our shows here, including Countdown. And Italy is San Francisco's own San Francisco area, and the longest term member, Eddie Bersan, showing up at the home tournament. So we won't go into a recap many of these games, but Nicola from the map. Let's see. We get to an end score of a pretty straightforward 8-8-8-8. Is there anything in this game that highlighted you as you were looking at it?
Yeah, Kevin, I think there's a lesson from this game, which comes often with diplomacy. I think it's witches killing means stalemate ending. And I think that's exactly what happened here. Like killing witches, it's fun, but it must profit to somebody. And here it actually profited the two alliances in the west and in the east. They ran to the stalemate line, and then there's not much to do. And I think there is also the fact that it's an early round. Nobody wanted somebody to score too much, so they all agreed about an 8-8-8. Again, I think the FG again could have most likely made it to a two-way draw, but to a two-way top. But it was their choice. So I guess the morning, like the early round, has a say in it.
Yeah, I think this round was played Friday night. So they were maybe people who traveled in. So for those who haven't traveled to a tournament, sometimes you only take a day off of work or school and you're landing an hour or two before the con starts. You might be coming, completely across the country, jet lag. And so the first day at a tournament, certainly there are some adjustments that you're getting used to. People who maybe flew in on Thursday, had dinner beforehand, we're more accustomed to it. So I'm trying to think of, I know Noam's on the East Coast, Eddie's local, Zach is central. So it's interesting to see the dynamics of, like you mentioned, maybe playing it a little more conservative in that first round. So excellent. So a good result. Looking at the orders, there was no one who should have run away with this.
Well, I think earlier on, France could have run with it, and now, like Noam, I think he is in a terrific position to take the board top here. He's sure to get Moscow, Warsaw most likely, Venice is undefended, so a lot of options. So I think it's really definitely a diplomatic thing. And in this position, if I'm Noam, I'm not sure that I stab Italy, because it's been a great alliance, and what we want is possibly to have a two-way draw. Like, why do that? That's not the same thing as the other board where you have a possibility with your own alliance, in my opinion. But again, only my opinion. Seren, what's your view on that?
Well, my first instinct, Nicola, is to quote you. You once told me verbatim, I am a Care Bear. So Nicola, clearly being the Care Bear that you are, you would see the wisdom in all of these players keeping to their alliances and building up good faith for ensuing rounds, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I see Marcus giving a thumbs down in the stream window. So I guess that tells me how popular this line of reasoning is.
No, but just like, if you're Germany here, do you give Munich to Italy? Because that's what happens in the last year. basically they agree to give Munich to Italy. That's why I say like FG and Austria maybe.
Well,
but FG especially may have wanted to have the shared top, and they could have had it. So
playing against Eddie Bursan and negotiating his way into centers he's a dot whisperer. He, I believe, was able to convince people to concede him of a solo in a game that he could not get 18 and still was able to diplomatically win. So as David Hood said, and we were going to bring up in the last game, the name of the game is, which way can I point? Is diplomacy over there, right above Saren's head. There you go. So Eddie is a miracle worker, and to get 8888 to start out is probably a good result. So thank you, Nicolas, for that. We'll do one more, and we'll get the other folks on. Board 1C, Pinnacles. I'm not familiar with the Pinnacles, but as David Hood said, we'll focus with it's not a face-to-face tournament without John Jameson, as you see in Turkey down below. But my eyes on this board go to Saren's and Marcus's picks with Riaz and Karthik. But someone I know very well in the middle there is Matt Shields, who is from the Portland area, and he is one of the administrators, hosts of the former Seattle tournament. And Matt is a fantastic player. So I'll be interested to see how this result goes for him. And we do get a result of the same type before. Matt kind of working his way back in, and you could see some interweaving in the same way. We've had 3 FG alliances to start this out, and it's kind of held true in the same way that these first 2 games do. You want to get that solid 28, 23 for John, and you squeeze as many dots as you can without really angering anyone else on the side. So a quick destruction of both Austria and England, not Austria not being the witch, but the other easy target to take out early. And this game kind of follows the same line as that happens before. I don't have much as way of interesting on this one, but certainly a good spot for Daniel and Riaz to get out early. So that's all we have on this one. We're getting through 3. We will let you two get a little break of water or food as we bring on Marcus and Wes to the program. So we'll bid you adieu for now, and we'll catch you for round 2. So, okay. So what did you guys think of that board 1A with all those stars? Was that a fair ending?
I'm never going to say anything is a fair ending when it ends in 1906. I mean, Saren was absolutely right that I was going like that's off screen when I saw all those tied board tops. I prefer people playing for the win. But honestly, it's fine on round 1 of a tournament. I wouldn't do it, but I can understand why.
Yeah, and I believe there's some sideline reporting coming up where there were some groans from Brandon to Jason questioning why he was doing things. So I think memories are long in this hobby, and 3 months ago is not that long to forget some of those harsh feelings from the last game. So we've got another one with a good start though. We've got Chicago's own Sabi Ahuja, so we're rooting for Sabi to come out, but some other big names on here. Wes, what did you think when you first took a look at this one?
I mean, yeah, this is a great group of players, along with Sabi, who's had a lot of great success, just won the Weasel Royale in Chicago. You have former world champions, and Nicolas Aouguet and Chris Brand. You have Matt Krill, a name that we're all very familiar with from recent success in virtual face-to-face. I'm not as familiar with Chris Mazza, but I believe I think David said in the introduction, is an old-time face-to-face player with great success coming back. And Stephen Hogue is. I mean, it's a great group of people across the board.
Excellent. Let's see. Let's get the map on here. So we got. Well, there's no orders on. This is the game over positioning, but another one where I would say these games, I feel like I didn't see a lot of these before virtual face-to-face kind of took off. Wes, did it end or did it progress similarly to what we've seen recently in virtual?
I would say not. Do we have a little time to go through some of the moves very, very briefly?
Yeah, we do. Give me what's the?
Yeah, I mean, if we start in 1901, so yes, we see the end here at an 11-11-11, which we're used to seeing as sort of a Care Bear result from a lot of the virtual face-to-face games, but that is not how this game really progressed. From 1901 here, you can see very quickly a strong EG move against poor Steve Hogue in France. While the East, if you go into follow 1-2, the East sort of settles into a classic AI versus RT. But look at the move to Burgundy to Marseille. and meanwhile, Steve moves back to cover breasts and guesses wrong there. I mean, it's just an unfortunate opening for Steve and a great start for the two Chris's. And that's kind of how the game moves forward in the West. In the East, if we move forward a little bit, Sabi decides to throw in with the AIR, and so if we push forward, I just got
to point this out though.
Yeah. It's a +3, 3 armies. We have 2 fleets from England. This is an EG that is just, they are just going to push, and that's exactly what they do. So you basically see the West and the East, break down and consolidate with getting France and Turkey out very quickly. And so if you push to the winter of 1903, we end in this position where Turkey is gone, France is very diminished. Things look like they could very easily stalemate. It's very even across the board here, and so are we just going to all go to the line? What's going to happen here? In 1904 is just a beautiful year. So we see first Germany makes the moves against England, starts to push back. Maybe they didn't like that. England's already has the fleet in West. That's too far forward. You got to make a move at some point. Then if you go into the fall, Austria makes the move on Sibi in Russia, and so you start to see these things break apart. And from here, it just goes and plays out. Very interesting to me is the choice that Italy makes. So as Austria moves on Russia, Nicola Sarughe in Italy has a choice of whether to throw in with Sibi and probably make some gains against Austria, or to kind of keep it with Matt and see what gains there are in the West. And Nicola very much makes the push West. And if we then play out and just kind of scroll through the moves from here, you can see Nicola make good and steady progress, going West, getting the fleets down, pushing out into MAO, letting Matt just push on Sibi with, on Matt's own without having to barge in there, while Chris Mazza makes some good steady progress on Chris Brand with Nicola's help too. And so that's where we get. I mean, that's how we end up on this 11-11-11 in the end, is with pretty balanced Central Power alliance that turned out, which maybe that was agreed from the beginning or maybe not, but it was well played.
That's about how we get there. Excellent. What we'll have to see if we get maybe from David, because he brought Chris's name up, like you mentioned in that opening. Marcus, what this is more the dynamic open play for the 1901 as compared to 1A. Is there something diplomatically that you could have seen on a board that turns Germany maybe's on the ropes and then all of a sudden picks it back up by saying to AI, hey, look, we can make this in the central and work this out?
Yeah, I mean, it's surprisingly difficult to do that usually, right? Because as Germany, AI can't help you all that much most of the time against the people who are actually pushing in. in this case, it really required Germany to make that move against England. That was the big thing. They took England down considerably before England got the chance to strike against them, and that meant that their strongest enemies were people that they could get help with from AI. So that's kind of how this central alliance worked out really well. It's fantastic to see. I don't usually say that about 11-11-11s, but I'll say it for this one.
All right, there we go. Well, good. All right. Well, thank you, Wes, for that. Joining for your first game. We got a lot to hear from you in round 2 as well. So grab a drink, and we'll do one more in round 1, and we'll get you back. We've got Saren coming to join for the last one of this one, and we'll switch around here. And Saren finished higher in the rankings last year than Marcus, although we got two DBNI the top board finalists on with me. So you at least pulled my average up, which is good. So, all right, we go to the last one. This one had about the star power that you can get that we've seen in all the games. Jackson Roberts, who was also a top finisher in 2020, so close to the top board. I think 3-time world champ, Andrew Goff in England. DBN's own and personality unto himself, Ed Sullivan in France. No ranking for Tanya Gill, but I feel like we've heard that name. Oh, yes, that's VDL champ from 2020, and great help to the 2022 DBNI coverage with Marcus in the background, so that's awesome. Germany. Heather Jameson. Heather's played a bunch in former face-to-face, so it's good to see Heather, John's daughter, also BC, Vancouver in Italy. I don't know Jesse, but we do know Andrei Gribikov, 2020. I keep mixing up the years, but first DBNI top board participant. So we'll go through with this one a little bit in more detail. We've got a good start to this one. So, Saren, let's let you take a look at these boards, and then Marcus, let's get some feedback when they come out. So, when you see this board start out, where you've got Andrew, Ed, and Tanya in the West, is the East kind of looking to just follow along what they're doing, or do you want to be as aggressive as you can in the East, knowing that whoever's coming out of the West is going to be strong on the other side?
You always want to get a strong alliance going if you can, Kevin, or at least I do.
Yep. We'll see how it plays out. We'll give us a first look at Spring 01 here.
So the thing that immediately jumps out to me looking at Spring 01 is Heather going for Venice to Trieste and Rome to Venice. So that is something that we don't see very often in virtual, where like it's kind of seen as a little bit of bad manners for Italy to go after Austria's throat right from the bat like that. But you know, Heather comes from a different community, and she opens strong. Elsewhere, we see mostly standard openings in the East. Andre going with a more old school opening, but with Smyrna following up to Khan, possibly because he knew that Heather was going to go straight for Jackson like that. If so, then that's something that's very deliberate and well thought out. In the West, we've got all very standard things. Ed, of course, extending that olive branch of keeping Burgundy open, as Ed prefers to do, and Tanya and Andrew Goff basically keeping their options open.
Excellent. What, Marcus, David Hood is in the room. Is Ed trying to impress David by going to Picardy as opposed to causing some controversy in Burgundy?
It's very possible. I think Ed is someone who will usually go for an alliance over, an instant advantage of attacking someone, right? At least I haven't played with him much, so Sarah would know this more than me, but that's my impression of him, and I think the Burgundy DMZ kind of represents that pretty strongly. Interesting thing that also stood out to me was that move to Finland instead of Bothnia in the north. Seems like Tanya is negotiating very well on both sides.
I didn't even see that. Like, my eyes just glazed right over it. Good spot, Marcus.
Yeah, because it doesn't actually change very much. Ultimately, it's just a sign of niceness, I suppose.
Yeah, and maybe that was the condition. I'll give you Sweden if you open to Finland, and that's how it turned out. Is that going to help out Tanya when you look at it, Taryn?
Well, I don't know if the move to Finland itself helps her very much, but what helps her very much is if the move genuinely indicates the Jesse's position toward her, because if it's as indicative as like you might be tempted to imagine it is, then she's in a very strong position.
Yeah. The only other things I see in 01 here is Venice holding. Maybe is that negotiated on AI, or is that just we'll get Austria even a little bit more out of position? Andre takes the Black Sea, putting a little pressure. It's not, that doesn't necessarily mean anti-Russia, but strong for Turkey to be in the Black Sea early on. So, Marcus, any of these builds stand out as maybe different from what you've seen in the first two seasons of Orders?
Fleet Marseille seems like a very Ed Sullivan build. It's not so different from what we've seen, but it is it's very unusual because obviously it's one of the less immediately strong places you can build a fleet, as France converts of Brest. Fleet Edinburgh, very pro-French from England, so there's a lot of lovey-dovey stuff going on in the West. It will be interesting to see what alliance actually solidifies out of that.
Yeah, Sarah, the only thing I wonder is, was it a misorder, or is this some kind of diplomatic, I'm getting two but only building one for Italy? So we don't have any notes on that. And then the Armenian Khan. So that's usually you see a second fleet for Turkey, but maybe IT. That's how they did it. So
I did actually miss the wave. I do assume that would, well, I mean, you can see it from here, but that would indicate that attack on Austria wasn't so much an attack on Austria, because you would almost always build an army, or at least something coming off of that to build start.
Yeah. So all right, Marcus, stay with us in the East there. So you see the AI possibly, or this is just we'll sucker Italy into thinking we're friends.
Absolutely. I mean, it could have been arranged from the start, to be honest. We see the AIT here pushing in against Russia over there and moving Bulgaria up to Romania. Interestingly, also supporting Con out. So, like, this isn't keeping Turkey weak. This is actually strengthening Turkey quite a lot, which is really odd for an AIT. You don't really want to let Turkey get all that strong just because they have that really strong position in the corner, right? Meanwhile, in the north, it does look like it may have been an attempted Western triple here, but we do see Ed Sullivan rotating his fleets back potentially up north, so not 100% locked in. It'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Well, I think with those Italian fleets following in, it caught Ed's attention, right, Saren?
Oh yeah, I mean, for sure. The thing with the AIT is it feels to me like, this is something that would be plausible for Jackson to do. If he sees that Heather and Andre are kind of, off to the side together discussing, you can't hide negotiations in a face-to-face the way you can kind of hide them in virtual. So he's going to see that, and he's going to know from their moves that possibly they're planning a blitz of him. It's not out of the question for Jackson to go to them and offer to work for them the way that he's very much been doing in 1902 with that deliberately strengthening Turkey. So if that's the play here, then well done to Jackson for getting the heat off of him and getting Heather preoccupied with Ed. So Ed obviously was probably was very much hoping that he'd get like the pick of ally between Andrew and Tanya when the chips fell, but right now he might not get any pick as he has to defend his homeland.
That is an excellent point about negotiations in face-to-face, is that people will type, but the problem is that you could, when we're doing this virtually and we're not on video, you could be typing away and no one sees you. Yeah, maybe they hear your keyboard clicks, but you can't pull out your phone and text or send a DM. Your attention is on your ally or someone who you're trying to attack. So that's an excellent point about Jackson. And I was just going to ask, so Marcus, you saw a lot of Jackson maybe in the DBNI that first. He's like an Ed Sullivan where he wants to find that ally early and then strikes later on. Is this a position for him where he has the chance to say, okay, I can cut out Italy maybe later on?
It's so difficult, right? Yes, potentially. There's obviously that incredibly strong move of Trieste Venice as an option here if it's not defended against, and then you can just walk it down into Rome and do whatever. But doing that is so difficult because of that Italian army in Budapest. You have to find some way to deal with that, and you can only deal with that by keeping all of your units together, and then you don't really have the opportunity to move against Italy in the first place. Yeah. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for Jackson to pull that off.
And with world-class players like Andrew and Tanya, Russia just didn't give them enough to say, I can be a partner. It's you see these armies being built. That certainly is either Russia's worrying or, as Sarah and you said, Ed might have to keep an eye out for it now. So, Sarah, what do we... A lot of black arrows in the middle. Is this stalemate line forming early? I mean, we've seen that a couple in round one.
Yeah. So when you have three, world-class players like Andrew, Ed, and Tanya all bunched together in the West like this, sometimes it happens more often than you might expect that, they figure that none of them can get a decisive edge on each other and kind of get into this habit of all working together for quite a while. And in face-to-face, where it's hard to really make elaborate, extensive, stabby plans, as it may be more doable online, it's not out of the question that they might just think it was too high a risk and, kind of stick together the way that they're doing in spring. So we see everything move in the West very much looking like everybody is still on board the Western triple. All of these moves make a lot of sense if that's the intention. And so in the East, we finally see, the IAT realizing that they should maybe prop Russia up and give him a little bit of a breathing space. So now, for this turn at least, it looks like the West versus the East.
They stick together in 1903. Livonia popped, but with another one coming over, not too bad. But the West is progressing to be in Galatia, to be there. Russia nearly on the way out, with Turkey saying, "All right, we're over." So Western triple versus Eastern triple as we go forward. So Austria can't build +1. So can't do anything there.
So this rebuild in Eddie gave Andrew an opportunity there. That army would have been a lot less threatening to Tanya if it had been in Livonia. So Tanya clearly realizes that and does a preemptive tap on the North Sea. This all looks negotiated. It looks like, she's still covering her bases, but she's still very much down for working with Andrew. And of course, Ed is mired in that defense of the Western Med as Heather continues going west. And Jackson just has that one fleet in Ion, in the Ionian Sea, sitting there very, quietly and unobtrusively, not following up into the Tyrrhenian.
And Budapest clearing out, so less of that threat, Marcus, as we see.
Absolutely, and there's the stab, right? The moment that army in Budapest was not a threat anymore, Jackson is like, okay, I'll take my +3. I don't care that I can only build 2 of my 4 potential builds here, right? I'm gonna go for it anyway. It absolutely works. Italy's just going to be completely demolished here, and maybe that gives France a chance to break up this Western triple.
Yeah, and my guess is from Ed. Ed had been really hammering Jackson every negotiation, saying, "You got to do it. You got to help me out. I'm going to stall, but Germany's going to keep pushing at you." Oh, is that what happens?
Don't absolve Jackson like that, Kevin. If you know Jackson, you knew he was taking that stab right there.
Well, I didn't want to say I was trying to give a little hint earlier on to Marcus to say, yeah, that's going to happen. I forgot I had looked at this board earlier, so I saw +4 coming, and I tried to see if Marcus would take the bait, but he didn't see it, so he didn't know.
Well, I mean, if that army had stayed in Budapest, I don't think it would have necessarily happened. Or
Yeah.
if they kept the Austrian fleet out of Ionium. But, Jackson had an opportunity. So I respect him massively for taking this, especially in round 1.
All right, so we get there. We're seeing +4, as you mentioned. Only 2 can be built. Where does the game go from here? You've got Russia nearly dead. Italy is kind of just sandwiched now. Who breaks up the West? You see Norwegian North Atlantic. Ed was maybe lucky not to get into Western Med. Does this put some pressure on Ed, or how does this resolve, Saren? What do you think?
I mean, one thing's for sure is that Heather's probably not going to be coming after him anymore for the foreseeable future. So in that sense, if Tanya and Andrew want to go after Ed, it's going to be a fight. Like, Ed has the resources to defend, and he has no reason to allow them to take anything off of him. So Andrew's fleet went into the North Atlantic presumably on the pretext of helping Ed out. But now, as we've seen from this latest turn, it's no longer needed. So Andrew suddenly has a very awkward fleet there, and that is probably going to be a focal point of the EF negotiations this coming turn.
Yeah. Marcus, what do you see? Two Turkish fleets being built after that. That's very pro-Austrian after the stab. Is he going to try and get to the mid before maybe Ed breaks through if he's got some freedom?
It looks pro-Austrian, right? But it is very easy for Turkey just to turn around and take stuff off of Austria regardless. They don't need to build the armies right now. But I would expect it to go out and push into the Ionian first. Yeah, the Turk can kind of, as long as this German pressure is still on the Austrian, the Turk can go after the Austrian whenever. It's very unlikely Jackson is going to free up those home centers enough to build stuff that can be used defensively here.
We've set the foundation. Let's move through these next turns pretty quickly. So either Ed got snookered to think he wasn't going to be attacked, or we'll just leave it at that. But I think the rest of the board seems pretty laid out by the both of you. And now Ed has to come back to defend. AT sticks together. Germany is continuing to push again, getting back into I think Galicia from a few turns ago. Any stress, Saren, you see in these orders between? I'll keep going through between Tanya and Andrew. Fleet Liverpool helps out, but are they managing to stay away from each other?
Well, Tanya has no reason, so long as she's still topping the board, to really turn against Andrew. Like, if he's going to keep helping her as he is here helping her into Moscow, and she can keep getting growth, inertia will kind of like give her that edge for the foreseeable future. So, but I mean, it might change things now that Andrew went into the North Sea, and he does support himself into Belgium. So,
but then also supports her in Moscow, and Warsaw as well.
Yep, so probably just a negotiated handover of Belgium, especially as Tanya did manage to get Paris as well as Moscow this turn.
Mm-hmm. And Andre seems to help out Ed on the defense, walking through Tunis, getting those fleets pushed up. No AT stress. Is Jackson still trying to build from his +4 from a couple turns ago, I think?
I think it's... Okay, he was maybe a little too brutal here, even for my taste. And if you notice that army in Piedmont actually helped him the last turn. It tried to support him up to Tyrolia. It's like, I'm going to be a vassal state. He's like, nope. I'm taking your center anyway. I don't care. I can't build it. I'm just going to grab it. So, yeah, that was maybe a little bit questionable. But if Jackson gets a good result out of this, I suppose I cannot complain about it.
Yeah.
I will complain about it. That was one of the most ruthless things I have ever seen on a diplomacy board.
Oof.
Nothing in DBNI comes close to this.
Yeah, you don't usually kill a 1 center power who's working for you. That's just...
And had a pretty good position working for you too, but...
Yeah.
Hey.
So yeah, it looks like it's just continuing along the same lines here, more or less, right? It's poor old Ed getting stuck in the middle of all of this, but it's mostly AT versus EG.
I'll hold and follow it.
So this is a disclaimer for our viewing audience is we are at the grace of volunteers who are entering these orders in on the fly. It's usually players in these games. Sometimes you miss a few things. Sometimes you just skip through a season, depending on who's been eliminated. If you've got 4 players, or in this case, kind of 4, but 5 on this board. But when you're down to people who are wanting to focus on the board, you're at the mercy of someone being willing to take their eyes off the game for a little bit to put these orders in. So we may see a turn here or there that has something like that. We'll hope the board positions are ending at this. We do marry up with the scores sent by the tournament director at the end of round 3. So we know we are pretty close with these orders. And again, thanks. Sabi did a great job of setting this up from the start. So our analysis today may not be spot on for what actually happened, because that's what we have. That's what we have on here. So, and that's where it ended. So, I think in the same that there was most of games in round 1 got to a point of let's just get some scores. We don't need to necessarily punish anyone that for the grand, just to do so, except for maybe Jackson's elimination of Italy there, but. Marcus, what do you think? Is this 9-9 shared top the right result for Tanya? Maybe. I mean, Jackson obviously his alliance with Andre was flawless the entire game, I think. But Tanya got out to the early lead and then kind of just let him sneak in. What do you think?
I mean, so Tanya, obviously, you can't question the fact that she. I apologize. I think that's on my end. But you can't really blame them for not taking more than a board top. A board top is quite good. But I feel like Andre should not have accepted this. He had a far, far better position than Jackson did on that front. I feel like he could have stabbed for the board top potentially there. Only thing it would have risked was potentially the German solo, and I feel like you can trust Andrew Goff enough to prevent that. So I would not have called it here, but it is round 1. It is 1909. You maybe want to finish up and get to the next games.
Yeah, and Sarah, we'll take a look at standings. So the other thing to announce in advance is these players do not know the scoring. There's no live scoring. They're not using the Diplomacy TV software. So everyone is using their own calculators for their own scores, but unless they're catching every other game, which is tougher to do, you have a general sense. Here's the results after round 1. So maybe that none of the other games have gotten away, and you're willing to accept 20. What do we have on that one? 27 points for the two of them. Sarah, when you go into a tournament, I'm trying to think of round 1 solos or even big pushes in the past, and even virtually, I don't feel like I've seen too many recently.
Recently, no. Tanya soloed round 1 of Boston Massacre all the way back in 2020, but that was right at the start of virtual, before we had sort of the meta that we have today.
Yeah, that's a great look back. So excellent. All right, well, Marcus, let me give you a break here. Thanks for your help on these last ones, and we will bring Wes back into the coverage here. And let's get to round 2. I think we had a video for pregame video for round 2. Yeah, let me see if Marcus, I think, has that. But Wes, as we transition into that face-to-face tournaments. No, you said you hadn't played a face-to-face tournament, so
not a tournament, no.
Yeah. Virtual, same. What's your strategy going into round 1?
Probably not a good one. I don't have a lot of success from virtual tournaments either. I You know, if you have a chance at a top, if you have a chance for a big score, it's good to get it in the bank, and that can kind of hold you through. Now, this tournament has there's 4 rounds. You get to drop. You have a drop round too, so there could be a lot of people that are thinking, you know, just kind of get warmed up, be able to go in strong into the next rounds. You know, if you can get a reasonable score with a shared top, then why not?
Excellent. All right, we've got the video. Let me get it to the stream here. And
Hey folks, this is David Hood reporting live from the tournament floor in round 2, the Saturday morning round of the 2022 North American Diplomacy Championships in San Jose, California. I thought I'd give you a little bit of a look to see how the boards are going here in spring of 1901. As you can tell, it's a diplomacy tournament. It's loud, it's live, but it's fun. So here we've got mostly people negotiating for right before the spring 1901. Here is Jackson Roberts and Zach Moore negotiating. It's probably quite an experience for those two guys to be talking to each other. Down here in the corner, we've got Andre Gribikoff and Ed Sullivan. People who have faced each other a lot in virtual play, but probably the first time they've ever played a face-to-face tournament game with each other. And, of course, how can you have a diplomacy round on the West Coast without John Jameson speaking to our new player, Tessa, from Phoenix, Arizona, John Jameson being, of course, from British Columbia. So all kinds of people going on here. Let's zoom in and see what we can see back in the corner. Looks like we've got Liam Stokes right there waiting to talk to anybody who will talk to him. Liam, what did you do to it? Oh, there he comes. It's like he's going to try to peel either Zach or Jackson Roberts away from each other. Look in the corner there. We've got Nicolas Sahuge, past world champion in the blue shirt, talking to one of the Facebook players. There's Heather Jameson, John's daughter, both talking to Noam Brown, or walking with Noam Brown, who's a player from New Jersey that is also one of the Facebook players. And let's see what's going on this board right here. Come back in. Oh, it looks like Tanya Gill back there talking in the back. Brandon Fogel is back there right behind Tanya. So we've got players coming all over the place, and I'll end with a close-up of Matt Krill playing on one of the boards that he himself created, the wooden diplomacy sets that are available from him. And here comes two legends of the hobby, Eddie Brisson on the right and Chris Brand on the left. Back to the studio.
I'm muted. Now I'm unmuted. I think I'm unmuted. We'll figure this out once for all. So great to see the faces with this. Just seeing the negotiations, people walking around, and it's casual. That's what David was saying. Spring 01, fall 01. There's not that much tension yet. If you get some video of let's say 1907 or 1908, you'd see less smiles on people's faces. So, but we've got here. Let's see. Let me get this back here. Should know these buttons, but we haven't done this in a while. So we'll get to round 2. We'll go through this one pretty quickly, but you see some of the names that David was just saying with Chris Brand, Eddie Brisson, former world champ Andrew Goff on that board, current Diplomat of the Year Jason Massbaum. I don't know if Matt Shields has ever won a big like a Dipcon or a WDC, but he has been on top boards. And again, no disrespect to Jesse, since I do not know Jesse, but Jesse is up against a tough draw on this. So let's get to this. Let's do East and West on this one, and we'll go real quick. Saren, start in the West. What do you think of the Western opening?
Yep, Sabi immediately goes after Matt. Just opening to Wales, opening to the channel, and successfully getting into the channel. The most aggressive possible statement play that they want to go after France. So we see that Sabi evidently must have gotten along decently with Jason in their chat, because while Jason doesn't actually open to Burgundy, doesn't show similar level of commitment to Sabi, that doesn't deter Sabi at all. So Sabi has just decided that they are going to be the first one to extend that offer of alliance, and hope that Jason bites.
Yeah, and Jason and Sabi were on both qualifying boards for this year's DBNI, so they certainly had some recent history. Wes, misorder for Italy, or potentially just I'm going to play it passive? How does that fit into the East?
You know, it seems just part and parcel with the East. This is a bunch of interesting opening moves across the board, not things you see every day. So we can start with those Italian moves from Jesse. It's a hold for the army, but the fleet goes to Tyrrhenian Sea. I tend to say it's a misorder, except now at least you're set up to convoy Rome to Tunis if you'd like to maintain the position there. So that could be purposeful. Meanwhile, we see Galicia, no bounce. Chris goes Budapest to Serbia and Vienna to Budapest. Not the usual set of things you see there. Andrew takes advantage of that lack of bounce to go Moscow to Livonia, with Warsaw going to Ukraine. That's maybe setting up a convoy to Sweden from Livonia, though you could just go to St. Pete for that too if you wanted. It's an interesting set across the board. Perhaps the most usual opening is just from Eddie, which is also only usual recently, I think, with the Ankh to Black and Smyrna to Ankh, the Khan of, thank God, Khan going to Bull. So.
That's great that Eddie has been watching the online meta, digging into the stats. I wonder if he's took that or just someone convinced him into it. We'll see. Let's stick with you, Wes. You got that convoy over to Tunis with another hold in Venice. This feels to me more of face-to-face AI play as opposed to the new AI play that we've seen.
Yeah, it's a interesting way to go, especially given what else is going on in the East with the fleet going from Sev going to Rum. Perhaps Chris, moved Budapest to Rum, but was expecting Andrew to support that in, and was hoping that he would do so. So I'm sure he's not too worried about that. And meanwhile, Andrew gets Bothnia into Sweden, doesn't get bounced there, and Livonia just holds in position. So I'm curious to see what will happen there.
And Saren, Sabi pays dearly for aggressively moving without confirmation from Germany.
It looks like blood is thicker than water, and the time that Sabi and Jason spent together at Carnage bonding doesn't outweigh the probably years that Jason has been seeing match shields at face-to-face tournaments, if I understand you correctly, Kevin. So this is just absolutely tragic for Sabi, because this kind of thing, if you're going to go after France, you really need German buy-in, and the fact is that Jason was not willing to give it here, and just really basically orders a moveset that decapitates the English position.
Yeah. So Sabi plays defense. Matt gets 2 fleets. No German build in Munich. This is certainly a take out of England. Wes, Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples. Fleet Naples obviously makes sense. But Andrew building 2 armies. How does it? What? I don't know. He knows obviously a lot more about this game than I do, but maybe a reading of the board. What's when you have something so strong like the 2 armies for Russia? That's your take on the board as opposed to maybe a pure tactical play?
Yeah, I think it's opaque, which seems to kind of fit Andrew Goff's style at times. I think it's also pretty smart. I mean, you don't necessarily need to make an immediate enemy with Eddie by putting a fleet in Sev and making your intentions known there. an army up in St. Pete means that you have some play on Norway without being too threatening otherwise. And I think, Sabi can't be too, can't be expecting to hold on to Norway from this position anyway. So that there's not much lost there.
No. Oof. Double retreat. So there's well, at least a good start to the defense for Sabi. What, Saren, is this just a matter of time, or does Jesse's move west maybe save Sabi?
I mean, Jesse's move west certainly would be welcome to Sabi in this kind of position. Whether it's enough to save them, I don't know. It's a very different question, because now Jason and Andrew are very much in a position where they control all the waters around England, and it's a losing fight if Sabi is gonna be fighting both of them, which it does look like they will be. So Andrew has written a stellar article on a Russian building strategy before, was something I wanted to point out. And one of the things he mentioned was that if you're working with Germany as Russia, you build whatever they tell you to build. If they ask you to build Fleet St. Pete and Fleet Sev, you build that. So is this, if does Andrew still hold to that philosophy? Was this did he go to Jason and ask him what he wanted him to build? Because if so, they are still very much moving in lockstep, and the alliance is going just as he would want it to go.
Yeah, a little transitioning there, and down for poor Eddie Brisson. It's hard to say poor Eddie Brisson, but do former world champs finally just agree to say, all right, we don't need 3 all-stars down in the southeast. Let's just make it 2.
Yeah, it's a quick move south. I have to wonder. I mean, I don't want to question Eddie Brisson, but Ink to Smyrna, I don't quite understand. I don't think it's going to do you much good in the long run. And covering and keeping any movement to Armenia seems like a fair play.
Yeah, oof. And then even further, and Andrew being generous, giving both builds down there to Chris, but Chris moving up to Galicia. Is this first break?
That sets up things, moving up to Galicia and not taking Venice, which was open and could have been expected to be open. I think that might be fairly telling. So we might see an AI really strengthen here. And be able to make some progress Chris really might be able to make some progress.
And Saren, the FG just completely abandoned the fight to head south. Like Munich wasn't under any threat. So where's Jason going?
Yeah, I mean, I was obviously wrong, because Sabi pulls off the coup that I did not predict them to pull off this turn, and just really gets all of their enemies to back off, or at least, hold on for a second. So, I mean, if you're Sabi, there's probably no set of moves that could make you happier than what they're seeing now.
Yeah, that's fantastic diplomacy, and maybe they worked the other side of the board to say, this is going to be a rush on you if you don't help me here. So well played. So did Andrew, maybe it was the crushing of Eddie, and they said, all right, we're not going to let Goffey turn around, but you see 2 former world champs building on the other side, and that's the move. And so there's the Galatia, free up 2 spots for the builds, and everyone moves up.
Yeah, go ahead.
But interesting, Eddie pushes further away from home.
At this point, it's just Eddie offering whatever carrots he can to whoever might leave him alive. But it seems that Andrew just doesn't really care to do that. I mean, there are players in this position who would say, okay, you go bring your fleets west and work for me, and I'll leave you alive. Sometimes you want to do it. Sometimes it's not the best choice, and Andrew has decided that this is going to be not the best choice, because he's just Yeah, I
mean, if they have Italy and Italy's fleets, they don't really need another fleet from Eddie there. So it's not clear that there's much to be gained. And then here we have the East continue to the AIR to continue to work well together, and get into Bohemia, get into Prussia. They're fully on the line there. A minor setback in Sweden, but Andrew's picking up 2 in Turkey, so I think he'll be fine.
Yeah. Matt recovers, builds 2, but only builds 1, and then heads north again. Well, Sabine tried to convoy over as well, so who knows? The West did not gel even after all this. Austria gets Munich.
Austria gets Munich. Yep. This is all arranged in Turkey. So meanwhile, Austria is getting Italian centers now as well, but also gets the fleet into Tyrrhenian Sea. So there's some good positioning there moving forward. Andrew also gets Berlin here, and even gets the army. Moves an army over from St. Pete to Finland, but loses Norway in the process, which has nowhere to retreat. So.
Saren, does Matt? I mean, he knows he has the freedom to then turn back around to England. Bigger picture against an incredibly tight AR. What's the thinking here? Is I need to build armies at home to stop them at home, and England doesn't help that?
It's hard to say from fall 1904, right? Because fall 1904 is just a tactical position where Chris and Andrew are past the stalemate line, and they have a very good claim at total board control. Even if Matt just puts everything into convincing Sabi and Jason to fight back, even if he abandons all that. Like, it's obvious from this turn that things had already fallen apart because Jason was there trying to support Chris further into Burgundy.
Yeah.
So they were not at a point where it was going to be like a case of the Western Triple being able to get back together and effectively fight back against the AR. So if that's not the case, then it's very hard to see where Matt has any play left at topping the board, and he might just decide that his best outcome for this game is to grab as much stuff as he can, which looks like he's doing now.
Yeah, and EG stick together because Sweden supports Berenson to Norway, so EG seems to have patched it up from early, but Matt, like you said, could try to grab. Let's see. So now France is supporting Munich forward, so yeah. Probably just a cleanup at this point. Austria into Venice. Russian fleet further forward.
Yeah, it's certainly a cleanup of the Italian position. Russia continues to move forward. I don't know. This is getting. I'd be getting pretty nervous on looking at these Russia and Austrian positions here and what can happen.
Here, let's see.
Who are Chris Brand and Andrew Goff even? Like, have they even won anything? Oh.
North to Albania. Andrew is supporting north to Albania. So we're to the point where we're getting fun orders. Yeah. So all right, France picks up Tunis, which was unstoppable. If so, this is old school face-to-face players. Jason's old school too, but these guys just doing what they can. All right, so we're at what, 10, 7. Well, keep going. All right, clean up Jason entirely.
Why not keep going? Yeah, it's a shame to see all of these Austrian fleets and then see all of them hold. I don't know why you bother building the 3 fleets if you're not going to do anything with them. No, we continue to push forward. Austrian army in Holland.
Russia picks up 2. Sweden, Kiel, Sabine doing their best to try and hold on.
I'm quite curious what the arranged ending is here, because there is one, and is it going to be 11-11-11? If so, who's going to live? Probably Sabine. Or is it 12-11-11?
Yeah, I don't think Matt is allowed to get up any higher, though. I think if I were AR, I'd say you don't deserve 11 in this one. And if you want 11, try and get it, and we'll push you back. Sabi, no. Andrew gets to 13 on this, and he's not giving any back to Chris to stay pace. Oh no, he did get keel there. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get
Oh,
killed.
now all the holds. There you go. 12-12, 9-1.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wes, takeaway. On the Eastern side, AR stuck it out and fair result.
Turns out this Chris Brand and Andrew Goff guy are not so bad at diplomacy. No, they stick it out. They both get 12 centers shared tops. It's hard to argue with the result, except it looks like there is potential if one of them had wanted to go for it. I don't think that France is necessarily in a position to make them suffer and end up throwing it away. But who would have turned out on top from that? I don't know. So maybe the uncertainty from that is worth not risking with in an early round.
That's what Sarah and I was going to ask. Is Matt hoping for some conflict, and is there any chance for maybe a board top if they fight?
I am not sure he was hoping for any conflict, because if he was like genuinely trying to foment conflict, I'm not sure that Andrew and Chris would have treated him with a light touch to the extent that they did, because they very much like just allowed him to take that stuff at the end. He doesn't have it except for by their goodwill. And it looked very much like a thing where they were supportive of each other every turn. So whatever insecurities might have been in the three-way arrangement feel to me like they were worked out by the time that orders went in the box.
Yeah, and so I'd be curious. So to leave Sabi with one, Matt could have easily taken that himself in the next year. Is it the East saying, "Look, we want the spread between us and you to be down," or is it a Sabi, you did great to survive, and maybe they acknowledged the diplomacy early on. So and one center survival is not much for points, but I know in many tournaments I've had too many one center survivals, and I take away a lot from that. So well done, well done for making it through that ugly beginning and getting to the end. So number 2 is Death Valley. So Ed Sullivan and Karthik Koneth being on that board together. Appropriate name for that board. So two other players that we've seen a lot of, Andre and Brandon in the East. Steven's too nice though. I don't want to put him on Death Valley, but maybe next to Brandon and Andre, he'll pull out his desert-like style. So I'm excited, although I don't want to see a UT alliance at the start.
We can all hope against that.
All right. Well, Saren, we'll keep you away from Ed and Karthik. West, we'll put you in the West on this one. But please, Saren, make sure you pick on those guys enough. So
sorry, am I rotating out for this one or
No, we want you to talk some trash on both Ed and Karthik. You don't get to analyze their orders, you just get to talk trash for them.
I'll try my best, Kevin.
All right, go ahead, Wes. Tell us UT isn't starting.
I don't know. We do see a bounce in Burgundy. We see Liverpool open to Eddie. This very well could be. Well, it could be the start of an EG. Could be, but you have France, moving to MAO and Gascony too. So it's a relatively standard opening across the board so far.
Ooh, all right, Saren. Hopefully there's some play in the East then with fellow Weasel.
Yep. The big play that Brandon Fogel is making there with Smyrna supporting Munich. This is just, the kind of 400 IQ level stuff that we can expect from Brandon. I'm absolutely here for it. Unfortunately, Cameron, Steven, and Andre, none of them seem nearly as discerning as Brandon, and we just see very boring standard fare from all of them.
Brandon just trying to make friends with Ed for all of their on-screen shenanigans. So, but he leaves the shenanigans behind as either Andre NMRs or was tricked into holding by Brandon.
I am very, very interested to know what that negotiation was like in the East, because Andre, I can't see Andre being tricked straight up by Brandon into not going for rum. This whole thing just seems extremely bizarre to me. Occam's razor would lean towards it just being a plain NMR, but my brain keeps trying to figure out if there could have been some potential pitch of a rat or something that would have entailed Andre not taking rum, but it's hard to imagine.
And then Ed bouncing him. So maybe that was the pre-footage when David took those videos of them talking in the corner, and Ed says to him, "Look, I'm going to create some controversy here." Wes, when you have an EG coming, you want to bounce in Sweden. Is this further pushing the UT?
It's looking like it. I mean, there's the one benefit to Andre is that he doesn't have an army to deal with in Norway off the bat. But the downside is that Kartik is building too. So because that army has better uses to go into Belgium. So it's not good to get bounced out of Sweden. It's really not good to not get rum if you're Andre.
Yeah. Well, you get the convoy to Tunis, so Brandon doesn't have nothing to worry about with Andre, leaving him alone. But we'll see how this comes out. And then, oh man, Liverpool, London. Sorry, Henry.
Fleet, Berlin, even to rub it in even more.
Well, I'll let you make fun of Ed for Holland not knowing what Kiel's doing.
Yeah, it can't support Kiel into Munich, and so that's going to make it harder to get into Burgundy in the fall. But the fleets from Kartik obviously deploy where they need to go. Is France playing short one? Did they not build in Brest? Oof, that is not so good. I wonder what happened there. But that fleet in Brest would be very useful now to have a defense here. And so now that's just open season on Kartik being able to push down the western side of the board.
In the East, it looks like Andre got all his orders in, but Brandon just tactically superior to get rid of the fleet. But AR seems to has worked together. Saren, is Brandon under fire now?
Well, it is a little bit of a respite for Andre in that he gets Steven off his back, and Steven and Cameron are now pointed directly at Brandon. So Brandon could be in a bit of trouble. The problem for Andre, of course, is that he's about to lose St. Pete. So he can really decide between no, I don't think he can't retake Sev, not even with help. So that's just going to be a case of Andre having to defend St. Pete and Brandon kind of getting to keep Sev this turn, most likely. So if that's the case, then Brandon is in somewhat better of a position than he would be without Sev, but it's still quite dicey because now Cameron is of course in Eastern Med and has a convoy into either Smyrna or Syria, which Brandon can block only at great cost to himself.
Oh. Wow, but Brandon seems to negotiate differently and gets Cameron to turn around.
Gets Cameron to turn around?
And Tunis goes to Greece instead of
that looks very
Might
much
be arranged.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's getting Bulgaria and Romania. Yeah. And Andre gives up St. Petersburg, which could have been held at least for one more turn.
Yeah, and with Ed getting the convoy off to Livonia as well. I mean, if you're not going to try to hold St. Petersburg, then you might as well try to bounce out of Livonia, because you know Karthik has nothing to do but to try for it. Meanwhile, we do see something interesting. English dropping back to the North Sea is and NAO holding is that is an intriguing development. If you're in an EG, you're Germany, once you get England to leave the North Sea, you are very, very happy. And if England ever goes back, that's a major red flag.
Yeah, especially with MAO not being able to, I mean, it's dislodged 1000%. So Karthik's nearly across the line by spring 03, but turns around.
And then on top of that, we have the build of the army. So we'll see where that ends up going. Okay.
Over.
Oh, Henry, still going south, still going to fight Italy. So it seems like Karthik and Ed worked out something here where they were like, we really need someone to fight the AI for us, and they decided that someone was going to be Henry. So Henry's playing ball at the moment, but you know, I don't know, Henry. Maybe it'll work out for you, but if there's one piece of advice I could give you is don't trust UT people. Like, just never trust two of them together. Might go fine for you, but if it doesn't, it will go very poorly. So sorry, Wes. I didn't mean to encroach on your territory in the West.
No, not at all. I think that's spot on. I mean, a question for you. I mean, it's seeing this army get into Norway is good, so that there can be some movement there, but it's still going to be very slow. I mean, would you have risked, backing Barents out to Norwegian and St. Pete up to Barents so that you could try to deploy that army in the fall at least? Or what can you do in this situation? Everything's kind of bottled up there.
Yeah, it's gonna be like another turn to really like shift into. Yeah, it's a bit. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to say because obviously like Karthik was at the board and heard all the negotiations, and I haven't heard any negotiations. So it's hard to say like how much he was justified in not fully trusting Ed. As we all know, sometimes you can be very much fully justified in not trusting Ed. So it's hard to say. But Karthik does trust Ed this turn and successfully brings the army over into St. Pete. So good for him.
Well, we have a convoy swap, so that's the way to do it if you're going to do it. And meanwhile, we have France continue to push into the south, now vacating MAO, which just leaves Karthik in great position. He now has the power on the west side of the board there, and to be able to drop into MAO whenever he needs to.
Well, Brandon pulls Khan.
Yeah, so Brandon is still in the Black Sea and still on 3, but how much longer he's going to have a say in the East is well, the chances of that look like they're rapidly dwindling as Stephen just supports himself into Khan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Andre must have said something to Brandon because now he's supporting Karthik down from St. Pete.
Yeah, this is looking great for Karthik here. Not only does he get that support down from St. Pete, but he goes into MAO. He's now set up to be able to take Brest. He can cover Belgium if Ed has any ideas there. If he doesn't want to give that, he can walk into Portugal.
It's with a heavy heart that I announced that Karthik is a stabber.
He's getting what? 3 out of it though, or 2 since he's given up Belgium.
Yeah, getting 2
plus
out
2,
of that.
Plus 2 Karthik, plus 2 Ed. All right, I don't even want to go through this anymore. If this is, we're just going to keep pressing forward. If this is just going to be the 2 of them hugging all the way through. Brandon holds on for now. All right. France tactically holds on for as much as he can in the south, although
he's losing Marseille, losing Paris here. Yeah, it's
Ed gets that one. So Ed's in the lead for now. All right. 9-8 through 1905. All right. Ed pushing another army west. Maybe.
Yeah, Brandon flips now. Whereas he was deliberately strengthening the EG before in the hopes that they would help him live, he's now decided that his attempt to live will be in Sev. Very interesting. I wonder whether that was all arranged with Cameron and Stephen, or whether this is just Brandon deciding he's going to take his chances. To be fair, he had to go to Sev to blow up Ukraine if he's working with Ed and Karthik anyway. So that could just be it.
Yeah, because Smyrna supported Khan. Khan wanted Smyrna in. Well, we'll see here. Well, no, yeah, that definitely not worked together. So
Cold and Cold by Brandon. Very bold. Didn't think that he was at any threat.
Yeah.
Wales to Barents. That's an interesting.
Oh, Stephen, this is. I mean, I understand being nervous about Trieste, but this is a point where if Italy's going to stab, just let them do it. You can punish them later. I think you really want to cover Bohemia and keep your position in the center.
Good point. All right, so 1906, 988, 9887. What's Karthik's path to the board top since he's not there right now?
His path to the board top is a agreed shared top with Ed, which was agreed long ago.
Yeah. Wes, any chance for an Eastern topper?
The Italian position is pretty locked up in the West. If there's any sort of strife between E and G, there's some hope there, but that does seem unlikely. And the Austrian position in the center with those armies is pretty solid and going to be hard to break through. And the fleet the fleet build is, I think, from Italy is telling that they're not thinking that they can try anything there given the situation, which I think is a good read of the board.
Okay, let's see where we're going here. Well, convoy to Belgium, maybe.
Yeah, he supports himself in as well, and now he has Holland for free if he wants it. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe we will see something happen this year.
And Austria maybe turning on Italy?
Yeah, we see also some moves from Austria turning on Italy. So I'm wondering if there was some negotiation to I'll stab if you stab, and because as England you definitely don't want to do this unless you see something like this or think something like this from Austria is going to be happening.
Yeah, but Moscow's supporting Ukraine to Sev, so unless
No, that's. I mean, if he was stabbing Ed, that was the correct play because it meant that a harder time for Ed to just displace him out of Moscow.
Yeah.
I think. But I mean, he clearly talked Ed into continuing to play ball this turn. Like whatever Karthik said to Ed, it worked, and now Karthik just walks into Holland and walks into Belgium. I have a hard time thinking that all of this was negotiated with Ed. It surely can't be.
This is so. I mean, Austria walks out of Ankh.
Well, but walks right back into it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you could have had them both though, or at least.
No, Ant can't support Khan into Smyrna. So if Cameron was covering it, he had no way of getting it.
But he could have gone for it anyway. That's true.
Just at least to keep over an army. I mean, well, I don't know. Yeah. Walks into Greece, and then Trolia walks into Vienna.
This has quickly become a mess.
Convoy back. So the east is shifting, although Stephen gets to build 2 with only 1 open spot. Italy pulls 2, which are, of course, the 2 fleets off the line, and Karthik gets to build 4 and builds
3 armies with no fleet in a position to convoy them except Norwegian.
That's fantastic.
I mean, in any case, this is the point where you ask for a draw, as anyone but Karthik. This is the point where you ask for a draw.
So, all right. So, if you're Karthik, though, is it time to go for 18?
If you're Karthik, maybe. If I'm holding that position, no. But
round 2. So you're doing it because of the position, or because of round 2, or
because I don't go for solos.
yeah. Cowboy
So-
down to Tunis. Oh man.
Like Ed is just Ed doesn't care.
Yeah.
What I would give to be a fly in that room. Kevin, what is going on?
This seems like the same kind of Matt Shields play, in the sense that, all right, I'm conceding that Karthik is going to board top, therefore let me get as many as I can, because I don't think Karthik will solo or even go for it, because he keeps building. I mean, I guess he doesn't need any more fleets, but
Yeah.
you got to get the armies off the island somehow.
Is that a misordered convoy?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is horrible. You don't want to do that in this kind of position. That hurts.
Yeah.
Well, so the other thing is, again, maybe it was successful and they couldn't edit it. I know they had a couple. No, because then he redoes it this time correctly. So,
But it doesn't. It just feels like he's not really. I'm not sure that he's really trying to go for it here.
yeah. I mean, he's getting in a position to get close, but I mean, Ed lost. He's still going to Tiroli. I mean,
Yeah.
oof. And Austria's still fighting. Austria's still fighting Italy.
So this, I think, is where Ed's strategy of when Ed gets attacked, it's quite often like sometimes he'll decide to take his revenge, but sometimes if he gets on well with the person, he'll decide to continue working for them and helping them in exchange for whatever they're willing to give him. And this is a kind of instance with Karthik, who is known to be somebody who has the philosophy that if you can get a solo, you should solo. It's kind of hard to justify. Maybe it'll work out for him.
All right, so we're at 1910.
Mm-hmm.
Marseille's guaranteed. Denmark's guaranteed. I mean,
there's no defense on Tunis, no line on Tunis, so we're almost at that point where like if Karthik decides to go for it, it's very hard to stop him if he had played optimally, which Ed throws everything back towards the line. Everybody's
moving in position back into position now.
It's tough.
but Austria and Italy are still fighting. That's awesome.
Austria and Italy are still fighting. Are they?
I mean, England's in Armenia right now. But lost.
I don't know. This could be arranged.
That looked like attempted hostile support by Armenia, except Cameron was ceding Ankara to Stephen anyway, so it didn't
Right,
work.
given the armies in Trieste and moving into Venice.
Builds a fleet, helps defensively there. Italy's supporting. Well, no, I don't know. Who knows? All right, Denmark's gone there. Yeah. There you go. Good result for Karthik?
It's a good result. And it's good from the rest of the board that they moved to stop a solo from happening. That was getting dangerously close.
Yeah.
So I will say, if you're going to end on 13, it's better to end on 13 with great terms on everybody, being the person who didn't go for the solo shot than the 13 after you failed the solo shot. But at the same time, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So different philosophies.
That is airified wisdom, especially speaking to two. Well, one mostly Chicagoan, one partial Chicagoan. So. Excellent. All right. Well, then let's give you guys a break right now. We've got Marcus and Nicola coming back. We'll get to the end of round two. You guys are done for round two, and we'll see you for round three. Excellent. All right. Sorry to keep you guys off for so long. Karthik made us wait. We thought we had a first chance at a solo, but the Texas connection couldn't pull it off. So
I think if it's virtual, he solos. I think he made a few mistakes that he wouldn't have made in virtual face-to-face.
it's tough. And when you played, I mean, this was the longest game we've had so far. So,
Karthik is a fantastic player.
I broke it. All right, it's going to take me a second to. So board C here. There was a backstabber problem, so we do not have the map for board C, but we do have the results for it. And Tanya Gill got with a board top. So 10 centers, and was it Matthew Krill with 9? Is that right, Marcus?
I believe we also have an interview from David Hood with Tanya Gill over this game. So
perfect.
shall we
Let's
go ahead and
let's
play
do
that?
that as I goofed up the system here.
All right.
Well, hello there, Tanya Gill. You are fresh away from your round 2 board top. So tell us a little bit about what happened in your game.
So our game ended with a 10-9-7-7-1 split, where I got the 10, which isn't, the best score under the system, but I'll take it.
Of course you will. You top the board. So tell us a little bit about the game. What country did you play, and who was your primary neighbor that you were dealing with?
Yeah, so I played Austria, and I had Matt Krill in Italy and John Jameson in Russia. And then a few new players actually on the board as well. It was rocky, but we sort of did an AIR. At some point, I ended up stabbing John. I could have taken quite a few of his centers, but it is John's birthday, so happy birthday, John, when you do see this. And the reason why I didn't completely destroy you was because it is your birthday. Just kidding. So he actually played a really lovely game too. So it was a pretty dynamic, really, really, a mostly stress-free game, and ended up with a decent result, so I'm happy.
Tell me how the game ended the way it ended.
Yeah, so it was a bit of negotiation at the end. I pretty much said that as long as I got to top the board, even if it was just by 1 center, like I wasn't going to make a fuss about it. It's only round 2. So we did a bit of negotiation as to like who got what done, and, all of those great things that happen in diplomacy, and then came to a conclusion. John pretty much strong-armed it, saying that he would veto if this didn't go through till the end of time. So it went through, and we drew.
Well, you had a shared board top last night in your round 1 game. So how do you think that, plus this board top in round 2, positions you going into the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, so I think I'm in a pretty solid position, but I'm not going to be like the leader. So I think like there's a lot of play left. I'm hoping that, I won't get targeted because my board top's quite small or shared. So I feel pretty good. I feel decent. Hopefully I can I'm just looking to play good diplomacy. So as long as I get to do that, I'm happy.
Well, you've come to San Jose Dipcon. How are you enjoying it so far?
It's beautiful. I highly recommend everyone come to Whipping. This is my first Whipping here in San Jose, and it's been sunny. The weather's been gorgeous. We went out for drinks. It's just been lovely. We did a winery, which was also stunning. So people should come out. It's been super fun and a great weekend.
Well, Tanya, thanks for being on DBN, and good luck to you in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, David.
You're on mute, Kevin.
I'm doing my best, Brian Pravel, and unmuting. I always give him such a hard time about unmuting, and I've done it twice today. So need to get back in DBN form. Tanya was absolutely not kidding about wanting to destroy you, John. She absolutely would have destroyed you, but no.
Remind me to tell Tanya it's my birthday next time she plays on a board with me.
Oh, we're gonna coordinate that depending on who's. Well, let's see who's on a round 3 board and see if we get another birthday too. So, all right, excellent. So we've got board D here with a lot of we're seeing. That's the fun part about face to face is if you're going to travel all that way to get there. You're playing every round. The virtual, we kind of get a mix and match of people who can make maybe a day when they're free or not. So we'll see some names. We haven't seen Katie since I think she was on the first round game. So board a 1A. So good to get back, and a lot of other names from the DBNI. So let's get it started up. We've been doing well with East and West, and we'll get through these pretty quick as well. So Marcus, let's start with you in the West going forward here.
Okay, so these are very standard openings apart from one specific one that I see there in Edinburgh, which is Edinburgh to North Atlantic Ocean is not one that you usually see at the start of the game. Of course, the England will still be able to get Norway for free here, so it's not a massive issue, but it does set them back just that little bit. The rest of the openings here, very, very standard in the West. The support into Burgundy is just that is the number one gunboat opening, I think.
Nicola, we'll save your voice for fall of 01 because I think we can easily say this is the most standard set of all four openings we see in the East normally.
Well, Smyrna going to Con is not as standard as it used to be. So could be an attack on Austria, which is planned. Let's see what happens. But just for Eddie, it may be a ruse because then you can say to Russia, well, I have to send the army here because of my unfortunate misorder. And they have an excuse to put it here.
Well, we'll see what we got. Katie, who is a newer face-to-face player. So we'll see how those styles, maybe you used to see a little of this in face-to-face back in the day too, where like you just said, you're able to set up well, but I have to do this now. It's harder to tell those lies in person though. So, oops, I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. All right. And Chris Mazza is an old school player, as David said in the beginning. So the Smyrna Con is more typical old school, I feel personally from the days. But what do you see? I think we see modern versus old school in the East.
Yeah, it's really weird, like going to Smyrna with the army. I'm not sure what it brings, actually, if you're already like that. We discussed it with West too. Sometimes, a friendly fleet in Black Sea is not so bad. What are you going to do with the additional fleet here in Con? I think here in this case, if you can argue with Russia, and Caddy is an alliance player, so why not say, can you let me take the black and I'm going to build a fleet in Smyrna? Maybe but like he's an old school player, and I guess maybe he has something. He thought he had something arranged with Italy. Maybe was a way to hedge his bets.
Yeah,
and just the north, the bounce in Sweden. It's usually an indication that there is an EG coming, basically for. So it's not good for Nome in the. Well, actually, I let Marcus talk about about the West. Sorry.
Well, I mean, it could absolutely be an EG representing there. It's a bit of an interesting situation here because obviously England has to take Norway with the fleet, which isn't really what you want in an EG, but. They still have the flexibility with the army. They could go up to Barents with the fleet and then convoy the army across. So lots of potential options there. I think the West is not quite so interesting as the East just yet.
Well, we'll see the fleet Brest, Army Liverpool. Maybe diplomatically, they just haven't hit it off. And Turkey builds army because you don't want two fleets on the Black Sea, I guess. Let's start with the West, Marcus. It's So
that army Liverpool is so odd, right? Because you can't get it anywhere really. Your other fleet is stuck in Norway right now, and you can't really move that out unless you're convoying straight across with north to there. but they're not. They're going into Belgium. It looks like it was built for defensive purposes, perhaps, moving into Wales here, just in case of the move up to English Channel, maybe to deter the French from going for the convoy. It's just a bit of an odd one. But here, this is looking quite bad for Germany suddenly as that Russian fleet is supported into Sweden now.
Which is interesting, though, because then Paris to Picardy and Burgundy to Marseille. So Burgundy is now out. So Germany, no pressure from France, can't get into Baltic, or doesn't get into Baltic. So the West is a mess. Nicolau, the East is at least progressing.
It's progressing, but I think that's why I'm not as strong as Chris Mazza. Apparently, I think he saw what was coming. He saw he didn't have a friend, and here he is basically turtling, as every good turkey should do when they think that 3 players are attacking them. I think that's what's happening here. That being said, I feel like it looks like a Western triple with people afraid to commit to the Western triple. That's what I would say. Like they have a hard time building it, and in the East they're reacting with an air, so it can be a very boring game very quickly right now.
So Marcus, what if it's Western triple versus Eastern something? Who's the odd duck out? As it seems like Turkey maybe diplomatically, bought some time.
Well, Turkey's in a nicer situation than they would usually be against this AIR, right? They've got the nice turtling position, potentially. They managed to convince the Russians to take the fleet out of Black Sea, which is absolutely crucial there.
Yeah.
But overall on this board, it's hard to see an odd person out just yet. Obviously, Germany is usually the problem. The person who has the most problem in a Western triple. We'll see how well it turns out for them in the long run.
Yeah. Picked up Sweden with some help. Katie didn't own Sweden, so didn't lose the center, and is able to go north coast. So a little pressure on England, seeing that got the support in the spring and then lost the support in the fall. So all right, so Turkey pulls one of the armies. So still saying, hey, look, I don't want to just totally turtle. This game's not over yet.
No, I think that's a perfect turtle. I think here, because they block Armenia this way, they're sure to be there, and they can threaten Sev if Russia is doing anything funny. So yep. I think that's a perfect turtle.
Yep, I'm with you. Destroyed the Russian fleet in the south, so excellent diplomacy. Is this a game we probably should just keep pressing the forward button for at this point, or Marcus, what about the West leaves you any intrigue at this point?
I think there's something interesting going on in the West, right? Because if we looked at what happened on the last phase, Nottingham did make an attempt to get into Belgium previously, and England it was just support holding themselves there, so clearly didn't agree with that. Now, England apparently makes an attempt to get out of Belgium so that they can give it to Nottingham, and misorders their fleet. Oh no, how inconvenience. So I'm not sure this England is as in for this Western triple as the rest of the partners are. It could just be a misorder, but I would be very suspicious of this misorder.
Yeah.
Also you have to question, what is the use of Turkey here? If you're air, like France has 2 fleets in the Med, you don't really need this 3rd Italian fleet. You can bring him back from Yon to Aegean. So I think Turkey is playing this really great. I have to say it's really great diplomacy from Turkey here.
Yeah, and taking off that Russian fleet is so crucial here. They've managed to convince Austria-Russia, or maybe Austria-Russia wanted to do it anyway, to take the fleet out of the Black Sea, which was the only thing that was pinning Turkey in place. So now they have kind of free reign over there if they really wanted.
Yeah, and Turkey, like you said, you pull that one back. Turkey has nothing to do with Aegean except for say, oh, Italy, you know what? You were thinking about me earlier. I'm just going to think about you now.
Yeah, exactly. So great play from Turkey all around.
Marcus, the Belgian army did move, but Picardy held this time.
Yeah. I don't know if that was like negotiated that France wouldn't take it. Who knows over there? It's a bit of an odd situation. Also, that Edinburgh fleet just constantly holding there is a weird set of orders from this England. It's very held back and compressed in that area, which really means they can go whichever way they want to right now. Obviously, would be a bit nicer to be mobilized with that fleet, but they don't have to stick with this Western Triple if they don't want to.
Just a question, Marcus, maybe for you and for Kevin also. Wouldn't you have France or Germany take Belgium? Like the English army seem really inefficient. Like if I was France or Germany here, I would say, like, why do you need a fleet in Eddy and an army in Yorkshire, right? How is it useful against the air?
Yeah, if you're trying to like actually mobilize everything, you definitely want to take Belgium off the English player and maybe ask them, say, if you're not going to use it, can I please use it? But I have a feeling that here maybe Belgium not being taken as a condition of the English player working with them, in which case it's probably more useful to just leave it. And you can take it whenever, so there's no point in grabbing it right now.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking the plan before Austria vacated Bulgaria, which I would have assumed to have happened, but get Norway into Finland, get the fleet start moving over to pressure the north. But Katie's got 4 units up north defending St. Petersburg, but no threat in the south. That's what I'm watching at this point, is how does the southeast shake up? Does it stick together as it is, or does Chris start to make a push, which really opens up the West at that point?
Yeah, so if we look in the West here, we do see them actually start to advance a bit, and that fleet gets out of Edinburgh, not in the most efficient way. Again, it's a bit of it loses Norway to get it there, which is a bit awkward, and they're going to have to pull it back and like try and squeeze that fleet out of existence. But maybe this was intended. Maybe they thought that this would be the best way to try and get that fleet out of Barents and somewhere they can actually destroy it. But yeah, that is pretty much it for the West here.
Yeah.
Just in the East, like, of course, Germany is winning the bets, like on Livonia not cutting Bosnia, so it's a nice win for Germany here. But Germany is really naked in the back here. Like, and a Western Triple, it's been said a lot, but a Western Triple is potentially an EF going in the back of G, right? So let's see if that's what happens.
You're on mute, Kevin.
Yeah, mute is like coughed. Hunter is the style of player that is willing to risk a little bit more in an alliance like this. So I agree with you absolutely. That's how it's described. But this is not unusual from the way Hunter would play this type of game. As we let the siren pass by, Marcus here. It couldn't destroy the fleet that was in Norway, but heavy price as St. Petersburg goes down, and now it's completely surrounded.
Yeah, that's pretty much all there is in the West this phase. I think the interesting stuff is in the East, Nicola.
Definitely. Like, I thought there was some kind of agreement when Turkey went to Bulgaria last year, because Turkey didn't move like against Sev or anything. So I thought it may have been agreed. Apparently, if it was agreed, Austria says it's not agreed anymore. That being said, like, there must have been some kind of an agreement, because Ionian was not tapping Greece for safety. So I'm not sure what they're doing there. And also they're destroying the army, just to say. So is it a rebuild for a fleet, that they need maybe? I'm really not sure, but that's going to be an interesting turn next year, I think. And just something in the West, maybe that you've not mentioned, but it's Nome keeping the army in pick. Like, for defensive purposes, you could say, well, Paris, Gascony is just as good, right? For offensive purposes, Picardy is much better.
Yeah. But Austria is the one that gets that build out of it. It wasn't like they piffed the Turkish army to help Russia. Russia takes down to lost St. Pete, lost Bulgaria there. But AT, you need the Turkish fleets, possibly to help. So different alliance maybe down there. Let's see. Yeah.
My question, that's what I was going to ask. Is do they need Caddy anymore? And I think the answer is quite clear. Actually, here with Austria taking Romania, but apparently, like it's not an AT. It's not really an AT. Like Austria is very careful, covers Greece, whereas actually, if it was an AT, like you would have had Serbia going to Bulgaria, Bulgaria taking Romania, for example, to make sure that Turkey could get into Sev in the fall. So.
Yeah.
I think that's really a mess in the East, but I think this turn is very much more interesting in the West, Marcus. So.
Yeah, the West is the big move, and there's that holding in Picardy coming into play right here, moving into moving into Belgium, moving into Burgundy, so very much positioning themselves to take everything off of Germany here. And it's interesting because they're stabbing both England and Germany potentially simultaneously right now. With the move back to Mid-Atlantic Ocean and the fact they're taking Belgium. It's very, very risky to stab two people at once, but those two people are pretty committed to the eastern side, so it might work out pretty well for him. They could also just walk out of Belgium into Holland, but I guess they'll decide not to do that.
I was gonna suggest the same thing, but I was like, well, let's just see what happens. And no, it didn't even make the play on Munich themselves, but worked with Austria there. So interesting change there.
I do quite like the stab here. I think it's really effective. A lot of people shy away from stabbing two people at once for good reason. Generally, you don't want to be everyone's enemy. But France is a very, very strong defensive power. It's got quite a strong defensive position in the south, and is making as much of a push as he can in the north to lock that down. I think that could well be successful here.
And Austria leaves Romania now. He picks up one.
Katie is a fantastic diplomat. I just want to say that. Because there is no reason for Austria to leave Romania here. No, but like really, and I know I've played with Kelly. She's great at that. Like she's not going to be more useful than Austria would be to Austria, but she convinced Austria to do that. So great for her. Like honestly, very impressed by the play of some players here.
Hi. Say hello, Herbie.
Seems like we've got a guest star on the program right now.
As David Hood and Chris Brand are both playing, so replacement cat coming in. So,
yep.
All right, let's go to. Got the fleets from France, anti-English.
And yeah, it's interesting maneuvering there from Nome. I don't know if I like the move to Wales very much. Like, it does put pressure on two separate supply centers. That's always great. But I kind of prefer just convoying to Wales here and then throwing the fleet into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Just having an army on the English mainland is always really effective for just dismantling them quick. But that said, he does guarantee that he takes London here due to the fact that Edinburgh gets convoyed out instead of moving there to defend. So it's probably going to work out well for him either way.
That's wild to go to Denmark here, though. If you pulled everything back last time and then to pull out this time.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure what England was thinking there. I assume that they're thinking either I secure Scandinavia and then defend my homeland, which is a pretty good way of keeping their center counts up because there's no enemy fleets that could take Scandinavia back once you demolish Germany. Or you just are thinking, okay, I've agreed to work with Nome again, and then Nome stabbed. Right. Nicola, do you think either of those is more likely? Or?
I think Nome just outplayed Heather. I think that's how I would see it, especially since Heather is going to now. So like, she was unsure of what would happen, but the convoy, I think it's a bit too daring here, too daring for me. The other thing I want to mention in the East, again, nobody takes Romania, and also Turkey goes back to Ionian. So here, will Turkey be able to work with Italy and to find the deal? Do we have like an end year? Like, do we know when the game should end, or is it?
Time unlimited. That's the fun part about face-to-face is in most rounds leading up to the final round, it's time unlimited. So I probably could figure out an end year, but we'll keep the suspense going for you guys. So
No, definitely. I was just wondering because here, IT, if they manage to work together, is not such a bad idea, I think.
In time unlimited, there's certainly the time to make that work. The question is whether everyone will be too fatigued to play on for that long.
Yeah. We got still. All right, I cheated. We still got a little time to go. So,
Katie coming back, taking Moscow, and as mentioned, great for her. Like, I'm always amazed. Great for her, really.
Well, that's amazing. So with the convoy to Denmark, it got Germany to allow Katie to come back in, although sadly from Ukraine rather than Sev. But oof.
Yeah, still getting back up to 3 is always nice, even if you can't build.
Yeah. Well, with three Austrian armies surrounding Romania, that could be short-lived too. So, all right. So where do we see it right now? We got Nome with a commanding lead, gap-wise, and no solid alliance anywhere on this board. Is this Nome's to just run away because it's so chaotic, Marcus?
It's difficult to say, right? I don't see Nome expanding massively more just because England's fleet strength in the north is actually pretty good still. And, the south depends a lot on where the alliances go. If this IT manages to work together and push and crush Austria long term, maybe they can. Actually, maybe that would give Nome a little bit more play because it would take the pressure off the Russia and Austria pushing north. But I don't know. I think Nome certainly has a lead, and I think it would be hard for him to lose the board top here, but I don't think he can push it that much further.
Yeah, Nicola, anyone else other than Nome?
It depends. Again, if it's time unlimited, if they want to do it, they can push him back. And the recipe is actually quite simple because Nome is quite weak in the center. It's just given how it's gone diplomatically since the beginning of the game, I don't see how anybody else than Nome can take the board top. Now, that being said, Austria has 4 dots that they can take without any issue. Like Romania, Sev, Moscow, Warsaw is just sitting in their backyard. So do they go for it or not? That's a question, definitely.
That's a great question. Let's find out. Let's find out what they do. Turkey finally gets the Black Sea. Sev goes to Armenia. that war has been like just building and building all game. Katie finally gets to move south.
Katie, teach me your ways. Just want to say that. Like, there is nobody in Romania, now nobody in Sevastopol. Somebody puts her in Warsaw. I mean, she's controlling the whole of Russia with 2 armies. That's just what's going on right now.
It's very impressive.
And Riaz's turn. So I wonder, Alex. He gets into Berlin maybe temporarily. This is dynamic. So Nome makes progress into Kiel. They don't stop and turn him. Germany's still mad at England, who then makes it into Sweden with Norway's help. Like,
Yeah, it's super interesting. It's like Nicola said before, the way you stop Gnome here is because he's weak in the center. You push into his center, right? Clearly, the right way to push into his center is Kiel to Berlin and Munich to Tyrolia. Gnome's lead just grew quite a lot here, and then England, I guess, is just acting vassal state. Not exactly vassal state, but like they're clearly not interested in taking anything back off of Nome. They think their gains are in Scandinavia right now, and that's kind of fair. That's the region it's going to be easiest for them to defend long term.
Yeah. And the diplomatic war that seemed to have happened, like you get burned, you get stabbed. Retribution is so much more fun than maybe an extra center or two.
I think they're playing for second place and trying to close the gap to Nome. I think that's what's happening. They're making the calculation, especially Riaz in Italy, that Nome can block them, especially Riaz, and so the dots have to come from somewhere else. And that's a very good calculation from Nome. That's a very good point that he brought in the diplomacy, I guess.
So Katie still gets to build, picks up Warsaw, loses Romania, and keeps Sev on this. Turkey is at 4 for the first time since 1902. Nome just keeps pulling away. Strengthening up the middle, like you mentioned, Nicola, and now pushes into Ionian. Oof.
But I think there's some kind of line that they're trying to build with Italy going back, Russia going in the north, and to Silesia. I don't think it's a move to help France. It's rather a move to fortify the center to make sure that Nome can't get to a huge number. Yeah. The only ally he has right now, I think, is Germany. Germany seems to be so pissed off at England that potentially could be used by Nome for help, but everybody else seems to go to the center of the map.
Yeah.
Yep. And you see here, like Denmark it looks like everyone is very much against Nome right now because Denmark had the possibility there to try and blow up the Swedish fleet. It instead attempted to support Munich into Kiel, so it was like going for that, trying to make sure that Nome's growth was stopped instead of attempting to grow themselves. But Germany actually, in their annoyance, made sure that Nome could expand no matter what England did here. They risked Sweden to do this and cut everything, right? So he's going to get Munich at least. I still think getting further than that is a bit difficult, but could happen.
There's a small tactical mistake here, and I think it's costly from England, which is covering Norway. You don't need to cover Norway here, because anyway, Germany can take either Sweden or Norway, but not both. So anyway, you lose one. So I think they could have used, for example, North Sea to go to Denmark, and Denmark to cut Kiel, maybe with Fort or something like that. And they gain 1 unit of usefulness here. So I think that's a small tactical mistake. Yeah. Which may end up being costly, given how big Nome is getting.
Okay, Nome grows again. This entire, I don't know if I could zoom in on this. No, it won't let me. I can only zoom in on this. But where the mouse is, this is the biggest jumble of stationary play. Dynamic, but still stationary. Turkey does get up to 5, though. Puts down another fleet. Continues the war against Russia. Turkey and Austria are fighting, even though we thought there was an alliance, but there's not. Austria and Italy were taking centers from each other, and now they're working together against France.
What's surprising to me is what the German fleet did, actually. German fleet tapped Kiel, so they must have been promised something. They knew they would lose Sweden, so I guess they got promised something.
Or Nome didn't return the favor. Like he said, "Oh, look, you'll help me, I'll help you." maybe previous. So he even Nome burned the bridge with Germany this time.
Yeah, maybe something like that.
Interesting play here, though. We do actually see in the last turn and then following through into this turn, there was a constant tapping of London of Wales into London just to make sure that fleet didn't move. And Nome finally decides to go for the move here and goes into Wales and Yorkshire to ensure that if he loses London, he can still gain Liverpool. And it's an interesting position because unless England can get an army back, Liverpool is really, really hard to retake. It's much more difficult than London, but Nome is leaving his backside quite open to just London coming down right now, unless he builds a fleet, which presumably he's going to do. But even then, England can try and force their way through and take his backline instead.
The interesting order to me this turn is we thought Italy and Austria had patched it up. Bohemia supports Munich, and it doesn't go back in and decides to cover Vienna because of not working together. So sad to Heather for possibly picking up 2 on that one and isn't able to do it. Only could build 1 anyway, but still would be nice.
The other move which is nice is also the move to Ukraine, from Sev to Ukraine, basically. Saying that Turkey understands what's happening, and Katie making herself valuable again in Prussia, Silesia, so nobody takes a dot from her.
Yeah, Germany Hunter finally falls through. They're still going. He's under a lot of pressure. Oh yeah, Nome's under pressure, like you mentioned, Marcus, down to the channel.
Yeah, I thought he picked up a build there. I must have. I'm bad at counting because, of course, he did lose London. That was what he somehow missed. And yeah, it just now suddenly his backline is open. This English fleet can walk into Brest, or it could just go even further down, go into Portugal. He's got nothing there. Brest is obviously the correct choice here because it gets you the build. But later down the line, Nome needs to pull stuff back, and pulling it back into Lyon from the south ends up risking Tunis as well.
Yeah, and picks up at least into position for 2 centers in Italy at this point.
Oh, he is gaining quite a lot down there. That's interesting.
And then Liverpool supports London to hold. So actually, he probably picks up 2, but they realize there's not much more maybe to pick up. Katie would have picked up 1, realizes maybe that's vulnerable, and probably a good ending for Nome here, Nicola.
Yeah, I think he's quite stable. He loses Venice most likely. He can't hold to Naples, but take Rome. So he's +1 maybe in the south, -1 in the north. And for the other powers, they're too small anyway. So great game from Nome. Basically, I'm pretty sure when something like that happens, it means that you have managed to make chaos happen in the east and in order to grab the centers in the west. So congrats to Nome here.
Excellent.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like we saw that one move of Bohemia back to Vienna that ended up losing Munich for the English player, right? I have a feeling that's one of the reasons as a huge power you want to keep as many small powers alive as possible, because it's so easy to get paranoid when you're surrounded by other people who need to grow to get a good result. Right? And it's justifiable paranoia. So, yeah, that absolutely fantastic play from Nome here.
And especially there is something I don't know if you could say that, but increasing marginal returns of every center when you're small. So it's basically if you have 2 centers, that's great, but the 3rd center is really key, and then the 4th center to get back in the game. And so when you're at this 4 center mark, basically, and you go down, you're only playing for survival. If you go, but it can allow you to go up, right? So I think that was also the reasoning from Austria here.
Excellent. All right, well, let's get to the last game in round 2. We've got a few West Coast players, a few Canadian players highlighted here by current virtual champion Nicolas Sauguet, but some fun and creative players, Liam and Jackson, both not out of the diplomacy manual. They like to rewrite it themselves, and they're on separate spheres. So look forward to seeing that. And the guy I love to hate, Zach Moore in Russia. So see what we can do here. So Nicola, I had you in the east. I had you in the east. Let's do the west for you, and let's start in the west on this one. And let's this is a long one, so we'll keep moving.
Okay. Just very shortly, something that I haven't seen a lot, but I've seen quite some games since the beginning of this tournament is Marseille Olds, which is not very common. Usually you go to Spain in order to have the guess if Italy goes to Piedmont in Marseille, or you go to Burgundy somewhere. But here just keeping it put for some reason, and else very standard and not much to note. And not sure if the move to Tyrolia is agreed with Germany, but let's see what happens in the fall.
Yeah, Tyrolia is the only... Well, actually, there's two very interesting moves in the south. Vienna Hold is also not one you usually see, and the fact that Russia gets into Galicia, it's going to be interesting to see where that goes.
Well, tries to go to Budapest, and the Tyrolia must have either been agreed or no worries for Nicolas, because just doesn't even pretend it's there. So
yeah, he has this composure. Like if he has friends in Burgundy, he may not move. So like I guess it didn't scare him. But yeah, it's a great play. I think it was all pre-agreed. And I think in the first round, Nicola was in the three-way draw with Italy, right? If I recall correctly. So maybe recency bias for Central Powers.
Allows for Sweden to get in. Jackson and Alex bounce in Belgium, so it leaves them with traditional West. Marcus, the East is wild. AI seems to stand out, though, because why would you forego Tunis if you don't think you're getting it?
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. This Trieste must have been agreed, because if it's not agreed, then you always convoy to Tunis here. That's just... Or you support Turkey into Greece to try and deny Austria the center. So, yeah, I'm not sure how effective this will be. Obviously, it gets the jump on Turkey a little bit. We'll see how well they can push it with Russia and Galicia.
Yeah. And another Fleet Marseille. This is we've seen a lot more of those than we've seen typically in virtual play. So, but EF certainly getting along well. Even though they bounce in Belgium, they're getting along well. It seems so. Oof! Wow! I want to see the wow West Western triple, maybe. But to Mid-Atlantic, though. So.
I think Nicholas believes it's a Western triple at least. Jackson believes it's a Western triple. And France is saying it's maybe a Western triple, but I'm going to stay on the defensive side of things anyways. But definitely England and Germany committing quite hard to the triple, and France not really. But the East seems aware of this. So are they speaking in a room, the three of them, and it sticks somebody? Because Russia already in Prussia, already in Silesia, in Bohemia for Austria. Sorry, Marcus, I'm taking your theater, so go on with that.
Very fair. Like, it was a massive move towards the north from this AIR. Maybe it was an AIR from the start, and that bounce in Budapest was arranged. That feels a bit risky for the Austrian player, but hey. And obviously they want to try and take out Turkey as quickly as possible in an AIR, but it's going to be quite difficult for them to do right here. Especially with the no extra fleet support on the south.
Oof. And it's tragic for Nicholas with the misorder in Sweden. That's really, really hard when you're facing an air and you're in this situation. Like, this misorder can cost you the game, because it makes you open to vulnerable to England too. You must not forget that.
Yeah. Austria takes Trieste back from Italy at this point with French fleets coming? Is this?
Yeah, I feel like that was either really good negotiation on Liam's part if David agreed to that, or a complete stab, because here you have to, as Italy, you have to have another fleet. You can't defend yourself without another fleet over there. So Austria just deliberately weakened them massively, I think, by taking this extra dot that they didn't really need. So it feels like probably a stab to me.
Yeah, and Gascony going to Marseille and then building Fleet Brest, like, yeah.
And if you look at this game, it's actually quite similar to some aspect to the previous game, with France actually having all the cards in their hands, because here they have the luxury to choose: do I keep going with the Western Triple, or do I want to side with England, with Germany? They have all the cards in their hands, and they are staying in Belgium again, like last time with Picardy, which is not very triple-y. Because look at the moves in England; they're going to Norwegian Sea. Germany has Holland open, so would make me a little nervous if I was in the Western Triple and I was not France.
And this is a very lacking. I would have expected a lot more movement over there, but yeah, this Austria on the last turn stabbed Italy again, I think, after the taking of Trieste, and now they're just like driving the knife in to finish them off, which I guess they can do. They're going to get that center, although the build will go to Turkey by agreement, by the look of it.
In the West, like you said, a lot of holds. Germany does get back Munich. England gets a build, though, so the West, the triple stays together, at least even more so now.
All three got a build.
Well, some tension.
Just for the West, I think Nicholas what he didn't like was the army staying most likely in Burgundy and in Belgium. Again, like those kind of stuffs, it's kind of red flags, that you don't want to see as Germany in a Western Triple. So I think that's what motivated the moves to Ruhr and back to Munich.
And France doesn't really have the units to defend against it because they've got 4 fleets, and those 4 fleets are not going to get any new builds anytime soon. This is always the problem with sending your fleet south as France.
It depends what Liam wants to do.
Yeah. Jackson unluckily supports instead of convoys, and this is not Backstabber where the orders are being entered in, so curious if the wrong one was ordered or it just was input incorrectly, but I assume it's the wrong.
On the other hand, it's also maybe you want to keep this army here just in case, France. So you're showing all the moves and a small S instead of a small C, support instead of convoy. So could be a reason why.
Yeah. So there's interestingly in the East, I think Nicola made an interesting statement in the last, just before that. Actually, it did depend quite a lot on what Liam decided to do here. Liam could have helped France into Italian centers to try and prop them up against Germany. It turns out maybe it was the correct decision not to do that because the German move back has rotated back the other way again. So it ends up being France just supporting the Italian against the Austrian instead there, I think.
Oh, shoot. We went straight through there. No center changes, so the alliances seem to be steady at this point.
I'm surprised by the bounces in Munich, to be completely honest. Every time, it's kind of puzzling to me.
It is a bit odd. You kind of want that army to be out of there if you're France, surely.
And if you're Germany, you want this army in Belgium to be out of there. So
Yes.
it's like, yeah, everybody wants the armies anywhere else, basically. So I think there is a lot of tension here on this board, and my guess is the origin of that is France saying, "I'm not moving out of Belgium."
He makes Munich this time.
Yep.
But there's tension though. Yeah, looking.
Yeah.
I want to see what that did. The Italian unit support Piedmont to Tuscany there as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like they may have made up on that front.
Supports Piedmont to Tuscany. Yep.
Yeah. So and France chooses to disband that actually. So they're going to rebuild at home. Maybe that's in reaction to Jackson moving back to North Atlantic Ocean. There.
Yeah.
And somebody we haven't mentioned, because that's the case every time something like that happens, is Turkey, right, Marcus?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Turkey here, they've just been biding their time, which is always a good play as Turkey, right, against something like a Western triple. And they're slowly getting out of that box, managed to get into Bulgaria here, and just very slowly growing.
And Turkey's been under siege at the beginning of games a couple of times, and France coming south more often than we've seen in virtual has allowed Turkey to stay alive and then grow. I think Andre was one of those. It took a little time for him to get going and then building.
They have a free pass into Serbia. They are sure to take Serbia. Like there's nothing preventing them to do it.
Yeah. Oh,
unless they do that.
Instead. I think they would have done better just walking into Serbia here, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
But maybe they decided they didn't want to annoy people yet. Maybe they're thinking that those units may turn around. I think they may have missed their chance though, because
there you go.
Oh.
They do get Naples.
But I think that's also something we could have seen coming, because France was under attack, so Italy is no use anymore.
Yep.
And that's something I say sometimes on boards. It's you've got to be useful to somebody, right? To be kept alive when you're in this position. And here, Italy was, unfortunately for them, not useful to anybody anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
Austria takes Munich though, so the eastern side, who felt like they had the upper hand for a bit, fallen a little bit. Although England's getting Moscow.
Yeah, the dynamics totally changed in the West, and I think it might not actually be in Austria's interest to take stuff off of Germany right here, because Germany is the counterbalance to England, and if England doesn't have a counterbalance here, they're just going to run away with it, right? That's my.
I think you're right, but on the other hand, basically it's two witches being powerful, so it's the worst case situation most likely for Austria to be in, basically. No, maybe not. The worst would be Germany and Turkey, but here it's not an easy it's not an easy decision. If I were Liam, I have no idea what I would do, because you've got to have centers coming from somewhere. You've got to have an ally. Pretty hard to know where to go.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, I think Austria gets to retreat forward.
And that army is going on an adventure. I'm not sure what it's going to do from Burgundy. I assume it is going to attack Munich again. You don't really want to mess up France in this situation, I think. Although they are trying to advance on France in the south there, so perhaps they want to push France.
Well,
just like that.
How do you say in English? You've got to give a bone to bite or a bone to chew. I don't know, to Turkey, right? You've got to give Turkey an enemy, else the enemy is Austria. So it's better that they are going after France.
I think Austria is going to end up getting stabbed by Turkey either way here, by the look of it. Like, moving those two armies up, it's a pretty solid indication that they're...
And that's where Liam is a player I love. Liam is really flexible. And he took Marseille. And it's an insurance because it gives him a build in Budapest.
Oh, yeah, because he gets Warsaw as well.
Yeah.
Which was the trade. All right, Zach, you get to keep your two, but, Turkey's taking one. Turkey gets that build.
I cannot be sure that the deal was really for Turkey to take Romania, or if Turkey just said, well, I'm taking it anyways.
And builds another army, too. Like, I believe the last 3 builds have been Turkish armies, which Liam might be flexible, but at some point you got to turn around and be like, all right, build a fleet.
Yeah.
England's down 2, pulls both in the north. Probably the best ones to build, but
those were from the Russian centers that they couldn't really hold, right?
Well,
so
they
what
can-
they're
they
trying to
can-
do is secure the stalemate line over there with Norway and St. Pete only.
Yeah.
They can hold it, but they just can not move forward. So it's kind of smart to do it this way. Sorry,
Ooh.
Mark, I didn't mean to cut you.
No.
But...
No, that makes sense. And yeah, this is the Turkish stab coming in right here. And it looks like it's going to be, well, it's going to at least secure Serbia, although Liam getting those units back will slow it down quite significantly after that point.
It's not sure because actually Ukraine can cut Romania and most likely will. So it's not sure that they can. And yeah, that's what they do. Exactly.
Yep. And actually, Turkey ends up going down 2 here, right? Because they get knocked out of Naples by the French fleet as well. Oof. That's painful turn.
And Marseille goes. France picks up 2, loses 1.
Yeah, okay. I think maybe it's a message from Liam because it goes to hell. Like the unit goes to hell. So I think that could be a message from Liam here.
Fleet Sev for Zach.
Yeah, Fleet Sev, that spells doom for Turkey right now, I guess. They cannot defend Black Sea. That is... Yeah, this has gone from what was looking incredibly strong for the Turk to suddenly being a really horrible spot to be in.
All right, well, here, we're 8 years. Usually we do it after 4, but the game has been, again, squiggly here. Marcus, who's your pick for board top?
Oh, man, probably... I would say England, but, like, he's next to Nicola Sauke in Germany. And, like... Germany, I feel like Nicola actually has a pretty decent shot here too, just because he's got no enemies left apart from... He can just freely go against the English player now with French support. Well, with the French also advancing. And
Nicola, you can't pick Nicola. Who else could you pick?
It's hard to say. Really, it depends on diplomacy in the next turn, basically. But if Liam can build trust again with Zach, I think Liam is in a very good position. And you could have also Alex in France. Never discard France, but I think Germany and England are going to kill him. But if he manages to pull them off for 1 turn, he's back in the game with Brest back in his possession. So. Let's see.
Let's see it. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we see quite a nice move, I think, in convoying back to Constantinople, although because it doesn't leave Bulgaria or Greece open. But yeah, it's still going to be very awkward to defend. I think he's managed to guarantee he doesn't lose anything just yet. Oh no, he still has to guess between Ankara and Bulgaria.
Oh wow!
Okay, but there's a sudden turnaround. I guess because they saw that these the Western powers were getting on again, and suddenly everyone is going back to the center stalemate line.
But again, who gets the center? It's Turkey.
Yeah,
so that's going to generate
they get it from Naples. Yeah. So Turkey's back in the game again.
1909, and we're at 7 at the top score. So mercifully, someone's going to have to get attacked, or this game's going to end soon, I think. Zach is the one at first.
I don't know that Zach's been attacked here. He took the fleet in Romania off the board, which if he was surprise attacked, you would expect it to retreat to Black Sea here. Yeah. So this feels negotiated. Whether Turkey will actually back out, no, they did back out. But I think Turkey could have reasonably stayed there, or gone through to Sevastopol even.
Yeah, and Austria to Romania.
Yeah, didn't England just lose Warsaw like 3 years ago?
They're back.
It's a very dynamic game, and Jackson taking Portugal. So
yeah, this has actually been an insane game.
I love this game. As that's a game I would love to play. To be fair.
Absolutely. All these players are playing really well, I think.
Bouncing.
Like, what's puzzling to me is what is France's goal, to be honest. And that has been the case for a few turns right now, because somehow they're securing the med for England while losing their centers in the back. So I don't really get the plan here.
Yeah, that's the problem right there. They seem pretty focused on making sure that Tunis doesn't get lost, but they're using 2 units to defend 1 center, so this does not end up being a good payoff for them down there. And of course, they lose Paris now, and there's a convoy into Gascony, so yep.
Nicolas picks up 2, and he pulls Spain instead of Tunis on the line, so wonder how
the game could end soon, actually, because I'm pretty sure that Jackson and Nicholas will want some kind of shared board top, something like a split. So here they're going to be at 9-9, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, everybody comes back. It looks a lot like an arranged ending here.
Yep. Seems like the place that the game should end.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so when I was hedging my bets on whether it would be England or Germany, I think I that was pretty reasonable after all.
That's why we've got you on here. We got the pick. So, Nicola, any missed chances? Where did Turkey go too aggressive or miss his chance? Maybe
when they stabbed Austria. And I think really, like, Liam is a great player. It's a player I love to play with, and he was fantastic to respond to that, because at some point, like, even Marcus said, well, he's losing Serbia, it's for sure, and he managed to keep it diplomatically with the help of Zach. But I think that's where Turkey, thinking that the dots were coming from Austria, made the mistake, basically. Else they could have grown likely through Russia, through France, most likely. So I think that's where it came from.
Excellent. All right. Well, we've made it through 2 rounds here. This was Friday night and Saturday morning. We've got the score sheet as we see it, and the best part about this, with being live and in person, is we've got reporters live and in person. So from the sideline, he's giving us a wave right here. Mr. David Hood, welcome, David.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Excellent.
So you've been to a few face-to-face tournaments. You were at Carnage in the fall. What's this like compared to Carnage in the fall?
Well, one of the things we noticed at Carnage was that some of our online players were just learning how to play face-to-face, learning how to write orders with a pen and a pad, learning how to get them in on time, learning to read body language instead of just written or verbal communication. So all that stuff was being learned in Carnage. I think has been learned better now. Some of these players have really started coming into their own. And in addition to that, we've had a couple of folks, join us from the past, the Chris Mosses of the world. It's been great to see him come back after many years of not playing that much competitive diplomacy. So it's been a great mixture. There's been a lot of people in contention at various parts of the tournament, and you're going to find that out as your coverage continues.
Excellent. I'm going to bring Saren and Wes back to the stream too. We'll get the whole team here together. What was the dynamic like? Round 1 seemed very tentative. Round 2, play started opening up. Is that the difference between round 1 and round 2? Was that a Friday versus Saturday? How are you feeling the players?
It was definitely the difference between round 1 and round 2. There was a lot of tentative play in round 1, as you have already seen, not from every single board, but for most boards. And That has really changed in round 2 and will continue. You're going to find out will continue to change as your coverage goes forward into rounds 3 and 4. There are people who are taking shots. There were people who took shots last night. There were people who took shots who are taking shots right now. But certainly last night in the unlimited time round, which is easier to take your shot, you're going to see there's a couple of exciting games where people were really pushing to see if they could get to the solo.
Excellent. Anyone else got anything for David?
Yeah, what's the atmosphere like there? Like, it's one of the first face-to-face tournaments in a while, right? It's a big event, North American Championships. It must be exciting for everyone.
Very exciting, and like we reported at Carnage, that was everybody, coming back after 2 years of no face-to-face, and then a lot of new people. And this was that plus. You still had that excitement of people who met each other during the online time, during the virtual diplomacy time, added to the face-to-face crowd. If anything, they just took that one level higher for this event. So you had a lot of people socializing. There were people that came to this event several days ahead of time so that they could socialize with other players that they didn't know very well or sometimes know really well. There were people who made road trips to get here together and went to some sites in California before they came to the tournament. There are people who are going to be here for a couple of days after we're done today. So the only reason I bring that up is it just goes to show you how these relationships we forge through a game that's about relationships lead to, in many cases, lifelong close friendship. And we've seen that already this weekend, and I've seen the germination of some new friendships this weekend. And by the way, we've had some new players. You guys have probably already talked about this on your coverage. We've had some players in this tournament who are new to face-to-face diplomacy completely. And a couple who have come in because, guess what, of our Diplomacy Broadcast Network coverage.
You mentioned the relationships. What type of, I know from being pre-pandemic face-to-face is that there were some alliances I loved, and there were some enemies that I didn't like as much. Has any of the virtual rivalries kind of carried over into face-to-face? And as well, is there pressure on like the top 7? Like, did Massbomb face some pressure because of the DBNI success recently?
There's no question that he did, actually. And that was mentioned several times. But I do want to say, Kevin, not everybody has as many enemies as you, so this is not quite as much of an issue for some people as it is for, the Kevin O'Kellys of the world. But no, seriously, yes, there were definitely, and we already know some rivalries. You got the Karthik Conniff Ed Sullivan rivalry because they're both Texas Longhorns people and have been on many boards together. And, they've come in first and second in several tournaments. So there's a little bit of a rivalry there. Mostly there's a lot of love there, honestly. And that's true for even people who are rivals in the virtual world, in the face-to-face world. There were times that I had rivalries with certain players. They were some of my best friends in the world. Stab them one of my best buddies in diplomacy and in life is Tom Coburn, who's a longtime face-to-face player in North Carolina. We've traveled to tournaments gobs of times. You know how many times we actually worked together on the board? Not very often.
There's a guy who shares my last name. What's that?
Doesn't mean we're not really good friends, which we are.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a guy from Chicago that somewhat shares my last name, and I can count on 0 hands how many times we ever worked together. So
I blame you, not him.
Yeah. I'll take some of that. All right, so you had a nice board top in round 1, and there's a little hint that you might be playing in round 3. Without spoiling any of the future games, what do we have to look forward to over the next couple hours of coverage?
Well, first of all, round 3 is really important to this tournament. It has set the stage for today's games. We know who the primary contenders are based on the round 3 results. You'll see this, and in fact, I've interviewed one of the board toppers, and you'll see that interview probably at the end of your round or end of that particular game of round 3 coverage. Names you will recognize for sure. People who took shots got some big results. The game that I was in round 3, I will just tell you, one of the most enjoyable games I've played, although it was frustrating. But I was playing with some great players. You'll see it's a long game. So you will see a lot of play. You'll see a lot of back and forth between people who really knew what they were doing. We also had a brand new player to face-to-face diplomacy who did really well on that in that game and made it to the end and played a major role in how that game ended. So I honestly, without spoiling anything, I'll tell you, you've got a lot to look forward to. As fun as rounds 1 and 2 were to watch and to, in my case, to play one board out, round 3 is probably really where it's at.
Excellent. All right. Well, we will let you get back to live coverage. It's about 2:00 there, and I think the end game deadlines were somewhere between 1 and 2:30. I think the TD set. So we won't spoil anything if
No
games are
spoilers.
ongoing or still over. But a champion will certainly be crowned in the next hour or so. So we'll let you get back for that interview. Thank you so much for providing the intro video. Getting Brandon upset on camera is always a good thing. And we look forward to a good ending and a lot more coverage to come.
I will just end by saying that me playing with Brandon on Friday night was a very special time for me.
You guys get along so well on screen. I figure you would ally as well on the
I mean, I
board.
did stick my dog on him when he was spending the night with me the other week. But besides that, we're really good friends.
There you go. Excellent. Thank you, David.
Okay, see y'all.
See you. Oops, oh, shoot.
Did you?
Wrong button. Everyone moved too quick. There we go. Now we got him. Oh, there he's back on.
Welcome back.
Now he's off. All right. You got too many producers pushing the buttons behind the screen. So thanks for sticking with us. We're doing a little fun part here. Marcus is going to take over for the next final rounds here, and Nicola and I have been on screen for a little bit, so we're gonna get ourselves out, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, looks like I've been promoted in seniority. This is the first game of round 3 that we're going to cover. It's 3E, and we see some very famous names here, some that you'll know, some new players as well. Of course, Eddie Basson there in England. Everyone knows him. We've got Chris Mazza, we saw from the earlier rounds. Some names I don't recognize were Carl Nelson. I'm not sure if we saw him earlier or not. And I think we did see Andrew Bikov last time, but I cannot remember which board we were on. But yes, so we have set the scene here for the game. Let's go ahead and bring up the map. There we go. Right, so Saren, do you want to cover the West in this game? And Wes, you can have the East. Let's go ahead and look at the moves for Spring 1901.
All right, so pretty old school openings actually by both Chris and Eddie, with Eddie going to Eddie and opening north and setting himself up with the classic play on Scandinavia, and Chris just supporting himself into Burgundy. So I want to say, Chris, this is really smart by you to not really trust Brandon and to cover your bases in Burgundy. But I don't know if that's what Chris was thinking. But either way, I rate that.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the East, looks like could be an AI opening with Venice going straight to Trieste, which could be by agreement. We'll see if there's a follow through from the fleet in Ionian to Aegean. The interesting thing is with the RT, which looks like there's not one, or could be just some miscommunication on what to do. Turkey sneaks into the Black Sea. It has the follow-up of the army into Ankh. The fleet in Sev, which probably was hoping it would be bounced in Armenia, is left out of position there. So that could spell trouble for Russia in the fall.
It's possible. It's also potentially the setup for a slingshot if they disband that Russian fleet, although, of course, incredibly risky to try this. Here is the fall.
That's exactly what happens. So the fleet's out of the way quickly, and they are fortunate that the Italian fleet isn't moving and getting the momentum into the Aegean. Instead, Sibi chooses to convoy over to Tunis and get 2 builds. I don't know if that's by agreement with Austria, but if I'm Austria, I do not like to see that. This is a missed opportunity for having a strong momentum from the AI.
Yeah, so in the West, well, Chris, I have to say, this seems like just Chris playing like, very strong diplomacy in the 4th round, because he convinces Brandon to allow him, actually he doesn't convince Brandon, sorry, he convinces Eddie to allow him to get 3 builds, because Eddie, instead of going for Belgium, which he would have gotten with Brandon's support, decides to bounce Brandon out of Holland, which is just an extraordinarily pro-French move. And now, like, this just puts Chris pretty squarely in the driver's seat in the West, with 3 builds compared to England's 1 and Germany's also 1. So, yeah.
Certainly seems like a power imbalance over there. So if we go to the build phase here, we see 2 armies and a fleet for France there. We've got a fleet for England in London, so clearly not that not that happy about just letting France completely have their way. But then 2 fleets for the Italian is maybe a bit more pro-Austrian than an army would have been, or a fair bit more pro-Austrian than an army would have been. Let's go ahead to spring. So, Saren, do you want to take the West first?
Yeah, seems like Eddie thinks it's an EF, but Chris just thinks it's an F. So he moves into the channel, seizes Burgundy, seizes like everything, and faces seemingly no resistance in the north. And it's not like Eddie is in a position to really do much against Chris, because he has Andrew coming for him as well. Andrew has decided that he wants a stake in the north. And with England, Germany, and Russia all sort of being like minor players there, squabbling with each other, it's just all coming up Chris.
Meanwhile, in the east, some positioning moves from Turkey get the fleet in Armenia into the Black Sea, and probably work its way out if it's going to continue to work with Russia, though the Black Sea gives some flexibility to not do that if one were to choose. Austria makes their way into Galicia, but curious moves from Sabi, who doesn't take the free walks of getting the fleets moved east against Turkey, and instead convoys back to Apulia and puts fleets pointed towards France, but not moving too, well, I guess about as aggressively as you can, but it's still going to be slow to move that way.
Yeah, it's of course not that unusual to see Italy heading west, but it's a little odd from a position like this where they're up against an RT potentially. But yeah, do you want to carry on in this phase?
Yeah, so from here, we do see Italy continue to make the moves to the west, which France blocks to Western, blocks to Piedmont. Can't do anything about Lyon, but given their overall strength, is at least still in decent shape there. Austria does manage to get into Romania, and Turkey looks like they are making a move and pushing back around to be able to set up to take Sev.
This feels quite altruistic on Sabi's part to me, because there's many people who would be playing Italy there, see that Turkey has 1 fleet bottled up in black and 3 armies, and Austria is seemingly quite vulnerable and wouldn't take that prophylactic move of kind of going west against France, which is something that no doubt Eddie and Brandon are very happy to see, but I'm not sure it's really in Sabi's best interest to be doing this. Would be kind of a board reading view of the situation. But Brandon really is taking this opportunity to get back to his feet, because he's managed to secure Andrew's buy-in for him to get Sweden, and also picks up Holland. So Brandon is getting into a pretty decent shape heading forward into 1903.
Yeah, and let's move ahead into the winter of 1902 here. 2 builds for Brandon. Really nice there. 1 build for the Austrian, which ends up being that army in Vienna, and Russia takes the fleet off in the Gulf of Bothnia. Spring 1903. Saren, do you want to lead us off here?
Yeah, so Chris, I don't know how the negotiations with Sabi went, but it seems like he might have thought that Sabi was convinced to turn around, because he proceeds to convoy on into Wales and basically engage against Eddie. he is going to pick up Liverpool for his efforts. So even if Sabi puts a lot of pressure on him in the south, he's going to get a build to deal with it, hopefully. We have, in the meantime, Eddie was convinced that Chris would focus on defending against Sabi, which is not entirely unreasonable assumption, and decides that he's going to go against Andrew. Probably going to regret that now that Chris is sneaking into Liverpool. And Brandon is just really in a quite decent position because it doesn't seem like he has any immediate enemies at this time.
And over in the east.
Yeah, meanwhile in the east, we have the AT continuing to work together with Turkey taking Sevastopol, Galicia cutting Ukraine to make sure that would happen. We have, as we said before, Sabi still making some moves towards the west, putting some pressure on France, though France will be able to hold things, assuming that Brandon stays on side and doesn't try to mess with them, which I wouldn't imagine that there's a reason to do so. Curiously, despite the army Venice to Piedmont, Apulia holds, Ionian holds, so there's not an overall push to the west there. There's some level of distrust or wanting to watch the back there. That's I think rather interesting, especially with Trieste also able to be reclaimed by Austria.
Let's move ahead to the fall. And yeah, Wes, do you want to keep going on the east?
Yeah, so now we see Apulia move into Venice as Venice is able to get into Piedmont. There's a bit of well, no, not really a risk here. Marseille was able to hold Spain, and so that was safe. But back in the east, we have otherwise just some moves unable to dislodge Ukraine from its position, but Russia's still going to be going down one with Sev, and Jackson's going to be picking up a build, which is a dangerous position, I would think, for the rest of the East. I would not want to see Jackson Roberts start to get ahead of steam.
Do you think it's the right choice for Sabi to continue pressing west here, Wes?
I think that there's some, especially, it depends on what the diplomacy is. The bounce in Belgium could be arranged between Brandon and Chris, but there is some opportunity here if Brandon's on side and is willing to allow it. But with Jackson building and with what looks to be an AT going on, I would be a little worried about focusing west and taking my eye off of what's going on in the east.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. As you mentioned, don't want to see Jackson really going up much more than the current 5 he's on. I am interested to see like what happens with Eddie now because he's pulling 1, but if Sabi continues applying the pressure, he might still have a say in the north.
Yeah. Do you want to go any more into the north, or shall I move it ahead to the winter?
Brandon might be gearing up to make his own play on the North Sea, so we can keep a watch on that as we go into the winter.
Well, let's go ahead and look. Well, first we got to see the builds, which is going to be a fleet in Brest for France, and that fleet in Barents comes off for England, Army Warsaw off, and then Jackson actually waves by the look of it. It's an interesting play there. Wes, what do you think that's the right move for him here?
It could very well be the right move. If you're happy with the alliance of how the diplomacy is going in the East and you don't want to unsettle things, then that waiving that build allows you to continue to work with Austria, not scare Italy and force Sabi to turn around and kind of keep it in your pocket and have it ready to use in the future.
I see you nodding a lot there, Sarah, and I assume you're in complete agreement there.
Yeah, I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised to hear Wes advocate for a wave, but I love waving, so I can't have any complaints.
This is one of the rare situations where I think I can definitely see it.
Right, so let's go ahead to the spring here. Saren, do you want to lead us off in the west?
Yeah, So for the moment, until Sobi's fleet gets over into North Atlantic, Chris's line is holding. Now Eddie is convoying back into Eddie, so he might have to deal with some pressure there. And I'm not sure that Chris's position is going to hold for much longer, especially with Brandon also moving into Ruhr. Not sure what the kind of intention is there, because Brandon is simultaneously taking Norway. So he's taking one off England while moving into position to contest against France. And as we all know, Brandon loves having a strong tactical position. So he has got to be happy with this.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the east, Subi does move Ionian to Tunis to start to even push it further west. So if Jackson's wave of the build was intended to keep Subi focused away, that's exactly going to plan. Meanwhile, there's some progress with Austria getting into Ukraine. So now Warsaw is able to be taken in the fall if Sev provides a helpful cut of Moscow. And I assume that Bulgaria to Greece and the follow-up into Bulgaria are just making sure people are sticking to their word and is not actually a sign of an all-out attack.
Well, let's find out if they stick together for the fall. And yeah, they appear to. West, you want to carry on?
Indeed, the East continues to be working together here. So Austria will get into Warsaw, and so Andrew in Russia is now down to 2. It'll be slow going still to see him disappear, but it's going to be a losing battle if the East continues to work together. Meanwhile, we finally see Vienna get into Tyrolia with some support from Piedmont. And the fleet deploys into North Africa from Subi to further get on the line and put into position.
Yeah, so much for the sticking together in the east. In the west, meanwhile, it's slightly more messy. We have Eddie, who appears to be signaling that his current line is too Janissary for Brandon. Very fair in that Chris seems to be the one who decisively ended his chances this game. Brandon, meanwhile, does accept to take the North Sea, but doesn't take Belgium, instead self-bouncing in it. So Brandon here is playing both sides, has an agreement with Eddie, has an agreement with Chris as well. If you're England in that situation and trying to, throw everything French to the Germans, you might not be so happy to see Germany kind of holding back on that front. But at the same time, Brandon holds all the immediate cards, so there's not really much Eddie can do about it other than continue showing his loyalty.
Yeah, and we see the builds here. Brandon, of course, going up 1, Eddie going down 1, and then Andrew going down 1, and Jackson still waving. Is it correct to still wave, Sarah?
Yes, I think so. You want Carl to be moving in the other direction, so B doesn't look like they're going to come back anytime soon. They might not even build this year, so why not?
Yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead to the spring here. And yeah, West, do you want to take us off in the east?
Yeah, there's nothing too surprising. Galicia gets into Bohemia, and so they're now pushed up off the line. So whatever Brandon had been doing to try to keep the East off of his line up to this point is now starting to come apart as they're choosing to not break up and put some pressure on him that way. Other than that, it's a lot of supports and bounces and just keeping things in place. I'll note though that if Jackson were to decide to stab, there's Serbia that he can walk into, Romania can be taken, and he has the build in pocket. So it's the fall might be interesting.
Yeah, and Saren, the north.
Yeah, sorry, I was completely fixated on the south just now, just looking at that.
If you want to give your opinion on the stab, go ahead.
No, Wes was just serenading me with this vision of walking into Serbia, walking into Romania, which of course you shouldn't do because it's extremely rude. But Jackson, he might do it. We've seen that he's capable of it this evening. Anyhow, talk about my actual job of the West. Brandon continuing to move into to take over the seas of the North. Not looking so good for Eddie because he can actually walk into Liverpool this year, and that is probably the play because Brandon is going to seize Eddie. So Eddie can survive in one center of Liverpool. And this was, I want to point out, this was quite an acute set of orders by Chris because this right here risked Spain. And Chris kind of, I think he decided to risk Spain and instead right Brest and Gascony. Gascony was the pivotal one that supported Mao instead of Spain. And that actually left him in a much better position than if he'd guessed incorrectly and supported Spain instead. So well done to Chris on that set of orders.
Excellent guesswork there as we move into the fall. Saren, do you want to keep talking about the North? Yeah,
so again, great play by Chris, especially as he somehow convinces Eddie not to walk into Liverpool. I'm not sure what happened there, but whatever Chris did, it was very effective as he's somehow kept everything, which I wasn't expecting. Of course, the big winner in the North, if there can be one, would be Brandon, who faces no challenges to his territorial integrity. All the units that lined up on his border decide not to even bother trying to attack him, and he goes up Eddie, so he can shore up that stalemate line.
Yeah, this is really fascinating, I think. So we don't see a stab from Jackson against Austria. So he and Karl seem to be continuing to work well together. Bulgaria to Greece, I assume, is arranged with Karl being able to walk into Trieste, which might not be arranged. I would be surprised if it was arranged. The unfortunate thing for Jackson is I anticipate that I would guess that Sev was intended to go to Moscow and instead was held or misordered, especially given with Black going to Sev and Khan going to Ankh to open up both spots for builds. That's something that will slow things down a little bit, but I don't think is such a big deal.
It's interesting over there in that Jackson, if he had taken Moscow, I think he would have still just had to wave one because he has that one build left over from last phase, and he's covered up Anchor here.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe he just wanted it so that he could get the acclaim of constantly waving builds regardless.
I don't think he intended to take Moscow. Surely if you intend to take Moscow, you don't follow up Black into Sev. There's absolutely no need to, and it directly blocks you from convoying in spring. I think that's one of those gimmick moves.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead to the winter. Jackson stops waving. Oh boy, here come the fleets.
He puts down the two fleets, so that's sending a pretty clear message of where he's thinking next.
Yep. Let's go ahead and see how that turns out. Wes, do you want to go ahead with the east?
So Jackson deploys the fleets. He also convoys Ankh to Romania with support from Sev. Moves Greece into Serbia as well, and so this could be by arrangement, but it could also just be Jackson just going for it. It's not so clear to me until we see the fall moves, I think. Meanwhile, Karl forces Venice, moves Ione into Apulia as well to further put some pressure there and to try to make sure to keep Venice. And meanwhile, Sabine just pulls everything back, and this gives a nice big opening for Chris in France to push down into the Med, which he very much does.
Yeah, black arrows, only black arrows for France. Every move succeeds. Like, Chris's time has finally come. I want to commend that play. Just incredible composure under a lot of pressure throughout like the last like 3 or 4 years of the game. And he managed to prevent himself from ever losing anything, and even managed to grow 2 dots off England while he was directly under attack by quite a lot of Italian units. So now that now that Karl and Jackson have made their move, this is just like a lot of opportunity for Chris, and he has got to be happy with this.
Yeah, let's go ahead to the fall. And Saren, do you want to keep talking about the West?
FG just rolling. What more is there to say? Brandon picks up St. Pete, which was guaranteed. Chris is gonna take. It's gonna take another moment for him to really get down there because Sabi decided to defend against him. I'm not sure why Sabi wanted to defend against Chris because it doesn't seem like Carl and Jackson are on their side. So at this point, it seems like just a losing battle, trying to defend on both sides. But I might be proven wrong.
Yeah, it certainly seems like that, and it seems too easy of a position to just get squeezed out. Jackson gets into the Ionian because of that choice, and there's a bounce in Serbia, a supported bounce in Serbia. I assume that at this point I'm assuming that is arranged, but it's hard to. There's also a bounce in Warsaw too that goes with it, so it's hard to know. I do like this move of Silesia to Galicia, and I kind of hope that Andrew chooses to keep the army in Galicia just for the fun of it for the next year.
He's got some interesting choices there. He could also just keep Finland on the board and annoy Brandon quite a lot. But yeah, neither of them seem incredibly useful for defending his homeland.
I mean, the interesting thing is these Austrian and Turkish moves are extremely counterproductive to actually holding Warsaw and Moscow.
Exactly.
If they cared to hold Warsaw and Moscow as a rat, they could easily do so and expand their collection, expand their set of dots by 2. But by writing the orders that they've written this turn, they've all but guaranteed that Warsaw and Moscow are going to fall to Brandon, and I'm not sure that benefits any of them because it's pretty much free dots. But we'll see.
Yeah, well, as we go ahead into winter here, Saren, Wes, let's start with Saren. What is your preferred power here? Who would you most want to be playing?
I would like to play as Brandon because I think that if Brandon has gotten this far as Brandon, I think that personally I'm a more generous ally than Brandon, so I could probably do more with this alliance than Brandon. So if he's already done this much, I think I would like that position.
Great. And Wes, what would your choice be?
This French position looks quite good to me. You have Italy collapsing, which you could maybe try to do some work to take advantage of. Brandon has no units anywhere near you, and you have some possibilities for movement there. You have complete control over your side of the board over there. The French position just looks outstanding.
Lots of love for the West here, then. No one wants to be in the East. If you did have to be in the East, West, where would you put yourself?
No, the Turkish corner position is looking pretty good right here. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of work in order to see how you can break out further, but you're certainly not going to be losing anything from this position, and so you're guaranteeing yourself a pretty good score for the game.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and see the builds here. We've got Fleet Marseille on the south side, Army Kiel, and Army Constantinople. Finland does come off, so he is keeping the Army Glacier, which is interesting. I think our backroom producers are throwing stuff up on the screen right now. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content here. It does help promote the channel a little. Let's move ahead to the spring. So here are the spring moves. Wes, do you want to lead us off in the East?
Sure. In the East, we have Austria, pull back, successfully get into Serbia, moves Tyrolia into Vienna, which allows Germany to push the armies south and put Brandon in excellent position there. and meanwhile, Jackson goes nowhere. This is really not a great set of moves, I think, for Jackson. Getting into Ukraine, you could have supported that, and maybe had those armies then be moving in some better position. But it's otherwise just not a great turn here for Jackson, I think.
Yeah, and Saren in the west.
Wes, you mentioned that you quite liked Chris's position in the winter. So I wonder what you make of this most recent development, where he decides that it's safe to have no units next to the North Sea, while Brandon gets to have 2 units adjacent to the North Sea. Do you think that's all right, or a little bit too much?
I think it's likely a bit too much. That's yeah, especially because you're not guaranteed to pick up a build in the south. If you were getting a build in the south, then I could see some argument for it, because at least you can build a fleet in Brest and move back. But I don't see anything guaranteed there. And with Brandon also getting to this sort of great central position here, I think things are very much tilting his way.
Maybe Brandon told Chris that Germany has been doing so poorly in the meta that they should do their part to the hobby and even it up a little bit.
Well, it does seem to be working right here. Let's go ahead to the fall. Saren, do you want to carry on with the east? Not the east, the west.
Yeah, so the one interesting development in the West to me is that the thing that Wes and I were talking about just last turn about Brandon's edge in the position seems to have been picked up on by Chris a little bit as well, insofar as their negotiations result in Brandon moving that Norway unit back to Barents.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's not a huge amount of movement there otherwise, right? Let's go to the east. Wes.
There's not a huge amount of movement here otherwise either. Jackson does get the army and Khan into bold this time, so it's in a little bit more of a useful position. The main movement we see is Karl dropping back from both Warsaw and Vienna and not having any German armies fall back into them. I mean, I can't blame Brandon. I wouldn't have expected that to have worked in either case, but it's quite the play to move those armies back. Saren, what do you make of that?
I mean, clearly, like, Karl is fed up with Jackson for some reason, which is fair because Jackson, like, very likely stabbed him with those set of moves we saw earlier. So if that's the case, and, like, Jackson has just, like, irreparably damaged this relationship, then, like, I don't, then I think there's really, like, no way we can blame Karl for that. It's entirely understandable that in his position, he would feel that whatever gains he could possibly get by holding the line against Brandon isn't worth, like, the indignity of, like, continuing to suffer Jackson's mistreatment or whatever, which, like, that we see that theme quite a lot, and I think we've seen it with, like, Jackson in a few of the other games that he's played on DBN as well, that, like, if you're, like, in the back and you stab, like, there's a lot of, like, higher order effects in terms of, like, the intangible effects that will have on, like, how people view you, how your former allies will view you, as well as, like, the direct material effects on the board. So I think we're just really seeing that quite intensely as the result of, like, relationship management.
Yeah, let's push it forward a phase here and see. We are seeing Brandon, well, we were seeing Brandon keeping all of those relationships intact and those units alive. He does decide to take one of them off the board here. Wes, do you want to talk about what's going on in the East?
Yeah, so in the East, it's a lot of sort of messiness and nothing, I think, with the AAT relationship continuing to have just completely broken down. Giving, as you said, giving Brandon this edge. So Brandon supports himself into Moscow, which means that Andrew might be on his way out this turn. Meanwhile, Chris makes progress in the Med with blowing up Sabi's fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea, which means that Tunis is then to fall in the fall.
And the West, I mean, there's not a huge amount going on there, but do you want to cover what is?
The question I would ask is, what is the agreement between Chris and Brandon? Is it a formalized center count agreement, or is it more of a race? Because if it's like a formal race and we're just going by inertia, then Brandon definitely has access to dots like a lot faster than Chris does. Because after Tunis, Chris is probably going to be blocked for a little while. So it's hard to say. I don't know what it's feasible for Chris to accept or demand based on the diplomatic circumstances.
Saren, this move from Wales to Liverpool really stands out to me, and seems a bit odd. What do you make of that?
I think it's just an agreed move to set up a bounce and eddy so that Brandon can't go to the North Sea.
Yeah, Saren, as Chris, what are you aiming for here, do you think? Do you just aim for the second place at this point? Or do you want to go for a stab?
Well, I tell Brandon that I am playing for second place, and I'm happy for him to get a big board top if I can get something close to that. A stab, I think, would be really hard to swing. Like, the position for it is not good. It's I think like tactically it would be quite the challenge to get all those units in place and like actually convert them into an advantage.
So playing for second is probably the correct move here then?
Yeah, playing for second is often the correct move. Sometimes if you play for second, you can get first.
Oh, that's very possible. Well, let's go ahead and see how this works out here. Suddenly lots of fleets on the North Sea. Saren, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon is just here saying, like, if you even thought about it, Chris, I'm going to cut off that possibility right now.
Yeah.
Anything more in what you want to talk about in the West, or shall we go ahead to what happened in the East here?
Wes, seems like you have quite a lot to discuss.
I mean, there's a lot of new black centers in the East. Vienna, Warsaw, and Moscow. Well, I'll be going to Brandon here. So that coupled with this pushback from him really puts him in a really strong position. Meanwhile, Jackson manages to take Serbia, but loses Romania to Russia in the process. So Andrew continues to live to fight another day. Meanwhile, it looks like Venice got into Rome, I think. And while Sabi lost Tunis, as we anticipated. So they're down to just Naples. And it's an absolute mess in the sort of the center of the board over here in the East.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just had a comment from Johnny Gillum saying potential German solo here. What would you two rank the likelihood of that as? Would you bet on a German solo in this position?
Would I bet on a German solo in this position? So Brandon won't draw, right? This is a kind of position where some players would draw right after this turn, would even propose the draw as Germany. Brandon's not one of those, so he's not going to take the draw unless like they show that they can stop him from seizing 18 by force. It's close, but I wouldn't bet on it. Wes?
I think if Brandon is able to get Jackson on side and have Jackson, work with him and allow Brandon to sort of maintain his position in the East without Brandon having to expend much effort there, then I think that there is a real chance, and I think that can continue to sort of muddle the issues in the East, push Jackson through, and cause France problems if Chris pulls back from the Med. There's a route here, I think, to a solo, but it'll be tough.
That's a really good point by Wes. I think there was one DBNI game from the previous year's DBNI, where Jackson was like in a very similar position as Turkey, who kind of like had some kind of play and like decided to go for it, and it resulted in a solo by you, Marcus, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was by me. We'll see if Jackson will make that mistake again. Although it's not always a mistake, right? If you can get centers out of it, especially in something like Summer Squares, it can be very worth pushing up a little bit further. It's always a question of risk versus reward, because you get a great big zero if the other person does actually manage to solo.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, if that's something that Brandon were pitching me as Turkey, I might very well accept. But knowing that as Turkey, I hold the cards there. I don't have to push on France, and so and I can try to build a relationship with France in that position to say, look, I'm gonna take what I can over here, but I'm gonna give you the space, and let's make sure that things don't get out of control.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead to spring of 1909. Wes, do you want to lead us off with the East here?
Yeah, so we do see Chris pull back fast out of the med, and so that opens up that as sort of a vacuum there. Meanwhile, Jackson remains focused on the defense closer to home. He retakes Romania, but loses Serbia in the process. So it's a bit of just an exchange there. While Brandon pushes Warsaw into Ukraine and also pushes Bohemia down into Tyrolia, and so continues to strengthen his position and holding a lot of these key centers.
Yeah, and so interesting thing here in particular is, like, we were talking about how Jackson pushing out might provide that opportunity for Brandon. Brandon is not letting Jackson push out at all, right? He's gone the complete opposite route. Saren, do you want to talk about what's going on in the north here?
I mean, I'm not sure there is that much going on in the north, except that now France and France and Germany are fully at war with each other. There's no question about it. Brandon is going for the solo at this point, and there's no reason why he shouldn't, because as Ferdinand points out in the commentary, if Karl is on Brandon's side here, he has no need of Jackson. He doesn't really need anyone else. Like, Karl is probably enough to single-handedly deliver him 18 if he's angry enough at Jackson to want to do that.
Well, let's move ahead and see whether that's potentially going to happen here. Looks like Karl is holding, right? So with that in mind, Saren, what do you think Brandon's chances of the solo are here?
Not as high as if Karl had supported him to Romania or something like that. But what does he pick up this year? He picks up Belgium, gets into the Channel. I don't know.
It's certainly difficult.
It's so hard to say. Like, it feels like 50-50 to me from here. Wes?
Yeah, I mean, what are the 18? So he's getting Belgium and Liverpool and London, Brest and Paris. So that's 5. So that's to 17. It's
one in Iberia, right, or in Austria.
Yeah. So if the East actually gets together, which it looks like they've at least started to here, they can push him back in the East as well. So I think a solo, as long as cooler heads prevail, is not likely to happen. But it's difficult to know if cooler heads will continue to prevail.
That assumption is doing a lot of work in most of these games.
Well, I think that's the big question here, more than the moves, right? Unless there was something you wanted to talk about here.
You're starting, I think, to see some of it here. You have some recognition from Jackson that that Brandon is the real threat here. There's at least an order in for supporting Serbia to hold and to having a useful army from Russia where it's useful. The Austrian Karl is holding rather than continuing to try to attack and punish Turkey for anything. So there's the seeds for some grand alliance, I think, forming.
All right, well, let's move ahead here. And we see Albania coming off, Berlin getting put down, which seems like it's, well, very anti-German still from the Austrian. We'll go ahead to this phase here. Saren, do you want to talk about what's going on in the West tactically?
Yeah, it looks like Chris successfully disbands Channel, which is pretty big here because that unit was like doing a lot of work for Brandon. So Brandon does manage to sneak into Liverpool, but losing the Channel there isn't great for his prospects of getting through France, especially now that Chris has repositioned to Brest and Mao. So it looks like he might be successfully walled off in the north.
Yeah, and West, there's not a huge amount going on in the East here, so let's maybe move ahead to the next phase and see if there's stuff going on. Do you want to talk about what's going on in general in this phase?
In the East, it looks mostly holds and maintaining position. So Tuscany moves to Piedmont to keep the Tyrolean army from sneaking in behind. Meanwhile, it's everything else just holding in place. Though Ionian does move over to Tyrrhenian Sea just in case it's somehow helpful.
It may also be in case it spots an opportunity, right? But stabbing at this point feels very, very risky indeed.
No, I think it is indeed to be in a place to be able to help. So.
Okay, well, let's move ahead to the winter here. We see Irish Sea come off, +2 for Brandon there. And that is the game. Wes, do you think this is where it should have ended then?
I think so. I think things look pretty locked up. It doesn't look like there's any easy takings, and diplomatically, it looks pretty clear that the rest of the board has decided that they are not going to allow Brandon to have a solo, and whatever else was going on is less important than that.
Yeah, and Saren, your final thoughts on this?
Yeah, this seems like the right place to draw.
Yeah, well, Brandon comes away with a good 48.6 points out of this. It's not quite as high as the 100 you would get for soloing, but it's still pretty solid in terms of making sure he's in contention here. So let's move ahead off this game for now. And Wes, I believe we're going to be saying goodbye to you for the broadcast. So thank you very much for coming on.
Yep, thanks for having me. It's been great.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see you again in future broadcasts here.
Hope so.
All right. See you. And then we will add back Nicolas Taillet here. Hi, Nicolas. You are on mute right now.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome back. All right. So we are going to go ahead to 3D Devil's Post Pile. I've been informed that these are places in the States, I think. The names, I'll always be amazed at some of the great place names you guys have. Let's see if I can get this up. Is this working? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Perfect. All right. So on this board, we have Karthik Konath in Austria. Here we have John Jameson in England, Jesse Boyd in France, our own David Hood, who we saw in the interview a few moments ago, well, a little bit ago now, Hunter Catcher in Italy, Nicola Sauge in Russia, and Chris Brand in Turkey. So lots of big names on this board. Should be interesting to get into. Let's go straight to the map. So, Saren, you can do the East this game, I guess, because you were on the West last time. But let's start off with Nicola in the West here. So go ahead.
Okay, so France is doing very weird moves. Like, I don't really understand the rationale of putting the fleet into Gascony. I think they got bamboozled by John Jameson somehow, who went to the English Channel. Like, it's really I don't get the moves. I would love to understand the rationale for going to Gascony. And else, very standard from David Hood regarding the no bounce in Burgundy. And he has a play on Holland and Belgium, if need be. So it's a nice aggressive play from David that everybody loves to see.
Yeah, and Saren, do you want to take us through the East?
Yeah, so nothing quite so unconventional in the East as in the West. Probably like the most the biggest statement plays are Hunter trying to do that thing that Heather Jameson successfully did earlier, but Hunter does not do it successfully because Karthik has probably sniffed this out somehow and manages to bounce Hunter out of Trieste. So that happens, and also Karthik and Nikla, who have gotten on very well in previous games as well. I might mention, get on again quite well this game as they successfully DMZ Galicia, and Nikola is able to open north to have quite a lot of play up there in Scandinavia, which looks like a good move. As it turns out, John is getting a good position over Jesse early on.
And
Yeah,
I wouldn't,
sorry, you.
No, I wouldn't be surprised that Nicholas going north would be a reaction to knowing that England was going into the Channel. That would be something that he could do, I think.
Certainly provides an advantage up there. So one of the interesting things about Fleet Gascony is it can actually still get the supply center. It's just on the north coast, which is a bit of a problem. And yeah, here we see some interesting moves in the west again. Nicola, do you want to take us through them?
Yeah, as mentioned before, like David Hood going for Belgium and Holland, and perfectly set up for it also. So that's why, like, it seems too good to be true. I wouldn't be surprised really if David said, well, so John saying to David, well, we're going to attack France, I'm going to English Channel. And David basically saying, well, Nicholas, look, Scandinavia is yours. I'm letting you Sweden, you get Norway, and John Jameson doesn't even build. So I think that's a perfect plan to me.
Yeah, and Saren, over in the east.
Yeah, over in the east, Hunter has not given up on his ambitions to seize the Austro-Hungarian Empire. On the contrary, he has doubled his efforts, now moving into Tyrolia and into Venice. Karthik did not expect such a strong move from Hunter, and unfortunately for him, didn't bounce Tyrolia, instead going for Trieste and getting his guaranteed 2 builds. Now, if Hunter wants to proceed throwing everything against Karthik, this is going to become a bit of a slog for both sides, as Karthik is going to get the 2 armies needed to defend against it. And with Nicola putting Fleet 7 to Rum, it seems like Nicola is very much on board.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead to the builds here. Anything immediately stand out as interesting, Saren?
Yeah, Army Sev instead of Fleet Sev stands out to me. Karthik would like to see a Fleet Sev, right? Like, you know, that's how he would see the Austrian position. So I would find it hard to believe that he didn't ask for that Fleet Sev, but at the same time, if Nicola says no, like, Karthik can't afford to alienate him by really reacting strongly to that. So this is one of those things where Nicola has to keep his flexibility, has to keep his options open. So he puts down Army Sev, Army Moscow. Not really a strong commitment of builds compared to how he opened north earlier.
Yeah. Anything from you, Nicola, or shall we just move ahead to the...
No, just I want to mention no build in Warsaw. So again, Karthik and Nicholas. And in this position, if you're Nicholas, you're a friend with Karthik. Well, I'm Nicholas, but I'm not the good one. So if you're friend with Karthik, you're friend with David, it's perfect because afterwards, if it works out, they can fight it off in the center and you can grab dots in the south and in the north. So I really like the position of Russia right now.
All right, well, let's go ahead to the spring. Yeah, Saren, do you want to take us through the east first on this one?
Yeah, I haven't said Chris Brand's name so far in this broadcast. So I want to say Chris Brand has just been like very quietly doing his own thing in the corner, very quietly moving units up, and you know, not not really getting into war with anyone, and he walks into Aegean unopposed when it looked like he might have been in trouble from that strong AR opening right at the start. But no, Chris Brand is not in trouble, at least not yet. He just secures all of his bases and puts himself in a pretty decent position for the fall. Because at the same time, Karthik is busy ejecting Hunter from Tyrolia. So Hunter's not going to get anything off of Karthik anytime soon, and might even be in danger himself.
Yeah, and Nicola over in the west, do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, it's very interesting actually, because John Jameson is saying, well, actually, he's realizing that's why I think he got bamboo, like he really got stabbed by David. I think that's really what happened, and so he's saying to France, "I'm going to work with you." He's convoying Portugal back to Marseille, and France also saying, well, I feel that Germany is trying to attack me, so I'm going to Burgundy, completely stopping the attack. So I think it's really an ARG, as I mentioned before, like an ARG, and that they're trying to pull this off, actually.
Yeah, it's super interesting move set over there. It's not often you see British fleet mail convoy Portugal to Brest. But yeah, it has a very good reason behind it. Let's go ahead to the fall. And Nicola, do you want to keep talking about the West here?
Yeah, so David taking the North Sea, that's very important. Nicholas making the right move, going to Norway with the army so he can convoy really next year. And again, I'm pretty sure John Jameson is really mad at David Hood. Like, that's every move is saying that, basically. John Jameson is sending like very negative signal in the direction of David Hood. So I really think that the plan to destroy Jameson was engineered by David Hood from the start. He's trying to make him pay for that.
Right, well, and over on the slightly more peaceful side of the board, certainly fewer movement errors. Saren, what's going on in the East?
So this is really pivotal in my opinion. Chris Brand tipping his hand, finally showing that he is with Karthik and not with Hunter. This was quite significant because had Chris decided to be with Hunter, this would be like a much more stalled out fight in the South, as you see, Hunter and Chris try to do something together, and Karthik just really try to defend against both of them. Instead, it looks like a rat, and they do manage to make progress because Hunter wasn't expecting to have to defend Ionian, and so Karthik gets in.
Yeah, and we'll see how effective that rat is. I suppose it's a rat G, right?
A grat. It's a grat.
Yes, that's a much better name for it. Right, so this is winter. We only see one build on the board, and it's that fleet in the north coast for Nicolas Sahuguet, getting a big thumbs up from Nicolas Taille over here in the studio. Do you think, well, I assume you think that was definitely the right build there?
Yeah, like that's a fantastic diplomatic play. He's in a rat, he's in a ARG, or whatever it's called. So basically he has only one enemy, which is England. He's going to take one dot maybe here and there, and then he can go on Turkey. It's like great position for Russia. Now Karthik is the guy who is going to decide the fate of this game.
In what way do you think? Like, just in who he sides with later on? Or?
If he sides, he has to decide, like, maybe Saren, you can weigh in here, but he has to decide, I feel, soon between Nicolas Sergei and Chris Brand.
Yeah, Saren, what are your thoughts on that one?
Karthik loves Nicola, but he also respects him a lot. And with a lot of people that he respects, Karthik's instinct is to squish them. So it's hard to say. Like, I really think that Karthik's first priority will be taking down Hunter, because he'll want to punish Hunter for Hunter's silly opening. So until Hunter dies, I think both Nicola and Chris are safe for the moment.
Right, so well, let's go ahead and see spring here. Right, so Saren, do you want to take us through the east?
Yeah. So well done to Karthik for securing Jesse's help in tapping Piedmont. It turned out to not be needed because Hunter decided not to try to defend Venice at all, possibly knowing that Jesse was going to tap Piedmont and it was pointless. So Karthik manages to get both Venice and Naples, and Chris follows up behind him into Greece, presumably arranged based on Karthik picking up two or three Italian dots this turn. So Chris also shelves the Black Sea fleet into Bulgaria East Coast, which has got to make both Karthik and Nikola very happy. So that it's quite a stable configuration of Rat in the Balkans.
Right, and over in the west, Nicola.
Red arrows, red arrows, red arrows, red arrows in the center, and France going to North Atlantic. So I assume it's to help England. But the move you mentioned to Piedmont, maybe it's going to piece Hunter off. Like there's a shot that he ends up with that Jesse ends up with a mad Italian fleet in the south. I'm not sure. So let's see what happens after that. But not much moving, and again, Russia in a terrific position, able to either take Eddie or give it to Germany.
It's certainly quite bold not defending Sweden at all right here. I suppose he thought that if Skagerrak goes, you've got Norway and Denmark to kick it back out again.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead to the fall. And Nicola, do you want to keep talking about the north?
Well, actually, France says England is as good as dead, not very useful. So I'm going to take dots for myself, which, I can't really blame France for that, to be honest, at this stage. And the only thing I find weird is Germany right here, self-bouncing in Burgundy, and I want to mention that. So maybe David starts being a bit worried about Karthik and Niklas in his back. Like that's two players I wouldn't want working in my back, to be fair.
Yeah, and that leads us quite nicely over to the east. Saren.
Yeah, so Hunter is nearly dead as Karthik manages to take all three of his home centers in one turn, which was guaranteed. Chris is going to get a build as well, so presumably he's going to put down a fleet in Khan as the thing that Nikola and Karthik would both ask for. If he puts down something else, I would be very shocked. Nikola does not get a build this turn since he manages to take Eddie but loses Norway, so it'll be interesting to see where this rat goes from here on out, now that Hunter is dead.
Absolutely. I do enjoy this comment that was just made. David, my friend, let me cover Sweden for you. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. Right. Let's go ahead to the winter here. We see a fair few builds. Obviously, a lot of units coming off for Hunter Catch. It keeps Eastern Mediterranean on the board. So maybe indicating who he's most annoyed at here. Let's go ahead to the spring. And Saren, do you want to start us off in the east?
Yep. So the rat keeps rolling. Interestingly, Karthik decides not to press on Jesse, which is probably fair, as they severely lack the fleet strength to challenge France at the moment. So moving one lone unit into Piedmont is just going to annoy him. Instead, Karthik redirects his forces to attack David Hood, his other idol. So as you can see, Karthik has decided which of his idols he's going to go against, and in this case, it's going to be David. Hunter does sneak into Aegean, probably trying to look for a place where he can sneak in and survive in the fall, but Chris has so many units to cover it that I doubt he'll succeed. Is that Chris going after Nikola? Yes, that is Chris going after Nikola. It took me a second to miss the most important thing in the East and cycle through everything else, which is fair, but we get Chris who's going single-handedly after Nikola, and Karthik doesn't appear to be participating in this at the moment, so it'll be really interesting. And as Nikola Taye, you mentioned earlier, Karthik might get to decide the fate of this game.
And Nicola, do you want to take us through what's going on in the West?
Not much. Like in the West, England is going to die. Apparently, Germany is going to take London. And Germany is going to take back Holland. I think it's all agreed. Now the decision is going to be France. Is France going to side with Germany? It seems likely right now that they're going to help Karthik. Again, For Karthik here, you have a huge choice to make. Do you want Chris Brand in your back, or do you want Nicolas Sergei in your back?
Seems like a lose-lose situation. Oh boy. Well, Karthik is quite a strong player himself, so he may be able to hold his own against them both. Who knows?
That was the trick, Marcus. You need both of them at your back, because then they'll be more preoccupied with each other than with you.
Absolutely, and we can see what's that's kind of happening here. Sorry,
Yeah. Yeah, no. I was wondering, Seren, in this situation, would you side with Russia or would you side with Turkey?
I've had more success, I think, working with Chris than with Nicola in the past, but like, I mean, I'm not Karthik, so I think Karthik would get on like equally well with both, honestly. It's not to do with the board position. It would entirely be based on which one I felt like I could work with better, if that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move ahead to the fall here. Yeah. And Sarah, do you want to talk about the East?
Yeah, so we see that it was possibly all a fake war in the East, with the intention of using it to get over the stalemate line. If that was the plan, it has succeeded, because we see Jesse over there supporting Karthik into Munich. And of course, Chris walks into Tunis, which was uncontested. So if the whole plan was to like make a fake war so that they could storm the stalemate line, then like I can't really object to that, because at this point they've got enough between the three of them to mop up the whole map if that's what they want to do. But it's entirely a diplomatic question whether that is actually what they want to do.
Yeah, and Nicola, do you want to talk about what's going on in the West here?
Well, England lives for another day because France says no to Germany. So apparently France is thinking that it's a good idea to put Karthik with a lot of dots on the top. Like, I think it's a choice. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, well, let's move ahead to the winter. If I've got that's up, there we go. Right, and see the builds. And on the builds, I'm going to ask a question here. Who would you most want to be playing? Let's go ahead and start with Seren.
Who do I most want to be playing? I want to be playing Chris, because I think that Nicola and Karthik in this configuration would give me personally a lot of opportunity. So I would pick Chris's position over Karthik's and having to deal with Nicola and Chris.
It's a very interesting answer. Nicola, do you agree?
It wouldn't be as much as character-based, I would say, as for Seren. Seren has the habit of taking advantages of Nicholas on some boards. So sorry to put it this way, that wasn't pun intended. I'd say that here I would agree with Seren that I would prefer to be Turkey, because I think that Russia is going to be more mad at Austria, basically, than at Turkey. So Turkey could end up being the winner, and especially if Russia says, you know what, Turkey, blow my fleet up, in Romania, and we can work together, take Romania and take your dots in Austria, because that's where you're going to take more dots. So I think Turkey has more potential right now.
Super interesting. All right, so both of our analysts think Turkey is is the position that they would want to play most. Let's see how it goes. And that fleet does get blown up. Let's talk about the East here, Seren.
Yes, awesome, and getting to finally get rid of that, game. And it seems like Karthik is really with Chris. Like, looking at how Karthik is faring in the West, like, Karthik's not going to be in a position to devote resources to fighting Chris anytime soon. He's going to be able to continue growing just by working with Karthik.
And over in the West, Nicola.
I am puzzled by the fact that Nicholas didn't take Liverpool. Maybe he is going to take it in the fall. I think that's a move to say to France, well, keep fighting against Turkey, because he's worried about like Turkey and Austria in the south, maybe. Could be, but on the other hand, he wants Germany to survive and be strong, and France is attacking Germany. So they're kind of in a dilemma where it's should I take the dot from France or should I? I think that's what interesting which way it goes.
But let's go ahead and see. Oh, it appears that Russia, Nicola, did decide to take that dot after all. Do you want to keep talking about the West here?
Yeah, so like England is dead finally, and France loses Liverpool, takes Belgium. Germany loses Belgium, takes London, so they are all equal here. I think that's fine and not much interesting. But again, for me, that's more the diplomatic repercussion of these choices. And I think, again, it gives more power to Chris Brand in the East. So go on, sir. Your turn.
Yep. Yeah, so Nicola seizing Liverpool seems like, a bit of a necessity, a bit of a movement of necessity there, because he is going down 2 in the south. Chris Brand is just consolidating full dominance over the Black Sea and adjacent territories. And with this latest movement into Greece and the Ionian Sea, Chris is also taking control of really the Med here, because Karthik's one fleet isn't going to be able to seriously challenge him. So it seems like, Nicola, earlier you mentioned that you preferred the Turkish position just by like tactical potential alone, and like that this turn seems to bear out that instinct.
Absolutely right. Let's move ahead to the next phase and have a look to see what ends up happening. We've got 2 more fleet builds from Chris Brown, so it does look like those predictions on Turkey doing quite well here are coming to pass. Let's go ahead into spring 1906. Let's start with the East here, Sarah.
Yep. So at this point, Karthik clearly thought that he and Chris had worked out a set of orders, but Chris declines to participate in the set of orders and instead moves his units, which are all fleets, so not particularly effective, but the way he's moving them, like there can only be one possible target, and it's not France, it's not Germany, and it's not Russia. So at this point, if I'm Karthik, I'm getting pretty nervous.
Yep, and over in the West, Nicola.
Well, actually, the most active power in the West is Russia, so it's not often that you can see that. But basically, France is holding. I don't think they want to move anymore. And Nicola is using David to basically clean everything in his way. So that's what I mentioned before about Austria and Turkey. The issue with Karthik is that he seems to be cornered in his diplomatic situation. He's at war with David. He wants to keep Munich, but actually he uses 4 units for 1 center. Basically, he has burnt bridges with Nicolas Sergei, and he has Chris Brand in his back. So that's basically, if you do a diplomacy nightmare, that's where you are, basically.
Yep. Seems to be the nightmare situation. Let's go ahead to the fall.
And I mean, the thing about this is like you can just hear Chris Brand's voice. Like you can hear how soothing he talks and like how reassuring and like how friendly. And like Chris at this point is just going, well, Karthik, like da 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 da. And like, Chris would be the type to say, well, if I could just have this board topped. And Nicola, though, has seen this new tension between Austria and Turkey as his cue to step back into contention of Sev, and takes the chance of moving Warsaw down into Ukraine. So I'll be really interested to see if Nicola actually manages to become relevant again in the south.
Yeah, and over in the West, Nicola.
Again, Russia, the major Western power, taking Belgium now, and Germany retaking Munich. So, like, honestly, David and Nicholas have, like, GR is my favorite alliance on the board. So I love what they're doing right now. that's what I try to do in the top board with Jason. Didn't manage to pull it off long enough. So I really appreciate what they're doing, and it's super powerful. And I hope they stay together until the end of this game. If they stick together till the end of this game, I think one of the two of them is going to top this board, and especially Nicola, most likely.
You think that's more likely than Chris Brand ending up taking it?
Yeah.
Well, Chris Brand is blocked. So if David doesn't turn on Nicholas, if Nicholas doesn't turn on David, and I don't really think why either of them would, they're going to gain dots, and Chris is not. So that's why.
That's very fair. Let's go ahead and see whether that's a good prediction or not. Let's move ahead to the spring of 1907. I think from here, actually, there's a lot of movement on this board. Let's keep going with the same things. So, Saren, do you want to talk about the East?
Yeah, this surprises me. Like, I am surprised that like Karthik and Chris managed to work it out this turn and like actually be moving together again. I thought for a second it was going to devolve into one of those things where Karthik was set on punishing Chris, and Chris wanted to kind of step back, but Karthik wouldn't allow him to. But it seems that they are getting back on board, and they're moving forward against Nicola. So it might be too little, too late. But for the moment, Chris is still topping the board. So if that was his only goal, if he could call for a draw here, he would he would have accomplished it.
Yeah, and over in the West, Nicola, do you want to talk about what's going on there?
I think either this game is close to an end, or Nicolas Sergei is very hungry for a large top board. That's going to be what decides how long this game lasts. Because now Germany and Russia are sure to take Paris, they are sure to take Brest. Maybe with the help of Turkey, they are going to be able to save Spain, Marseille, maybe Portugal, but that's all basically. So let's see how they move on. But I think that's a beautiful GR.
Let's see whether this game keeps going. It does seem to keep going here. Okay, we're gonna move to a. Well, I mean, Saren, that was a strong reaction. What's your thoughts on the East here?
It's a strong move. It's a strong move. I mean, like Karthik. Karthik talked Chris into being convinced that he was back on side. He was not back on side. He still wants to punish Chris for that earlier infraction, and he does it here by blowing up Rum. Very effective, courtesy of Nicolas Sahuguet, who sends his regards.
Maybe it's arranged, so I wonder if it's not arranged, to be fair.
Arranged by Karthik and Chris?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if blowing up one of the only Turkish armies on that front, it feels like it neutralizes their ability to go after Russia somewhat, right?
Yeah, but sometimes you have to make deals that you don't want to make to repair bridges which had been burned before. And if Karthik's price was 1 dot, which was the other dot to take, right? And it could give the impression to Russia that Karthik is back on board too, so it's a nice bluff. So, because if Chris really wants to keep Romania, it just has to support it with Romania also, and it's sure it can fall, right? Or well, it could anyway. I don't know. Given the moves, I wonder if it's not arranged.
It's going to be interesting to see, I suppose. I guess we'll see whether that's arranged or not on the next phase if Karthik starts moving backwards again. In the West, there's not a lot to talk about other than that this French defense is really nice, actually, trying to cut everything that can possibly be cut, and it ends up working out. Let's go ahead to the winter here. There's an army put down in Trieste, and then... Nicola, do you want to talk about what's going on there right now?
In the West, it's really weird because France is giving Marseille to Karthik for some reason.
Oh. That's an interesting one.
And I don't really get the reasoning why they didn't try to take Mao, but I guess they were more afraid to lose now than take Mao. it's a choice. And so France, like to sum up, France basically won the guesses. That's how I would sum it up, kind of easily.
And has brought in that extra Austrian army to assist now. Saren, do you want to talk about what's happening in the east?
I'd love to, Marcus, but I'm not exactly sure what's happening in the east. Like, it looks like Karthik and Chris still don't really entirely trust each other, because you have Karthik going down into Albania there. Like, Nicola, like you mentioned, I can see Chris agreeing to give up Rum, as you just suggested happened last turn. Like, I can see that. I think neither of them really want to allow Nicolas Sahuge back into the game. Like, that's like really like the very far down on their list of preferred options. So like, if they have to make a compromise or two with each other to ensure that Nicolas doesn't sneak back in, they're willing to do that. But I'm not sure how Chris will feel about this Albania move.
There are discussions about it, because I don't think the move from Silesia to Galicia without support is only meant to cut Galicia. So possibly he can think about taking back Romania, like Chris could think about it and losing Sev to Nicolas Sahuge. The question is, like, it's a chicken game, right?
Yeah.
It's like, who moves first and who pays first?
You excel in chicken games, Nicola. I hate chicken games. You should really be the lead commentator on this one.
Alright. Well, let's have a look at what's going on here. Well, I mean, Nicola, do you want to commentate the chicken game over there?
Yeah, so as predicted, they take back Romania. So Turkey takes back Romania and gives back Sev to Nicolas Sahuge. At the same time, they lose Greece. So I think the one who gains here is Nicolas Sahuge in the east, and he takes London, but it's arranged with David Hood, who is taking Belgium as a counterpart. So it's all fine here. The GR is still rolling. But France, it always seems smart. Like, and you're the specialist here, Saren, because you did exactly that at DBN. It always seems smart to have other people in your dots. But I'm not sure it's the case here. Like, what is this Austrian army really doing that the French army couldn't do? And next turn, France is going to have to disband one, and that's going to be an issue.
I mean, Jesse can't displace it this turn, right? Because he wanted to blow up Picardy and block David from taking Paris. Like, he decided to defend Brest for sure by tapping the channel and tapping Picardy instead of doing anything against Marseille, and he could only do one of the two. And, like, it's fair that he doesn't want to prefer David over Karthik after what David's done to him. But I have to say, like, Jesse's tactics are proving to be extremely strong for someone who opened the way that he did in spring 1901. So if Jesse has like picked up on like a lot of these skills in the process of playing the game, like even if like someone else is helping him with tactics, like it's a skill to be able to recognize the good ones and listen to people who are like telling you the correct tactics. So like in any case, I want to commend Jesse, and might have misjudged him from the spring 01.
Yeah, I'm sure we wouldn't know anything on DBN about people opening in very strange ways as France and then somehow coming out to a great result by the end of it.
Just one thing that I want to mention also, and I didn't see that before, the Turkish fleets in the west. So actually it may come back to hurt Karthik to attack Chris. Because actually here, the fleets from Chris, I think they're here to help Karthik, basically, and to say, let's try to put this AT back in place. So, like, really in the East, that's a beautiful mess. I would love this game, to be honest. I would love to be one of these powers in this game. I would probably die, but I would love it.
Well, let's go ahead here. We see Nicolas Sahuge actually goes +2 here, but can only build the one thing, and it's a fleet in St. Petersburg. An interesting choice. And then we see Karthik putting 2 down as required. And Fleet Spain coming off. It's probably the correct choice here if you're working with the Southern powers. There's not that much you could do there, but it does make it much more difficult to take back Marseille, of course. Let's move ahead to the spring, and let's go back to how we originally were. So, Saren, do you want to talk about the East?
Yeah, such a mess in the East. It's like just getting all mixed up in there. So Karthik disbands David. Karthik disbands Tyrolia, which is David Hood's army, and that helps to defend his homeland, so that's great for him. What is not great for him is the fact that Nicola and David are just coming at him full force now, and Chris looks like he's willing to kind of leave Karthik alone for the moment, but just being left alone won't be enough for Karthik to hold on to his board top, and like the price of his survival in a decent position is probably going to be giving the board top to someone else at this point.
Yeah, Nicola, do you want to talk about what's going on in the West?
You can't always win every guess. That's what happens. And at some point, France is starting to lose the guesses. And also because, again, this Austrian army is going back to Piedmont, basically to try to blow up this unit in Tyrolia. So now, really, the key person is Chris Brand. Does he say, I'm going to take Portugal and Spain? Or does he say, I am going to take Marseille? And one is a statement that I'm going to help GR, and the other is a statement of, I'm going back with Karthik. And you can flip-flop with Karthik, him going back and all that stuff. I've done it. I'm not sure. It's a preferred way. Karthik is going to be a rational player. So if he thinks that's in his interest, he's going to play back with you, I think. And that could be what they're going to try to go for. Or Karthik can also be very revengeful, and I have lived that also. And then it can be an all-on war until the end of the game. So let's see what happens here.
Right, yeah, let's move ahead to fall of 1909. And here we go. Yeah, Nicola, do you want to continue talking?
Yeah, about the West, just so Chris has chosen not Karthik, basically. So he's supporting Germany in Marseille. The GR doing a wonderful job again, being an English channel now. And France, honestly, a lot of respect for the French player because he's doing everything he can to resist until the end. And I think that's the way you should play. So, congrats. It must be a pain. Like I don't know how many hours they've been playing, and he's only surviving, but he's trying to do it as well as he can.
Yep. And Saren, do you want to talk about what's going on in the East here?
Really, really world-class play by Nicola this game. Like he was under a lot of pressure from his southern flank and managed to hold on to, everything important in the south, as well as keep growing in the north through all of it. And now Nicola is a decent contender for this board top, which I wouldn't have predicted that at all if you'd asked me in 04 or 05. So Chris and Karthik continue fighting, but this is not a fight that Karthik can win. Even if Chris doesn't win, Karthik has, probably lost this game given the pressure he's under. So it's kind of a thing between Nicola, Chris, maybe David now, looks like.
Right, well, let's go ahead to... that is not the correct way, though. We go winter 1909. So David does actually get the double build here. Sorry, Nicola, did you want to say something?
I was going to ask Saren, because she's a specialist of three-way draws. Do you think it could go to an 11-11-11 here?
No, not with these players.
It's all
you know them better than I do, so I trust you completely.
Yeah. Let's go ahead to spring 1910 here. So, Nicola, do you want to start in the West?
Well, the story is Germany takes Brest, Germany takes Paris, and France takes back Marseille. So it's kind of Second World War, France trying to resist in the south of France. They're going to try to survive with Turkish help. the question is now, is the GR going to go on with each other, or is it going to break? Because Niklas is not going to build this year, likely, except if somehow he gets Belgium from Germany, but I don't really see why they would do that. And David is going to grow by 2 again. So, like, let's see if they go on together. I'm rooting for that.
Karthik blocking Chris from getting into Ionian here hurts quite a lot, because now Jesse is going to take his only chance at survival, which is walking into Tunis, and there's nothing Chris can do about that. And Karthik has no reason to do anything other than keep blocking and obstructing Chris for as long as he can. So it's not great to be spread out this way.
Yeah. Well, I think that's most of what happened in the East here, right? So let's just go ahead and straight onto the fall phase, where we do actually see Jesse take that Tunis, I mean, of course. So, Sarah, do you want to talk about what happens in the East here? There's a lot of red arrows.
Yeah, Karthik is ever the tactician, writes the tactician's orders to defend all of his homeland, and successfully prevents himself from losing anything further this year. Like, that's really nice by Karthik, but like in the grand scheme, it's inconsequential, right? In the grand scheme, like only flipping someone can save him, and at this rate, it doesn't look like he's going to flip anyone to his side.
Yeah, and Nicola, do you want to talk about what's happening in the West?
Well, he takes Belgium. I said I didn't see why they would do it, but apparently they want to keep this alliance going, so they give him Belgium. That's a correct play to, if you really want to go like with the alliance. But then I think it goes in the direction of the two players saying we want to have this shared board top. I think the Nicholas and David. And the interesting stuff for me is Turkey supporting Burgundy into Marseille. So I don't know what Karthik did exactly to Chris Brandt, but like, that's saying I am helping the other guy with armies in the center, basically. So I want you dead, Karthik. That's a message that Chris Brandt is sending from the other side of the map, I think.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and see what ends up happening here. We get another fleet build from Nicolas Ahuge. We get a fleet build from David Hood as well, so maybe they're going to go at it up there. We'll see. Oh no, apparently not. That is game over, and David Hood actually gives up the board top here. This was Nicolas Ahuge taking the board top with 10 supply centers. David Hood on 9, just behind him. So, Sarah, do you think this was where they should have stopped? Do you think they should
hours of just intermittent commentating and knowing how long it played to get to this point. No, I can't in good conscience say that push
I wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but it's a beautiful one, so it's fair game. So yeah, like I think that's a correct decision for me. Nicolas Ahuge is on the top. He's happy with the result, so why go on, you know? And I'm pretty sure that Chris Brandt and Karthik have already said, well, now we've attacked each other enough, and we know how to set up a defensive line. So why lose? How many? I don't know how many hours for what? 2 dots maybe. So yeah, I think it's the correct result here.
All right. Well, yeah, that was game 3D. Let's bring us back to that. There's not a great layout. There we go. And we are going to bring back Kevin O'Kelly to the stream. Hi, Kevin. And
yes, Aaron, you are absolutely right. That's the game. Am I muted still? No, I'm not. That's the game that ended at 3:15 a.m. Local time last night. So they were certainly not going to push for any longer. But they did take a picture afterwards, and they looked fairly awake. So the adrenaline must have been pumping.
Yeah, know how that feels.
All right, well, Sarah, we're going to give you a break from commentary now. So thank you very much for being on for this time. We'll see you again later in the stream. Yeah, we will see you in a bit. All right, and then we are going to go ahead to Game 3C, Lava Bed. So we're going to move through this one a little bit more quickly. We will so I will ask one of you to look at the phase and just point out a few interesting things you see on it. If the other person notices something you haven't pointed out, then jump in, but we'll move ahead. So this is Game 3C.
Especially starting in the West, about as straightforward as you can get. So we'll save on that. The Southeast makes note. Ed and Liam are both Nexus players. Play, I think, a lot of Gunboat and Speedboat, and you typically see this as a positive RT opening, and also straightforward. So.
Anything you want to go ahead?
I would go straightforward, actually. France is making a move for Belgium, and the move to Gascony is the move that I really like. And cover Burgundy potentially in the fall, so it's a move I really like, but it's also a commitment against England, in my opinion, already to start the game.
Yeah, it's certainly an unusual order set from them. We will see how it pays off. Let's go ahead to the fall. So, Nicola, anything stand out to you in this phase?
Well, it's a sea lion, so as anti-English as it can be. And again, for anybody defending a sea lion, North Sea goes to Belgium or North Sea goes to Holland. I think that's the only way you can defend it well, and you need to do that, I think. And the other thing that I find interesting is, of course, the shuffle: Constantinople for the Russian fleet and Sev for the Turkish army. While at the same time, actually, Italy doesn't go for Aegean. So there is one alliance which is more committed to the other than the other, you can say.
I think this is the second time we've seen an Italy who does the convoy, but also takes Trieste. So we'll see if this follows out to that one.
Yeah, I mean, we can tell a fair amount of it from the builds, right? If we see that army coming out, it is two fleets, so it seems fairly pro-Austrian here. And yeah, elsewhere we do see Army Liverpool as a defensive measure, presumably against the Sea Lion. Always nicer to defend with armies in the British homeland. So let's move ahead to spring 1902. Kevin, any thoughts on what's going on in this phase?
Well, the Sea Lion usually doesn't have Munich going to Burgundy, so maybe faking them out, or even starting out round 3 trying to be as aggressive as possible. So a little bit of shifting dynamic there. Riaz holding in Spain to kind of, he doesn't need to get the army all the way to Portugal first, so maybe he was a little tentative on that in the West. In the East, RT seem to be working well together. With AI coming, Smyrna to Armenia stands out, but no real progress with the fleets yet in the south.
Anything to add to that, Nicola?
Yeah, actually, just a beautiful defense from England. That's a perfect move, because now he has 3 units around London, so he's going to be able to get it back in the fall. And that's the only order set that allows you to do that. And the only way for Germany and France to take it would have been to send an army to London, basically. And they didn't do that. So
yeah. It's very strategically great there from England, and we will see them take it back this phase. Nicola, anything else stand out to you here aside from the take back on London?
Yeah, we were kind of puzzled with the move from Munich to Burgundy, but Burgundy goes back to Munich, so it was apparently some kind of miscommunication, or I don't know. And else it's going to be RT against AI, and RT got fooled thinking that Italy was going to stab Austria, thinking that they would convoy Tunis to Greece. So that's a loss of tempo for for Turkey and Russia, but you'll note that Austria cannot build, so it's not going to do them a lot of good.
Yeah, it is just... Sorry, go on.
And just last thing, Ed bounces in Norway, not taking it. So saying, well, England, you can be a pain in the ass of Germany and France as long as you want. I'm going to be here to make sure you can be.
Yep. And Kevin, anything to add to that on your side?
No, Nicola pointed it out, the taking of Bulgaria, either effective diplomacy by Daniel to convince them he might switch, or by Jason for talking him out of it at the last minute. So we'll see how that progresses.
Yeah, well, let's move ahead to the winter phase here. We do see 2 new armies coming on the board, and of course, no build from the Austrian, as all their home centers are occupied. All right, spring 1903. Kevin, is there anything here you would like to point out?
Yeah, Munich to Tyrolia. That could have been a spring 02 move. That would have been probably more effective, efficient than it was back to Burgundy and back. So curious of the dynamic change there, if it was negotiated or what Riaz did to turn things around. But Riaz is making significant progress. All black arrows, strong. Italy is one of the few times where I think we've seen an attack onto Turkey not slowed it down by France that's come south. So it's more of the virtual game that I think we've seen over the last couple of years, and we're taking care of our spheres first. So strong movement there, and just fantastic progress by Italy here.
Nicola, anything you want to add to that?
Well, now it's going to be a gamble about Bulgaria, Romania in the east. So let's see who gains the gamble battle in the fall. Just in the west, basically Germany to shuffle the fleets and to have 2 fleets on the English on the North Sea. And again, Ed going to saying most likely I'm going to be able to drop this fleet either or in Baltic and Ukraine and in Germany. I think the same is Victoria. I think I want to South Korea or even the best option to take as potentially to take Greece, basically. Also, the surprising thing is that actually Tyrolia went for Trieste, which is kind of weird, because why would you attack Italy if you're Germany? That seems kind of the guy you don't want to mess with at the moment. So strange decision, but I would really like to understand why did that. And in the West, like they messed up a convoy, and so nothing happens.
Yeah, Kevin, anything to add on your side?
Yeah, I think just the free unit in Tyrolia was a guess. Maybe I can pick up a build in Venice or Trieste, and he gambled that Trieste would cover Venice to try and sneak in, but didn't to no avail. So I think setup is there for what's going to happen next year.
Good guesswork on the Italian part. Yeah, it's very bold to not cover Venice here, but it's definitely paid off. So we do see a Turkish build in Ankara rather than Smyrna. It's an interesting one, and an Austrian build in Budapest. Let's move ahead to the spring. And Kevin, do you want to take us off here? Anything stand out in particular to you?
Nice tactics for Russia Turkey to at least hold off for a little bit down in the southeast. With France not coming around now, Italy and Austria have all day to keep pecking at them, though. Serbia left open, uncovered, and Romania not going there. So maybe a good bit of planning or guessing based on what the negotiations were. Germany has to come south to potentially. I mean, Russia making the way, and Ed finally saying, "Okay, England, enough." I don't know if communications broke down or Ed had been patient enough. You're not going to be able to defend any longer, so I might as well take your center earlier rather than later.
Yep. And Nicola, anything to add?
No, just that actually I think Stephen Hogue made a deal with the devil. And I think it's not going to pay off in the end. Because if you look at what he has done, he has lost Denmark for one turn. In exchange, Russia, basically the deal is for Russia to attack England, but who benefits from that? Russia by taking one center. And at the same time, Germany helps Russia against Austria. So it's basically all of a diplomatic win, and that's an impressive one for Russia, to be fair. That's something only players of the caliber of Ed Sullivan can pull off. I think it's really impressive. Because Stephen Hogue is not a new player. So when I say he made a deal with the devil, he had his reasons. So he was convinced to do that. And I think it's going to play to the advantage of Ed Sullivan. So let's see what happens.
All right, let's go ahead to fall 1904 here. Right, Nicola, do you want to talk about what's going on here?
Well, it shows that I can't really read the board because apparently Germany takes London this turn, so it's quite nice. It wasn't sure. And England loses the guess and also loses Liverpool at the same time. So that's a bit heartbreaking, but Cameron, I am rooting for you and your last unit. Fighting to the end is the destiny of every diplomacy player, I think. And just in the east, Stephen goes back to Tyrolia, most likely to cover it, and Russia takes back Galicia. But it's Liam makes a misorder going to Enk instead of going to Smee that may cost them a lot in the end. But I think it's also maybe time for a realignment in the east, because if you look at how Italy is positioned, Italy is actually positioned only to take Austrian dots. So, and if you're Austria, what do you expect Italy to build? An army in Rome? And the army in Rome is actually not really great for you. So that's...
Yeah, it's an interesting position here. This could convert into an Italy-Russia alliance, right? And as Austria, you really don't want that. Kevin, anything to add to this?
Yeah, a good bit of tactics by Italy though to make sure, because even if Liam does correctly order to Smyrna, it still makes it. So not an end of the world, but certainly not helping. And then England just unfortunate. It realized couldn't do anything to stop Liverpool anyway, so made the gamble and sadly paid with paying for 2 dots rather than one. So this. I think France picks up 1, Germany picks up 1, Ed picks up 1, Italy picks up 1. So it's equal growth. So no clear winner, but France still has no enemies. So at this point, just looking to see where he goes next.
The issue is that it's a kill the witches game. That's what I mentioned, at the beginning of the broadcast with the first game. And the issue with the kill of the witches game is that if everybody runs to the center, it can stalemate very fast because there's nobody in their back, basically, which is the point of having the witches here.
Yeah, Absolutely. I am hearing we may potentially be having audio issues on the stream. If they're still going on, please keep commenting. We'll see if we can sort them out. But in the meantime, let's keep going to winter 1904. Right, and we have a fleet in Sevastopol here, which is an interesting build. I suppose coming down to Black Sea either to defend or to try and pick up maybe some of those centers around Turkey, and of course all of the English units coming off except North Sea. Okay, we're fine on the audio now. Fantastic. Okay, so let's move ahead to spring 1905. Kevin, is there anything in particular that stands out to you here?
Maybe Riaz was defending or covering Holland in case North Sea came down. Maybe that was helping Germany out, but Gascony going to Burgundy, probably doesn't follow that up. Liam hits about as far as he can. Again, Ed seeing Norway being free, Ed's probably going to see the Turkish centers not being useful. Although Liam does get to retreat forward, which will cause enough havoc for Jason, which you were looking at. They're putting pressure on Ed in the north, so it's not just going to be IR. I think quickly, but Jason knows how to wiggle his way out of kind of tough situations. I think there's still going to be some mess in the east. Nothing set up yet.
Right, and Nicola, anything to add to that?
Riaz has won this game, I think.
Oh,
no,
boy.
because it's not only Germany who has lowered this card, because he's going to lose London, and he's going to lose Holland, and he's going to potentially have a French unit in Rouen. So that's really bad. But it's also the fact that there is no pressure from Italy. And if you don't have any pressure from Italy, how do you stop France? And also they are forcing Ed to go back in the north. So basically Germany has attacked the two guys who were going to be able to help him against France. I don't think there is a shot here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's see if this continues being good for Riaz in the fall turn. It certainly looks it to me. Nicola, do you want to point out anything you find interesting on this phase?
No, actually, just he takes Holland, London, and he even takes Edinburgh. So that was not planned, but he takes it, which may very well be the right thing to do. But on the other hand, having an English Janissary could have been nice too. Here, so he had the choice. And again, Italy not moving. And that's why I said I don't see how anybody stops Riaz, because nobody seems to really care about that. That's the issue here.
Italy and France, generally, if you agree to stay away from each other at the beginning of the game, it works out well for at least one of them. The East just hasn't resolved yet. Turkey still squiggling around, holds on to Serbia at this point. Ed will get a build, though, because Khan walks out, and he picks up Romania. So at least he'll have a little, if he can build in the north to put some pressure on maybe Riaz up that way. But there's still some work to be done in the east.
But that's really interesting, I think, what you said about France and Italy. And that's a puzzle that we didn't manage to find, to basically solve at the DBNI, at the top board, basically. When you have Italy and France working hands in hands, the main issue is that at some point, actually, if both play to win, actually one is going to have to stab the other, right? But as long as they're not attacking each other, it's really a pain for the rest of the board, because it's super hard to crack France alone, just Germany, because they have attacked England first. And so yeah, I don't see how Riaz doesn't get away with this game, and potentially with a very high score, because Germany is going to have to disband now. How many? 2, I think that is.
That looks right, yeah. 2 disbands. In fact, we can see them here. Denmark and Silesia coming off the board. And plus Marseille, plus Paris, plus Brest for, well, plus Fleet Brest for Riaz Varani here doing very, very well for himself.
Yeah. And Riaz is a tactical genius too. So with this kind of position and lead, I agree with Nicola. It's just a matter of time and what the number is. So.
Yep. Okay, well, let's move ahead to spring 1906 here. Kevin, anything that particularly stands out to you? That massive movement of units in the middle of the board is quite something there.
The thing that stands out to me is Serbia making it into Budapest. So Liam maybe gets to 2, and can't build anywhere, which will be fun. So I'll look forward to that. The rest of it is just let's get into position.
Yeah, certainly interesting. Just Turkey somehow managing to go up to 2 here, because there's nothing that can take Serbia unless it's the Russian unit that slips in here. So yeah, there's certainly a way to survive. Nicola, anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, I don't understand what Ed is doing, to be fair. Because if the goal is to stop France, it seems that these Austrian units are more useful than the Turkish units. Honestly, I think if I had been doing this, I would have helped Jason take Serbia, because you need Jason, and Jason is doing the right thing, going to the center to help basically stop this French threat. And potentially even Russia can cover Bulgaria. It is losing Con. So I think you can have a rearrangement of armies here. So I don't really get that. But, Liam and Ed, it has happened to me also, like in VDL, for example. You have somebody, you have worked with him during the whole game, and you don't want to kill him. So that's also a possibility. Even on one center, I think for a tournament, that's quite important, the number of points you can get. So, yeah.
Okay, well, let's move ahead to the fall of 1906 here. See if Liam's does indeed go up to 2. Oh, no, it looks like, in fact, he's going to go down to 0 units, 1 center, which is always a fun place to be in a game. Yeah, Nicola, do you want to talk through what's going on here?
I don't get diplomacy at all. I think that's what's going on, to be honest. Because they put Riaz in Denmark, and they are moving away from him. And Italian fleets are not moving I think it's an arranged ending. Basically, Riaz said, I want 11 dots for some reason, and now they're giving him 11 dots, and it's going to end next year, I would assume.
Anything to add to that, Kevin?
No, Serbia standing alone says enough.
All right, well, let's move ahead to winter 1906. If the game does end here and so Liam ends up getting a draw with no units, it would be a fun position. So we see a few builds there, and the game unfortunately has not ended, so Liam will likely be eliminated here. Yeah. Which is unfortunately, you always love to see those 0 center, well, not 0 center, 0 unit survivals, but yeah, probably not going to happen here. Kevin, do you want to talk through what's going on this phase?
Yeah, I like what Riaz might have done. Convinced everyone, okay, I'll get in a position, I'll move away, maybe get Ed distracted a little bit, and now pushing for centers that are rightfully French. There's no reason why Riaz can't push for Scandinavia at this point. Germany is still fairly open. There's enough armies for Riaz to push. So, 11's a nice score, but 12's better, 13's better than that. And, he's not across any stalemate line, and Italy's still strong enough. But, the East, the last 2 games has just been unsettled. So, keep pushing until someone stops you.
Yeah, absolutely. Nicola, is there anything you want to add there?
Just That's a bit surprising. Now that I think about it, that Ed disbanded the armies in the north. We didn't really pay attention because I was thinking like it would be over, to be fair. But maybe that's also what has decided Riaz to go back on his word, basically.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting that let's have a look at the fall and see whether Riaz keeps pushing. I assume he's going to, right? Yeah, okay. So, Nicola, do you want to talk us through what's going on here?
Well, apparently what's going on is that Stephen has displeased a lot of people because somehow, even facing a threat of France, they are taking German dots and saying, well, you're going to be useless anyway if we let you leave, so let's take your dots. And that's what happens. And it's a bit surprising, to be fair, but actually it's Riaz who tried to save the last unit from Stephen in Berlin. And Berlin, by attacking Munich, actually sacrificed himself. So yeah, that's a bit surprising. They're all going to the yeah, that should end now. And just I want to give a shout out again to our DBNI champion. In last round, seemed at some point was almost dead, right? And now he's going to end the game with what, 7-8 centers. So,
yeah, that's pretty impressive. Right. So, Kevin, is there anything you want to add to that?
I think everyone is kind of just getting where they need to be. Riaz, again, there's no reason to stop pushing. He's not trying to make progress in the south, and Daniel is maybe bringing one more over, but with another build coming, another fleet's going to come to help out Riaz. So we'll see how far he wants to push it, and if the East finally decides to really settle this down, it should end pretty soon.
Yeah, well, let's move ahead to winter here. We're going to see 2 disbands from the German, which, I mean, they had to. And if we move ahead to the spring, it is still going on. So Riaz is continuing to push. Yeah, Kevin, do you want to take us through this phase?
Yeah, Sweden was unstoppable. In St. Petersburg, likely will be, Ed could really push to save it, but and maybe he will, and maybe Riaz will realize it's not worth 2 more years. I don't know what time this one ended, but late at night, it ultimately would be French, but Jason, I don't know why Jason's in Galicia. Otherwise, it's a longer cut to Silesia, but Ed's going down to Bulgaria. There's still just enough in the east that's not sure, but keep pushing Riaz.
Yeah, Nicola, anything to add to that?
No, I think Kevin said it all. I'm puzzled by the move to Bulgaria, to be fair, because if they stay like this in the fall, it means destroying useful Austrian units potentially for useless Russian fleets, which I think would be a bad calculation.
All right, yeah. So let's move along. I am hearing we've got some audio issues again. Unfortunately, I think that's from our streaming software, which is hopefully it will stop being on the fritz. Let's move ahead to fall 1908. That was all holds, so I assume that was game over. Yes, that was. Nicola, do you think this was the correct point for all of them to stop this game?
Actually, I think the correct point for everybody not named Riaz was 2 years ago. But yeah, definitely. I think here Riaz cannot make any more progress and the others cannot take anything from him. So it's a right result and a great game as friends. Honestly, it was impressive. He just rolled over them like there is no other term. He was fantastic.
Yeah, the only thing I have to add on there is that the score of 50 and the other ones being all in the teens is deserved for the East.
Yep, absolutely. I believe we have a player interview for this one, do we not, from David Hood, is that correct?
Yep, we'll get it on the stream. Hang on one second.
Well, folks, we've got with us here now Riaz Varani from British Columbia, who is fresh off of his round 3 finish. We thought we might want to check in, Riaz, and see how that game went.
Sure, happy to talk about it.
So you ended up where, and how did you get there?
So I was a 14 center France as a board topper. Second place was 7 centers, and it was a stop the solo that we've all been through, right? And it started out with a Franco-German alliance. It took us a while to get through England because we didn't really get any support from Russia up north, as he really shouldn't be helping us anyways. But once we broke through England and reduced them to 1, it was time to move on Germany.
So we call this the mid-game. So tell me what your mid-game thinking was.
So my mid-game thinking was I need to take control of the West and be in that power position where everybody else is, okay, how big is your board top? And where do we get you to make you happy? And it's always nice when everybody says what makes you happy, right? To get the top. And that was it, and securing the position and getting my fleets into places where people couldn't stop me.
So what do you think was the key to making sure that you had such a wide disparity between your 14 centers and the next highest player?
One of the keys was actually a good friend of mine named Jason Massbaum, and he actually there was a stab of Russia, which angered Russia and got him to pull some of his northern units, and then at that point it was count the dots, right? Get to 13, 14 as quickly as you can, and see where you're at, and then stop the game.
Well, was there in fact a legitimate solo push in this game, and if so, how did it be? How was it stopped?
There kind of was, but there was in the east there was obviously a stop Riaz coalition. So what I was trying to do was just keep them satisfied in the east, keep them satisfied in the south, without having fleets all over the place around French centers around Iberia, and in the meantime just push the rest of my fleets into Scandinavia, capture whatever I could, lock it down so that there was almost no resistance to taking that top.
Well, I'm not part of the Stop Riaz Alliance. I say go Riaz. But before we go, I want you to talk just for a second about why people ought to come to the Cascadia face-to-face tournament that's scheduled to be in July.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It always is. Chris Brand does a fantastic job hosting and being a great TD and a great ambassador for the hobby as well. And lastly, it's Vancouver in July, and there's no better place to be in July than Vancouver, BC.
Well, thank you for that, Riaz Varani, and thank you for being on DBN. Back to the studio.
Thank you, David.
All right, and we are back. This is that game that Riaz Varani just did incredibly well in. Of course, getting 50 points. It's not quite Summer Squares, by the way. I saw in the comments that someone mentioned that it's Summer Square scoring. It is very, very close, and the incentives are roughly the same. But it's actually a variant of Manacon, which adjusts Summer Squares to be a bit more valuable for the players who do much more poorly there. Right, so I see we've got a new addition to the cast. Are we advertising Dipcon?
Yeah. So as I figure as you switch over to the next one, David did a nice job in promoting some of the upcoming events. So we'll advertise his. It's Memorial Day weekend, 4 weekends from now, I think it is, down in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. It's the longest running face-to-face tournament. The website, dixiecon.com, is uploaded. David sends out updates and newsletters. So for anyone who's maybe free Memorial Day weekend, check out the site. It's a fantastic tournament. It's the first one I ever went to. I have not been back because my wedding anniversary is that weekend. So I have a longer alliance with my wife than any diplomacy player. So I know I get jokes for that, but I will stick to that. That is the truth. The next one after that will be Denver's Regatta. That is June 17th through 19th, I think, is the dates. I think it's Father's Day weekend. They are still working on the details for the host, where they're going to hold the con, because they're trying to figure out costs. But the date is locked in, so that's good. It sounds like it's my audio that's screwy. So let's see if I can fix that.
It might just be the audio overall. I'm not sure.
And no, I'm sure it's mine. Here, we'll figure. I got an idea. What if I do?
Yeah, always. I can hear you fine, so I think it's probably the stream audio as a whole.
All right, we'll just blame Adam. He's the one who's playing.
Absolutely, yes. As the TD of this, or one of the TDs of this tournament, Adam is of course to blame for any issues in this DBS stream. Please direct all complaints to him.
Yeah. So Regatta and then Cascadia, as mentioned, is in July. I didn't hear about that, but I am putting up QR code here, and we'll get it up again later, and we'll get a link in the description that will take you to the NADF, the North American Diplomacy Federation's Discord page, and that will have all the info. And then lastly, in August, let's see if we can get this. Lastly, in August is the Boston Massacre, which will be also.
Does this work? Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's just a problem with StreamYard. Your audio is fine either way.
They can deal with it. So, Boston Massacre is in August. All of those are on the QR code, and we will get more information out through the servers.
Yeah. All right. Well, shall we get back to these games? I noticed we have a comment saying we haven't seen the overall scores in a while. We're going to look at those at the end of the round 3 coverage, although I will have to get them up separately, I think, because we're missing one of the games on our actual software. So this is round 3, board B, Cabrillo. Austria is Colin Flaherty. England, Matthew Krill. France, 3-time world champion Andrew Goff. Germany is Micah Bales. Italy, Siobhan Nolan. Russia is Eddie Bassan. And Turkey is Noam Brown. Let's go ahead to the map.
Do you know by any chance Colin Flaherty and Micah Bales, if there's some kind of experience? Or...
I believe both of them are relatively new. I don't actually know Micah Bales at all. I believe Colin was at Carnage previously, but outside of that, I'm not sure. Can we lose the scrolling now?
We're just going to keep promoting the entire tournament. There we go.
Yes, of course, DixieCon, very important. We do not want to cover up No Brown, Colin Flaherty, and Siobhan Nolan. All right, so let's do this in the same style we did the last one. Let's go ahead and move to spring 1901. Nicola, do you want to point out anything that stands out to you here?
I love the Austrian opening. It's a paranoid opening of I know everybody is going to be against me, so I am covering everything. And it worked. So it means that he knew somehow, maybe it's Turkey who said it, or I don't know, somebody anyway said, you're going to be screwed over and defend yourself. So that's what's important. The other move, which is very important and very original, is the move to Holland with the fleet, with the German fleet. Which gives you the possibility of taking 3 dots, and also gives you the possibility of not having Denmark. So let's see what happens in the fall. But I think that was amazing. Oh, and also the move to Armenia from the Turkish guy, from Noam, which is apparently fine in Chicago, and which is an attack on Russia and everywhere else in the world, basically.
Oh, no, it's still an attack on Russia and Chicago as well. It's just we do that more often than anywhere else in the world.
All right. Well, yeah, Kevin, anything to add to that?
Nope. Nicola stole my thunder with giving Matt Sundstrom credit for the Turkish opening. So,
right. So, well, we've got
Very sorry.
plenty more to talk about here in the full phase. Anything here stand out to you particularly?
the other comment I was going to make, and I was like, nah, there's no way it would happen. But Germany also could only get 4 with that opening. Generally, Holland should have. He lost Nicola melting into.
So hard he disappeared.
Yeah. Holland not supporting Ruhr to Belgium. That hurts a lot. But the convoy to Denmark, or even north, just doing that, not surprising on that. So I'm glad to see it. I'm sorry, Micah, it happened to you, but I'm glad that there was some response. Doing that to a player as accomplished as Matthew Krill is usually rough going. So. The rest of the West, straightforward. The East, I'm surprised there was no bounce, either Serbia or Greece. It seems like Nome is locked in anti-Russian. Maybe didn't. I don't know. I wouldn't have left black open if I was doing that too. But yeah, I'll be interesting to see what comes down for builds.
I think it confirms what I was thinking and in the spring, that Noam said to Colin, they are going after you, and he's going to do everything to help Austria. And it's actually the gamble, because if Russia tries to take Romania, it bounces here. If Russia tries to take Romania and go for Black Sea, you take Sev in their back. So I think that's why he went for. So I think it's really anti-Russian, and he wants to work with Austria really bad. And Austria, just the ending position is that it has enemy unit in Venice, Tyrolia, and Galicia. So let's see what happens next year.
Could be quite painful, yeah. Right, so let's go ahead to the winter. So we see Fleet Berlin. It's possibly the most interesting thing here. And of course, Fleet Ankara are very, very, very anti-Russian, as you mentioned already. Let's move ahead to the spring. Okay, Nicola, anything interesting happening here?
I think that actually the bounce in Belgium was really not meant to be. I think it was to fool somebody, or I don't know. And actually, they just forgot the support from Holland, because now they're supporting Germany into Belgium. So the FG is back on. But it's possibly actually a triple, because England is going after Russia. So it's a bit of a messy triple, because in a triple, usually it's Germany taking Sweden, but apparently they're trying something new. But I think that's what's going on. I think it's a triple. And as we discussed last season, basically in the East, it's going to be AT against Wintergreen. Or do you disagree, Kevin? Or?
Yeah, I just don't buy a triple. I'd be curious to see how it plays out. I don't know if Andrew's going to want to full fly south, but I'll be curious to see that. The northern moves, Berlin going to Kiel. I think I'm as confused in the West. In the East, it's the same. It's going to be a mess until it clears up, and I think 3 in a row now. This just won't resolve, and the winner is going to come from the West, even though the West is, struggling as well.
Yeah, but France cannot go south. The fleet is in Portugal, not in Spain. So that's why I'm a bit puzzled by this.
I would have thought that if Spain was going to Gascony, Portugal follows into Spain if it's a triple. But I agree.
All right, well, let's go ahead to the fall here. That's a lot of supports for Malta, Spain. Kevin, is there anything that stands out to you here aside from that?
I was just, yeah. Other than that, not much. England is getting Denmark and getting Sweden out of this, so congrats to Matthew for being able to pull that off. I mean, Eddie didn't have much of a chance in there, but how Germany doesn't get anything out of it too is frustrating, I'm sure, for Micah. Although picking up Belgium, so not a total loss. IRT, maybe. I don't know.
No.
It seems like AT still very much because Serbia gets supported. Serbia supports Constantinople into Bulgaria, right?
Yeah, but then Tyrolia is supporting Galicia into Vienna, so I just
So IR versus AT still,
Yeah.
I think.
I think too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it's certainly a weird combination. You don't see AT versus IR all that often. Oftentimes, AT they try to integrate it with some kind of triple on one side or the other.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, Nicola, is there anything else that stands out to you here?
Like you never doubt Andrew Goff, so I'm not sure what his plans are like, but it's very surprising, and even for me, who I'm not the most committal player, I guess, it seems very non-committal. So like I have no idea. Yeah, exactly. But like it's more than non-committal because you can't really go somewhere, so it's a bit weird. And just on the other hand, I just want to mention that Germany is going to build still, but England has the upper end and Turkey has the upper end. So it's a game where the witches are going to be strong and where potentially, again, the key defensive alliance is going to be Italy and France if they don't move against each other. So let's see. Goff is going to decide what's happening.
Go ahead and see. Yeah, we see those two English builds. Very strong turn for them and very strong turn for Known. It's very strong turn for the corner powers in general. Right. So, Nicola, anything stand out to you in this phase?
Well, there is no statement from Goff, but at least he's in position to do fun stuff. So that's great. But England is the one committing, and England is playing a wonderful game. Honestly, that's a beautiful opening. That's great strategy, great diplomacy also, and Turkey taking advantage of Russia in the south. So they're losing Romania in the spring, but I think they can take it back in the fall. And at the same time, they still have Austria saying, well, you've been helping me from the start, so I know I'm going to die, but I'm going to die for you. So they have a vassal basically very loyal to them. So it's a great position for the witches to be in.
Yeah, and Kevin, anything to add to that?
Yeah, just bigger picture, I think, from the end of the fall, and David mentioned it in the round 3 interview coming in, is Saturday night or round 3 in a 4-round tournament is always moving day. In professional golf, Saturday is always the day you set up for your Sunday run. And if this is the case and you're going to play long, I know we had some 3 a.m. and 2 a.m. games. This might just be, Goffey being non-committal. It's not non-committal. He's got a plan. He knows what he wants to accomplish. He's letting Matthew have some play in the north. He's not really throwing everything at, Siobhan in the south. He's kind of just seeing, he's got no enemies. He's just waiting. The convoy from London to Denmark going through Helgoland. I know it wasn't convoyed actually through Helgoland, but the way the map shows it as going through Helgoland is kind of comical that he's using Helgoland to take out Germany. So this will be a quick crush, I think, on Germany. And the East again is just taking. It's progressing, but it's still taking long to resolve. So.
All right. Well, let's move ahead to the fall here. So, yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on. Kevin, do you want to take it again?
Yeah, Andrew's just setting up. He knows he's got guaranteed orders to move, to make progress. Self-bouncing in Spain. It's clearly this is where the French and Italian they stay apart long enough until Nikolai. I know you said they had to fight at some point, and usually they do. So we'll see. If it's, IFE or FIE, or if it's just EF running the board.
They don't have to, but just, especially if you want to have a big score, you're going to have to choose a direction to pick at some point. And here Andrew is saying my direction is taking 1 dot. And so he takes 1 dot off of Germany, which is, and then he's in a very good position. Most likely what's going to happen is either he takes Munich or he's going to cut some support so that England takes Kiel, so the EF is rolling. And I think that's also why he isn't taking Tunis, because he knows that the main enemy is actually Turkey for him right now in terms of topping the board. So,
yeah. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the winter phase here, the builds. We only see 2 builds on the board this turn. Siobhan gets a fleet in Naples, and Andrew Goff gets an army in Paris. And if we move ahead to the spring of 1904, we'll see what those armies and fleets are doing. Nicola, do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, so Andrew I think this fleet is coming to help Italy. I think it's not a fleet to attack. Maybe it's going to be able to grab a dot, but the main point I think of this fleet is to help. And the idea was, well, imagine that they put the fleet Greece in Albania, and then they are in Greece, and there are 4 units against my poor Ionian, then you can help. And at the same time, France is taking Ruhr, taking Munich, so making sure that they are going to get Munich and that England is going to get Holland. So, like, the dismantling of Germany is going fine. And yeah, I think that's all right. And Turkey, as the AT, continues to grow.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Kevin?
Nope. That is about as straightforward as you can get. Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead to the fall. And well, you can add stuff. There's so little going on that in that French region right now. It's just that entire side of the board feels completely empty. Go ahead, Kevin. This is your phase to take.
Yeah, this is surgical EF. Tactically, it's done well, and even England was even able to use Prussia to start to interfere in the east. So they're making excellent progress. Having Germans fleets where they were, Munich was dead from the start. So Nikolai was correct with the Tyrrhenian being there to quote unquote help with Ionian for now, but having a fleet touching 2 open Italian centers, helping himself to a dot later on, might be in the cards.
Yeah. Nicola, anything to add to that?
No, just I think, I don't know how he does it, but Andrew, I don't know, just in a superb position, diplomatically and tactically. So super impressed, like always when I see Andrew Goff playing.
It's an excellent position. Yeah, let's go ahead, and he gets that 1 build. England builds an army there, so I guess planning to go more inland into the continent here. He has the fleets to secure that front now. Armies are the way forward. And we see Austria actually get a build out of all of this, probably from a disband. I didn't actually check, but looks like Austria will be able to hold against IR here just a little bit longer at least. Nicola, do you want to take us through what's happening this phase?
I think it's Andrew making a point, and making the point that actually Napoleon used only French armies, no fleets, and that he wants to go to Moscow. That's how I read the board right now. So just the EF rolling, basically nothing being able to stop them. And on the other side of the board, they're just fighting. The 80s fighting to get to 3 or 4 dots while you have an EF with 7 dots each. So, yeah.
I'm just curious if he was actually intending, if Andrew was actually intending to convoy the Russian in St. Pete all the way down to Syria. I think that's what that order is.
But he couldn't anyway.
No. I just in bigger picture, does he want to send Eddie Bursan around the world? So, yeah. The army, London. If I didn't, we're moving along, but that army is headed towards St. Pete, over the top. I don't know if Holland, like you said, is the trade, or Andrew gets one because he's been nice to Matthew. But as we know, Matthew has pulled off a 17-17 before, and Andrew, even in gunboat and speedboat, is as patient as can be. I worry not about that alliance, and I would bet a whole lot of money that stays together for quite some time.
Yeah, it's arranged because they're sure to take St. Pete. So.
Yep. All right, well, let's see them do it here. Right, so Kevin, I believe you're on this one.
Yep, and Mid-Atlantic, I don't know if it was trying to support St. Pete because he tried to send him around the world, but maybe that's the sign of the breaking of the EF alliance. Is he's trying to hold Eddie. No, this again, it's as surgical as can be. Tyrrhenian still fighting off Gnome on the other side. I know Gnome's had some good scores. So if we're positioning for round 4 and for a chance to win the tournament, keeping those scores down is just as important. So Munich's across into Tyrolia, Bohemia. It's just a matter of time before it's whatever I don't want to call it contrived ending, because if you can make an alliance work as well as this is going, it's not contrived. It's fully executed. So congrats so far, and we'll see where it goes.
And as you see, Shoban is supporting Andrew into Tyrolia, so she doesn't care that Andrew is going to top this board.
No.
And that's the issue when you build so many fleets as Turkey. It seems cool, because you're in the AT, but afterwards to negotiate, for example, peace with Italy here, it's almost impossible. And just even if you wanted to try to give Italy 1 dot, how do you do it?
Yeah, it seems really, really difficult for them to unlock that. That's essentially stalemated situation over there. And EF doing really well out of it, as you can see from these builds here. We do say goodbye to Micah. His last action was to make sure that Eddie Bassan did not get Warsaw back, so now Eddie is exiled in Vienna. Let's move ahead to the spring. Nicola, anything stand out to you?
No, it's just EF rolling over this board, moving slowly but surely, and
yeah, it certainly seems that way. Kevin, anything to add to that, or shall I move on?
Tyrolia supporting Vienna. Andrew Goff is supporting Eddie Bursan at every turn.
Yep, indeed. And this time it's actually valid. Let's move ahead to the fall.
And still supporting Eddie Bursan. And Eddie returns the favor by pushing Silesia down to Galicia. So we continue to go. Matt probably as ineffective or inefficient of a turn as we've seen all game long, but one turn isn't going to slow them down. No progress in the south. It's just, again, positioning.
Nicola, anything to add to that one, or shall we keep on pushing through this?
We can keep moving. Just England taking 1 dot here, yeah, and having the next one, so Andrew should get one soon at some point.
Yep. Well, there's another army build from England, spring 1907. We do see them continue to move, and ouch, that poor Austrian position here. Nicola, do you want to talk us through what's happened here?
No, Andrew is taking Budapest, and honestly, given the number of armies he has built, I'm really halfway joking when I'm saying that he wants to go for the Napoleon challenge and taking Moscow with the French army.
Yep, it's certainly. I mean, the other interesting thing here is Gnome blowing up that unit in Romania, right? I suppose it could be agreed upon, given Romania was trying to move out anyway. But I don't think you add the support there if you are being friendly towards the Austrian.
I think it's a message you're dead, and also the fleet's going back. You know, it's trying maybe to say to Italy, well, maybe we should do something at some point.
Yep. Kevin, anything to add?
Vienna supporting France into Budapest.
Yep. Eddie returning the favor for all those supports. Oof.
Oh, sorry, Eddie. It lasted as long as it could, but no, Andrew being down 2 in the builds, this gets them back to closer to level. Austria does survive though. Again, with the goal from the west to limit the Turkish score. So another fantastic set. This time with Matthew having 3 black arrows with those armies from Eddie to Denmark, all the way through Warsaw. So.
You see that there is some tension starting to grow, because like Matthew moving back the fleet to kill, you're just trying to say, well, I trust you, but still don't try to come in my back. Because
yep. Andrew Goff's not a 3-time world champion for nothing. So, and probably a good set of orders, but nothing to fear too much about.
Right, so well, let's keep on moving along here. We've got Andrew Goff deciding to waive a build here, maybe to ease tensions a bit. And Austria actually has one build, but obviously cannot build it. Serbia is unfortunately not an Austrian home supply center, just as it wasn't a Turkish home supply center in the last one. Right, so spring 1908, Nicola, anything stand out?
No. So Gnome trying to fight. Shoban saying, well, you tried to attack me from the start, so I don't want to find anybody else than you. But again, she knows she has lost by now, so I think she just wants to help a friend. Austria is going to die, unfortunately. Sorry, Colin. That's why I was asking about Colin and Micah at the beginning of the game, because it's like this board, it's kind of, you know, you're the wild card and you have the top seed in front of you. So that's kind of the idea. So, but yeah, I think it's going to a conclusion. I'm not sure what they want, because the fact that the armies of Matthew are not moving seems to indicate that they're close to their goal, at least maybe an 11-11, 12-12. But
yeah. And Kevin, anything to add on this phase?
No Russian support or French support together, so I think I'm done.
Yeah, I do like the callback from Chris Ward here. No matter what Peter Jürgen thinks on Serbia being a home supply center, that is an old reference to the 2016 World Diplomacy Championship covered by Chris Martin. Very good videos. You should go watch them at some point, although not right now, obviously. Let's move ahead to fall 1908. Very little happening right now, but Kevin, do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, just more progress. Austria does not survive the year. Turkey will probably lose. Is that right? Going to lose Sevastopol then in 1909. Still friendship between Italy and France. The question is, maybe Nicola can look at the tactics here. Is how much further can Turkey be pushed back, or there's a lot of holds by Matthew up north. Maybe they're getting to the point now to just say, okay, we're getting to 11. You know, France will be up to 12. Maybe England gets 7. We call it a 12-12.
It's a possibility. What I was thinking is Andrew waived the build, so you have 2 possibilities. Either he tries to go for a solo now, 3 builds, so that can definitely change the balance of the game, or he does what Andrew does a lot, being smarter than everybody else and waiving maybe up to 3 builds. So let's see what happens.
It's important to note that Gnome here prevents Matthew and Andrew from having a joint board top at the end of this phase by bouncing Matthew out of Sevastopol. So now it's 12-11. And we do not see the waves, but we do see all armies. This is a 2-fleet France. on 12 centers. I do not think I've ever seen that before. It's fascinating.
It's him making a point, basically.
Absolutely is. Let's move ahead to spring 1909, making good use of all those armies. Nicola, do you want to? Well, is there anything that stands out to you as interesting here?
It's just the fact that Gascony, so the southwest of France, is a really nice place to go during the summer. So completely get that. But else, I think, just France pushing and Turkey going back. So now let's see how many centers they want.
Yeah, it is interesting that France is being pushed forward as opposed to, because England is going +1 from Sevastopol. France just gained Bulgaria and Greece potentially this year. This gap is becoming wider.
No, because they're going to give Romania to England, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. And with Matthew moving out of London and Prussia back to Berlin, it's just I know you're not thinking about it, Andrew, but just in case you are.
Right, let's go ahead and see what's happening here. Yep, that move into Romania. That should take them to an even board top at 13 supply centers. Nome going down to 3 in the corner, so Chiffon actually ends up on slightly more supply centers in the end. Was it this game that's was it Kevin at the start? You said that the East wouldn't get. Maybe that was a different game actually, but the East absolutely couldn't resolve their differences here, and the West made the most of it.
Yeah, I think in 1902 it was fairly clear that again in the last game too, the West is having some. I think in the chat we saw Germany has not fared well, but England and France I think have certainly had some good rounds.
Germany has had some good rounds at the beginning. There were some FGs at the beginning which worked well.
Yeah, I should say we don't actually know that the game is over. There we go. Now we know that the game is over, but it was pretty obvious, right? But yes, Germany had a few good rounds, but it does seem to still be on the receiving end quite a lot of these bad situations, right? Right, so, I mean, do you think that anyone should have kept playing on for maybe a solo here, Nicola?
If you're Andrew Goff, no, because you've proved your point. If you're me, yeah, I think I would have tried. Just because, like, for me, like, the goal is to get the solo, so if you don't have a shot, I'm not going to stab an ally just to get one more dot. But if you have a shot at a solo, like, yeah, for me, that's the name of the game. So I think that either France or England could have made a case for a solo. But I think without building fleets as France, it's hard because then you're going to be pushed back by Italy. But yeah, it's the right result because it's a result that Goff wanted and the result that Matthew wanted. That's what I would say.
And I'd say the other is, even with Andrew, having Matthew on the other side of that negotiation makes it harder because Matthew is just so calm and, we're going to continue this. This is our plan. Let's do it. It's if it were anyone other than Matthew on the other side, and not saying Andrew would be tempted since he's won a bit, but even you on the other side with Matthew Krill, it's harder you might want that. And he just says, no, you really don't. So it's easy to give in to, he's such a good diplomat.
No, but I think also, like, without building the fleets, honestly, here, if we look at it right now, just not a few turns before, but just not building the fleets, I think Chauvin can alone almost stop part of the French attempt to solo. So it would be most likely rather England, and he's not particularly in a position to stab him. So they've done a good job with that.
Yep.
All right. Well, with that, we say goodbye to this game. Game 3. Oh, hi, Siobhan. Yep. So that was game B of round 3. We have one game left, but before we do that, we are going to say goodnight to Nikolai Taye. Thank you very much for coming on and giving your insights to us, and especially for staying up very late over there in France.
Thanks a lot for the invite, and keep up the good work and have fun for the rest of the night for me and for the day for you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola.
All right. Good night. And we are going to bring back to the stream Saren. Hi, Saren.
Hey, Marcus.
Yeah, welcome back. Okay, we are going to go to the final game of round 3 now, which I believe I have just gone up. Yep. Okay, so lots of players here that we haven't seen in the DBNI last year, as you can see from the lack of DBNI rankings there. The Tessa Durrett is a new player to this, I believe, and we've seen a bunch of these players in the earlier rounds, but it's still great to have them. And of course, Tanya Gill, pretending that she's never played before with that lack of DBNI score, but very much has. Let's go ahead to the game itself.
So the one last thing to say about this board, it is majority non-male.
This is true. Yeah, it has been a good while since that's happened in diplomacy, I believe. So that's fantastic to see. Let's go ahead to the commentary. So we're going to keep the same style that we've been doing previously, which is that one person is going to talk through the phase and the other person can just add a little bit if they see anything extra there. So let's start off with Kevin in the spring. Anything interesting here?
Let's see. No, the West. I like Paris to Gascony. That's a lot I'll do if I'm feeling under pressure, which Venice to Piedmont, there's a little bit. So maybe he, Zach, maybe Zach sniffed that out a little bit. In the East, love the Galicia staying open, negotiated. I think this is a few times we've seen now Vienna to Trieste today, Austria. Austria feeling some pressure, but a good set of opening and a bounce in Armenia with Black being left open. I don't think Heather plays a lot online as far as I could tell, but maybe so, or maybe she's picked up some moves from previous DBN videos. So a good set. I don't have a good read from the start. Saren?
I'm really baffled by St. Petersburg going to Livonia. Like I don't think I've ever seen that before, and I wonder what whether that was just a simple misorder or whether there's some kind of plan here. If there is a plan, I would be very intrigued to know what that plan is. Heather and Katie clearly do have a plan in the south. The Armenia opening that's become quite popular recently. You know, with Anton, it's a little bit more a less conventional thing he's going for here. There are some Italies who like to open to Piedmont and Tuscany and then convoy to Tunis and do like a Western Lepanto. I can't say I've ever seen it work out, but if I haven't seen that work out, it's even rarer that I've seen this current opening work out. So I'll be interested to see where he goes from here.
Yeah, I would like to add, I mean, in particular, the Livonia move there, I think that is very much a newbie trap in that often when you start out in diplomacy, at least if you get as into it as I do, you go and then look up a bunch of articles online about all the different random openings you can do. And of course, number one is the Key Lepanto. You always try that and then you die and then you get disillusioned, or you try it and it works and then you go for stupid openings for the rest of your career. But the the important thing is there is a very popular article about opening to Livonia saying that it baits Germany into covering the Baltic, denying them a build. It's not worth doing. Don't do it. Please don't fall into that trap.
Let's see. Let's see. I want to see it.
All right. Well, let's go ahead to the fall of 1901. Yeah, indeed. They do just go to Sweden instead. So, Saren, do you want to talk us through what's happening here?
Yeah, so Heather has just declared war on Matt, but if you're going to do this, it's probably still better to open to Bothnia first to leave that bit of, freedom in what you can do, because there's no way that Matt would do anything other than pick up both Denmark and Sweden if he's just given the ability to do so. it's a great position for Tanya here. Seems to be no pressure from anybody, just gets the free convoy into Belgium. This is clearly worked out with both Zach and Matt, so it implies that she has a good relationship with both of them, which will help her a lot. Anton decides that he's done going west and now reorients to go completely east while picking up Tunis with the fleet. So maybe gonna make play on Austria. And we have Tessa getting into quite a standard 1901 Austrian configuration, except she manages to get that army into Albania as well, which is not a bad position to be in, except that Anton now has quite a lot of armies against her western flank.
So I had to, just because this opening screams we've had some fights in the past. So they have faced off 4 times before, 3 at Cascadia, 3 years in a row. And let's see, Matt has gotten the better of the fight twice. Heather once, and a draw in their first matchup. So maybe there was some stab. I'll have to see if we've got some history on that, but it's fantastic. The Italian set, it's a position in winter 1901 that I've been in a lot, but that's not the way I necessarily would have gone there. But hey, it gets us talking, so I like it.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, well, let's move ahead to the winter here. We're going to see 2 builds. Interestingly, Tessa builds those armies away from Anton's front, so it obviously still has the units to cover Trieste. There's 4 armies around that, but nothing built in Trieste, so nothing outright aggressive towards the Italian. So I don't think there's a ton else interesting, except maybe Army St. Petersburg is a bit of an odd one up there. Any opinions on that?
I have a feeling it's going for Sweden.
You'd expect so after this opening, right? Let's go ahead to spring 1902. So, Kevin, I believe you're talking us through this one.
Boom, St. Pete to Finland. We are going to have the attack on Sweden. It's got to be. I know we've been talking about this game for a little bit, and I haven't mentioned Tanya Gill directly yet. So yes, Tanya's on this board, and looking like Matthew Krill in the last one, where everything is just successful at this point. So looking forward to see how this plays out. There was the attack on Trieste, so the 4 surrounding units saying, "Okay, fine, you take a chance if you want. It's not going to be successful though." So good to that. We'll see. We'll see how the rest of it plays out.
Yep. Looks like
Sorry, go on.
Looks like a rat in the east for the moment, which makes a lot of sense. If you're going to have like Italy playing like this, and you're going to have, Tanya getting off to that kind of start in the north, the last thing you want to do is to be creating like a gigantic mess in the south. But it's not looking so great for Heather, because despite setting up 2 on Sweden, there's very minimal chance that it looks like she's going to get it. And more importantly, Tanya is going to be able to just put an army into St. Pete with very few units anywhere in its proximity on the Russian side.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go ahead to the fall here. Saren, do you want to talk us through this?
Yep, everything succeeds for Tanya. Manages to put both of her armies into Scandinavia. Very strong position with Zach going south and Matt going after Heather. So, I mean, the English position is a very nice position. Meanwhile, in the east, we have Zach putting Anton into Munich. So very interesting. It looks like the move south by Zach might be all arranged with Italy, except for Italy also going to Piedmont, which is just quite a bizarre configuration of moves from Anton here. It's not sure from this, just looking at this, who he's trying to work with. But one thing's for sure is that Tessa and Katie are definitely working together, but Katie sneaks in behind Tessa and takes Greece, and I'm not sure that was what was agreed between the two of them.
It continues to follow up that the West has been working well together, and the East, there's always something that just disrupts it. And I'm hoping Bulgaria slipping into Greece isn't that, but again, I would bet the winners coming out of the West, and this is 0-2 again. So
it could be agreed. Like, it would be very aggressive to take this for this to be a blindside. Like, I would be surprised if this was a blindside on Katie's part.
Yep.
All right, well, let's move forward to the winter here. We're going to have to see an Austrian unit come off the board. It is Serbia, and the Russian unit in Romania comes off the board. So, Katie, looking very good right now. Let's go ahead to the spring. Right, Kevin, this one's yours.
Well, so Austria's bringing the fleet up. There's still the tension. So, yeah, things are looking good for Katie, but Italy's not on board with that. So when it's going to fall into the same game, I think, as the last one. Is Zach, I'm sending my fleet to help. Now, I don't know if Zach is as patient as Andrew Goff, but certainly Turkey is stuck without much room for growth without taking centers off their ally. So the North is unbelievable. It's not like Tanya's, one of the best players in the world. Oh, wait, and then just with free movement, couldn't be stopped, and just further progress. But I do get validation for Finland walking into Sweden.
Indeed you do. Saren, anything to add to that?
Kevin's covered all the major talking points. Just Tanya just goes and goes. And in the South, it looks like Tessa and Katie are still on good terms and still working together.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead to the fall here. Saren, go ahead.
Katie just goes after another one. What was it that Rusk said about vampires and diplomacy? Like, look, Tessa is not going down. She does get Venice. So there's a chance that they could still be working together after this. But, it's just a position where, like, Katie is probably seeing Tanya's explosive growth and figuring that she has got to, like, try to play catch up somehow, because otherwise Tanya is just going to keep going. And Tanya picks up Denmark as well, because it had to be covered from Heather.
Yeah, the only thing that question is Mid-Atlantic and Norwegian bouncing in North Atlantic. Is that agreed upon, or was that arranged?
That's arranged.
Yeah. I don't know. I've played enough games with Zach. I can trash on him a little bit. Maybe not.
Yeah. All right. Well, here's the winter phase. We do see that fleet in Livonia coming off the board. Unfortunately, it's not going to get to try and bait the German unit into Baltic again. And we see a wave from Tanya. Is this the correct time to wave? Saren, as the expert on waves, do you think so?
I think if it was requested by Zach, which it very well might be in this position, then absolutely you should wave. Like, if Zach requested it, then that's just what happens. Like, as an extra olive branch, I don't think Tanya would actually have proactively chosen to wave if she were not asked to. So I'm inclined to believe that Zach did ask for it, in which case, she should just wave.
All righty. Well, let's go ahead to the spring. Kevin, this one's all yours.
Matt, early struggle, but getting a little position. Obviously, Tanya being in Denmark is, but walking out, building that alliance a little bit, giving Matt some flexibility. We'll take Warsaw. Tanya move into Ukraine, maybe to cut the support, but a little out of position now. But I guess having an English army in Ukraine is really not out of position. So forward position, we'll call it. AT sticking together, and I'm trying to see any tactics in Italy. Zach holds instead of approaching Ionian. So interesting that Katie gets in and now has position to never. Nome, I don't know if ever got that far in the last game. So Katie's making further progress there.
Yep. Anything to add to that, Saren?
I have to commend Katie that she negotiated all this with Tessa, and Tessa is very happy to do it. Understandable, Tessa's a new player. She probably like doesn't, you know, have that goal of like winning the entire tournament. So like it's reasonable that like some people would choose to make these deals. People have a lot of different reasons for doing so, and you know, it's to both of their credit that they managed to work out this unconventional deal.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead to the fall. It does look like they keep it on. Saren, go ahead.
Yep, AT continues rolling, and in the north, Tanya and Zach and Matt combine to turn against Tanya. So finally, providing some countervailing force against the seemingly unstoppable English machine. So Zach supports Matt into Belgium and also puts pressure on Irish, implying this is just a stab by Zach. But at the same time, Matt fails to go into Denmark, instead walking into Baltic. So this looks like something that was arranged at the very last minute. And, you know, Matt just forgot to change his orders, which has got to suck because now he's like, you know, done a very half-hearted dotting of Tanya.
We got Marcus and I got a little insight about this order. That order to Belgium was supposed to be a bounce with Tanya, but Zach unknowingly and without telling Matt just supported it in, and there was an audible gasp at the table when the order was read. So Matt was not pleased. It was not a stab. Zach was just having a little fun. So cheers to Zach for an entertaining moment. Matt, sorry, Matt, that you had to deal with that. So
I mean, I'm not sure that Matt should really be that upset. Like, it's a unilateral stab by Zach, where Matt has a very plausible claim that he didn't intend to, you know, harm Tanya.
But at the time, that was not known, and to be, you know, sold up with Tanya's a good enough player to figure it out. But you know, now Matt has to explain it. If anything, hey, that wasn't me. I wasn't planning on it. I didn't ask him for that. So, yeah. It just causes enough in person. It's different as opposed to this being, you know, read or seen on Backstabber. It's, you know, the audible gasp is just different than seeing it virtually.
Right. Well, let's go through to the winter. See what Matt does with those newfound builds. Well, he only builds one of them. I suppose it's definitely reasonable to wave if you've accidentally taken a center off your ally. Let's go ahead to the spring of 1905. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, and Zach realizing that a one dot into Liverpool is not successful there, and just continuing to, you know, maybe take jostling around. But I don't know if you've got a strong alliance with EG. Maybe it's worth the laugh, but not worth for whatever result it's going to be. So now, I mean, even Italy is heading west. Katie's making more progress, which is good. Russia's supporting, you know, Katie into Sev at this point. So Katie clearly has won the diplomatic battle in the south, and I think that the west resolves itself fairly quickly after this.
And Saren, anything to add to that? All right, let's move ahead to the fall. And go ahead, Saren.
Yeah, this just really sucks for Zach because, you know, if he had like a strategic aim with that hostile support and that unilateral defection, it was like to get Matt on side by like, you know, courting him with that extra dot. But if Matt rejects that offer, then like he doesn't really have any hand left to play, and he's left with everybody attacking him, including the nearly dead Italy. So just to add insult to injury. In the east, Katie seems to stab Tessa here by taking Rome from her. So finally a falling out, but you know, Tessa's not going to be in a position to punish it because meanwhile Tanya and Matt are walking into her home centers.
Yep. It looks like Tessa and Anton both on their very last legs here. Anton managing to just about slip into Spain, with Zach choosing to defend Burgundy instead. Kevin, do you have anything to add for this phase?
No, just we're getting there. You see Turkey pushing forward. So while the East did not seem like it would resolve itself early on, Katie has done a good job to make my early analysis completely wrong, because Sev, Rome, and Naples all go to Turkey this turn. So well played.
Let's go ahead, and here we go. We're seeing a -2 for Tessa, and a +3 for Tanya Gill, and a +3 for Katie, both of whom wave one. Although Tanya's was a forced wave because of having that unit in London, of course. Let's move ahead to the spring of 1906. Kevin.
I hate saying methodical, but just when you have such good players, Matt Shields is one wonderful. Tanya being good, you're just gonna, the end game at this point. Tanya does not do anything to go towards Sev. So it sounds Tanya and Katie have an agreement on where to finish things up. Tessa pays the price for that, I think. Being the odd one to have centers cut out, but it's just a matter of time, probably quickly too.
Yep. Saren, anything to add here?
I mean, there's got to be some kind of agreement here between Tanya, Matt, and Katie. I just wonder what Matt's end of it is going to be, because he's significantly behind the other two right now.
I don't think Matt's had many tops, so he might just be saying, give me another second or third. It's a good game. I'm in good partnership, because I agree, no position to force a top at this point.
Yeah, let's go ahead to the fall here. I should point out that is an English army in Trieste. You don't see that very often. But yes, Saren, go ahead and take this one.
Everybody just continues towards the agreed ending, whatever the agreed ending is.
Yeah.
Yep. And we do say goodbye to Tessa this phase. It looks like the few people holding out, Anton and Zach, are going to try and hold out in that Iberian Peninsula. That might be the only opposition to this agreed ending. We'll see if the indomitable Gauls can hold out. Right, so Brest comes off. 2 more builds for Tanya Gill. She does not wave them. 3 builds for Katie. She waves every single one. That seems a little over the top for waving, presumably even to Saren. Or are you very happy with these waves?
I mean, to wave is just saying that you're happy with whatever the agreed ending is. And, if you're happy with it, then it makes total sense. She's not going to make a play to seize stuff by force, which is her right.
Yep.
Right. Well, let's move ahead to the spring of 1907 here. Kevin, you're on this one.
Convoy to Brest.
Yep. Okay, let's move ahead to fall of 1907. Saren, this one's yours.
Tanya stabs Matt, I guess. She just, goes after his centers, which he didn't bother defending anything. So Tanya just says, thanks for the free dots. She is in a very strong position now. How much does she go up to this turn?
She is going to go up +1, 2, 3, 4. So she must be on 15 here. Wow. That is impressive, and that is 3 away from the solo victory, obviously, although Budapest and Trieste are a little difficult to defend in this position. Kevin, do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I did not, certainly did not see this coming, but this is round 3. There's plenty, it's on time. Tanya puts down, although kept 2, I mean, if you're doing that, and you're going to progress further, you're probably vacating London and Liverpool, but building 4 with only 1 open center probably means it's over. So Katie does the right thing to put some pressure on here, but I would be surprised if it goes any further than this. I mean, Zach supporting Brest to Paris here is interesting. So.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go ahead, and that is game over, actually. Tanya agrees to end the game on 15. Do you think it was in everyone's best interest for the game to end here? Saren, let's start with you on that.
Yeah, I think that like if Katie really wanted to make like a strong play for more, she should have built and she should have, moved some units into position. It's just quite hard to go from here because like you can, like if Matt cooperates you can, but like you're just it's too risky in my opinion, and you're just taking the risk that you just allow Tanya to solo. And at the same time, if you're Tanya, like there's a decent risk that you might go down from this position. So like I can't fault Tanya at all for taking this draw.
Do you think Matt should have accepted this draw?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Matt, yes. Katie, yes. Tanya, no. You're at 15 at this point. A solo, I believe, when we check the scores, we'll have seen. I think Tanya was at the top or near the top. You solo here, no one catches you tomorrow, especially in the timed round or today. We're broadcasting live, but from Saturday night, no. Belgium is certainly gone. Zach's pulling 2. Matt's pulling 2. Yeah, Trieste and Budapest are easy to push on, but you've got enough that maybe you take the chance for it and you go for it. 49 points. I think we saw who had 14. Riaz had 14 and had 50 points. So at 49, maybe you take the chance, but I at least play one more. I at least play one more season if I'm Tanya. I vacate those 2, and I get some armies over quickly. London goes to north there, and you can convoy over. I don't accept that if I'm Tanya. It's a guaranteed win. She's got a chance to win in round 4 with this great result, but I'd like to know going into it.
I think there is actually a possibility of a 17-17 here, weirdly enough. And I feel like these 2 might be the 2 to do it. I see you shaking your head, Sarah. You don't think so? Is that because Iberia would hold out forever?
I mean, like, they could 17-17, like, if they wanted to. But, like, if you want to, you can do anything you want. So I don't think they would want to, is kind of what I'm getting at.
I feel like this is a position where you could naturally 17-17 just because Budapest, Trieste, Vienna probably go to Turkey quite easily, and Turkey can prop up Marseille, Spain, Portugal until unless they want to take it personally and England lets them.
But why would Tanya want to do that for 0.3 more points to bring up?
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Tanya scores 49.7 here, which is obviously a pretty huge score. Yeah. That's very fair. So with this, we're actually reaching the end of round 3. That is the end of round 3, and I believe we have the scores somewhere. Let me see if I can bring those up. Of course, we in our system we missed one game because of the. Hang on, I think I do not have the scores anymore. That's a little awkward. Kevin, do you have them anywhere? Or
oh shoot, I do. Let me share. Okay, before we do that, let's get into a little pre-hype here.
Here we are, right before round 4 of the 2022 Dipcon here in San Jose, California. And we've got various players still in contention. Will Tanya be able to hold on to what is probably her lead going into round 4? We're getting ready to find out as the boards will be called in just a few minutes. The anticipation is high, and the player enthusiasm is strong. Back to the studio.
So as mentioned, Tanya's second round game is not on this list because of backstabber difficulties. They didn't get the game entered. But in that game, Tanya had 36 and was in first place. I think it was 36 or 30. It was 31. Maybe it was 31. And someone else had some points in that one. I think it was Krill had 20 something, and that moves him up a bit as well. So it is Tanya's lead going in by a fair margin too, but top 3 scores count. So anyone on this list could possibly be moving up.
Okay, I think I do actually have. I've found a very rudimentary display of the scores here in my. Let me see if that works. Yeah, it's not ideal, but you can see here Tanya Gill in first place, Andrew Goff in second, Matthew Krill in third. Tanya is a good 12 points clear of Andrew right now, which is a reasonable number. And then Matthew Krill is 4 points behind that. Let me see if I can actually zoom in a little bit on these top scores. But yeah, so this is what we're looking at the top of the table. It's going to take a huge score for anyone below maybe Karthik at this point to catch Tanya. Of course, a solo is worth 100, but anything less than a solo, you're going to be struggling to get more than 50 points for. So this is case. Do 3 rounds count or 4? I believe that all 4 rounds count.
Nope. Top 3 scores, which is why Andrew, the 18.9 for him gets dropped with another board top. So the 41 is close to 49, the 36 close to 31. So they're within points of each other with another board top. For Tanya to improve her score significantly would need a better score. So that's why I'm saying the whole point of, I knew the standings coming into round 3 is if you have a chance to maybe go for that solo, you lock it up when you can, because it's so close going in.
That makes perfect sense. All right, so let me go back to the games. In fact, I think we have a couple of interviews that we missed earlier that I will also see if I can get up, which will also give the chance for our commentators to have a brief, like a couple minutes rest. So, Sarah and Kevin, I will see you back in a few minutes. All right, and we are going to go to an interview with the tournament director. If I can find it, there we go. Adam Silverman, one of the tournament directors, alongside Siobhan Nolan, sitting at a table which is strewn with the prizes for this tournament, which look amazing. I will hand you over to David Hood.
You've already pushed it. Well, hey, Adam Silverman.
It's so good to be here, David. Having such a great time here. It is so great always to see face-to-face tournaments. Obviously, this is the second large tournament since COVID in 2 years. We've got such a great group of people. It's been so much fun so far.
Well, we're right here at the beginning of round 2, so tell us a little bit about how many boards we've had and just generally how the tournament's been going as far as the diplomacy itself is concerned.
Yeah, we had 5 boards last night for round 1. We have 5 boards again for round 2. We didn't have anybody doubling up, so it's been a great turnout so far. Really happy. Both locals, a lot of travelers. We've gotten a lot of support from the whole diplomacy community. The Meta AI community has brought out a lot of players. Just been great from the turnout perspective. Diplomacy on the boards has been really good. A couple of really dynamic games last night. Little disappointed that we've seen so many shared board tops. Part of the goal with this system was to discourage that, and people are playing it safe so far. I don't know that that's going to continue throughout the rest of the tournament, though, David.
It seems unlikely that it's going to continue given the number of sharks that we've got here.
You would think, but let's see what happens.
In addition to the sharks, I've noticed there are several players here who this is their first face-to-face diplomacy experience.
Yeah, and the first face-to-face tournament for many people is a tough experience from the board side, but I think most people really enjoy it from the camaraderie and the energy and all of the other aspects, even if they don't have the great results that they're hoping on the board. Conversely, some people in their first tournaments do really well, so we might see some of that today. In fact, there were some new first-time tournament players who may have been sharing in those board tops or very close last night, so I think there's a few that are in contention here.
Well, Adam, I just want to say thanks for running this thing, you and Siobhan Nolan, and let's hope for some great diplomacy here on Saturday.
Looking forward to it.
All right, folks, back to the studio. Well, hello there, 2016 World Dipcon.
I realize I forgot to unmute for that time. Okay. Here we have the an interview with Chris Brand, one of the players who topped one of the round 2 boards. You will have seen that earlier.
Champ Chris Brand, I've got you here on DBN because you're fresh from your round 2 game. So tell us a little bit about how that game ended.
That ended in as 12-12, 9-1, I guess. Yeah, that adds up, doesn't it? So I was one of the 12s, which is always nice. Andrew Goff so I was Austria. Andrew Goff was Russia, was the other 12. Matt Shields was was France, and then Sabi was the one English dot left.
All right, so you and Goffey had an AR alliance going, maybe?
Yes.
How often do you see that being the shared board top at 12 centers? I mean, that seems a little unusual to me.
Yeah, you could well be right. You've probably got a better memory of these things than I have. I mean, ultimately, if you've got the two people who can work together, then the powers don't matter as much. And, you can. There was a point where we were up at the stalemate line. We were working with Italy at the time, and there could have been a very long, fun tactical game to see if the stalemate line wasn't completely there, but it was very close, and there was Goffey had a Northern Fleet still, which of course makes a lot of difference there. And then Matt Shields, who was France, decided to turn back basically and go north, which then gave me the opportunity to take out Jesse, who was our Italian player. And yeah, then basically the three of us, I think after it became apparent that was a successful move for Matt, we started talking about, well, how is this game going to end? And Matt was content with, we talked about 12-12-10. And then at the end, Sabi literally was like, can I keep a dot? And Matt was like, sure. So it's all very amicable,
Well, it's great if your game could end amicably and you've got 12 centers and it ends the way you want it to.
I always like games to end amicably. There was serious talk about throwing me a solo because people were annoyed with what Matt had done, basically. I'm not entirely sure why it was me that was going to get the solo rather than Goffey, because I kind of feel like the England and German units would have been much easier to put Russians into dots than Austrians. There were various offers made along the way. There was one turn when I did seriously consider it. I just built 3, I think, and there were options with me sending an army down to take Romania and basically moving in every direction at once. It's always one of those tough things. It probably would have given me a better result, but it also would have been a lot of hard work and probably caused some animosity and stuff like that. And when in a tournament setting, you're not playing an individual game. I'm probably going to play several of these people again. So there's 2 more rounds. You weigh up all those things. So I took the less risky option, which second round, I'm okay with that.
I bet you would be. Well, speaking of hard work, your first board last night was a little bit of a different result. Tell us about how that game ended up.
Yeah, well, that was another nice, amicably arranged result where 3 of the 4 people alive had agreed on what the ending should be. I was less keen on that ending because that was the end result was an 11-11-11-1. I was England on 1. The 3 other powers were Chris Mazza was Germany. Yes, Germany. This is how good my memory is for games. Who were the other 2?
Well, while you're thinking, Chris Mazza, 2-time Dipcon champion from the 90s. Andrew Goff, the guy you worked with today, was like a 4-time world Dipcon champion. Got all kinds of people at this tournament.
Yeah, it's great fun, actually. I love having Dipcon tends to attract all the more competitive players, and all these boards are great. This board, the people we eliminated, Eddie Bassan, it's like there's a lot of great players on all of these boards. That always makes for a fun game. So the other 2, there was Matt Krill was Austria, and someone was Italy. It was an AI alliance. Oh, Nicolas Sahujo. World champions everywhere.
Yes, and Matt Krill, 2-time DBN finalist.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in that game, the AI seemed pretty solid from fairly early on. They built up well on the east. I was working with Chris Mazza for quite a long time, and he turned on me, which it was potentially a really good stab, except I saw it coming and I covered North Sea, which made it much less of a effective stab. He still took breast from me, I think. So it wasn't a waste of time at that point, but it was definitely weaker than it would have been. If it got into the North Sea, then I was basically dead. I felt it was quite a gamble with a strong AI on the other side. I thought it might not end well for him, but he pulled it off. He managed to negotiate his way into an equal partnership for shared board top. So, you can't argue with the results, basically. Obviously, I was wrong and he was right. So.
Well, and you can't argue with the fact that Chris Brand just had a great result, and he is hoping for some good results in the next 2 rounds. Thanks for being on DBN, Chris, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
And thanks, David. Thanks for everything you're doing. This is awesome.
Okay, I have muted myself this time. We will do one more interview, the final one that we've got for these games, which is with round 2 Yosemite board topper Gnome Brown.
Well, hello, Gnome. You have just come off your round 2 game. Tell us how it ended.
Oh, it was a 6-way draw with me at the board top with 11 centers. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, all things considered. I think I could have done a little bit better after the stab, but can't complain too much.
Tell me what you mean by after the stab.
Well, we had a nice 3-way alliance going, England, France, Germany. And it was steaming along, going really well. But I saw an opening. North Sea was going to be evacuated. There were going to be, I was going to guaranteed 2 centers if I pulled off the stab, possibly a 3rd one. And so I thought, might as well make the game interesting and go for it.
And you were playing France in the Western Triple, is that right?
That's right, yeah. I mean, I got in Tunis and things were locked up in the south and I could have pressed forward, but it would have been a slow grind. And I saw a really good opportunity, and I felt like if I saw the DBN coverage for this game and I didn't stab, they would have said, this is the time to stab. So I didn't want to disappoint you, David.
For all those watching at home, yes, you should play as if you're being criticized by us on DBM. That's exactly the point of this coverage. How did the East respond to your Western Triple from the beginning?
It was a lot of chaos for a while, actually, and I don't think they really ever got their act together. So we were over the line, and if we kept with it, we could have gotten 11-11, 11-1, I think. Yeah.
Was there any regret on your part after this stab?
My big regret is, I think, not being more aggressive against England at the time. I think I kind of hedged my bets and kind of pushed a little bit on all fronts, and I think I should have just tried to focus on England specifically.
All right, so this is obviously a great result for you in round 2. Tell us a little bit about your round 1 experience then.
Yeah, so round 1, I had a very very friendly experience. I ended up with a 4-way draw, 4-way board top with 8 centers. So, not an amazing finish, but pretty solid. And, I think I have a decent chance going into round 3.
How do you feel about your chances in this tournament? Obviously, there's a lot of great players here, but you've had a lot of success, too, in the last 12 months. How do you feel what your chances are?
I feel my chances are okay. I don't think I'm at the top of the pecking order right now, but I think I got a decent shot. So, I'm looking forward to taking that shot and seeing what happens.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm going to give one final word from you in your capacity as one of the Facebook Meta folks. Tell us how you all are engaging with the hobby right now.
Well, we've sponsored the group dinner. We provided food for the event. So we provided sandwiches during the lunch. I know people that play Diplomacy, you get really into the game and it's hard to think about food. And so the last thing you want to do is order food when you got a 15-minute timer. So just having sandwiches there available for people to take, we figured that would be a nice thing we could do for the tournament. And yeah, just trying to support it any way we can.
All right, and what you're doing with Diplomacy involves artificial intelligence. Just give us just a 30-second view of what the goal here is.
Yeah, it's really about the fundamental AI research aspect. We think that, honestly, I think we all think that Diplomacy is the hardest game to make an AI to play because there's so much focus on the human element. There's so much focus on negotiating and cooperating, and AIs have struggled with that. So that's a problem that we want to try to crack and understand what is it about these. Why is this hard for AI, and how can we get AIs to do this kind of stuff?
Well, Noam, the AI may struggle to play diplomacy, but apparently you do not. So congratulations on your round 2 result, and good luck going into round 3.
Yeah, thank you. I think working on the AI maybe has helped a little bit. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
I am muted. There we go. It always has to happen, right? We are going to welcome back to the stream Kevin and Saren. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Saren. Welcome back.
Sounds like I need to go work for Facebook in order to improve my game, because yes, Gnome's doing pretty well.
I can definitely say that the sandwich thing rang a bell for me. I've definitely been through a few tournaments but while completely forgetting to eat, and then just realized 14 hours later, hang on, I should probably have had a bag of crisps or something at some point. Anyway, so let's go ahead back to round 4. And this is the first round 4 game we're going to cover. Fort Point, featuring Anton Baktkin in Austria, Liam Stokes in England, Karthik Konath in France, Noam Brown in Germany, Chris Mazza in Italy, Micah Bales in Russia, and Matt Shields in Turkey. So going to be quite a competitive board here. We're also going to go relatively fast through it. So we're going to have one person cover each year. And if you think that the other person, if there's something particularly interesting to point out, feel free to jump in when the phase turns over. All right, so let's get the map up here. We go. All right, so Saren, 1901 will be yours. Go ahead and talk us through it.
Liam and Karthik, no love lost there. Immediate bounce in the channel. So that is probably the biggest story of the West, as Noam gets to keep his options open. Meanwhile, in the East, it's mostly standard stuff, although it's very interesting what Anton chooses to do. That opening we've seen in a previous game as well. I can't remember how well it went for that player, but generally I don't see this thing go so well. So I'll be quite interested to see whether Anton is able to pick up Serbia or Greece, or in fact either of them at all.
I think that was Colin who played that earlier when they played that AT, right? But he did end up getting squashed between the rest of the powers. So let's move ahead to the fall here. Carry on, Saren.
Yep, fortunately for Anton, he doesn't go buildless. If they wanted, they could have blocked him from getting any builds, but he does pick up Serbia and ends up in a decent position going into 1902. Meanwhile, Micah picks up Sweden as well as Rum, so leaving him with that all-important second build. So he's going to have to put an army in Moscow, but what he puts in St. Pete will be quite telling for the year ahead. Karthik and Liam seem to have made peace for now, with Liam hedging his bets, going to Wales, opening up London in case Karthik walked into the channel and stabbed him. Karthik chooses not to do this, so that leaves him the option of maybe building a fleet in Brest, or maybe spinning this into an alliance with Liam.
All right, well, let's move into the winter here. We are going to see double army builds from Russia up there. Army, of course, being fairly non-committal there, but also very, very useful in securing Scandinavia. Elsewhere, a lot of builds one would expect, Fleet Edinburgh potentially being the most interesting one. Let's move ahead to 1902. Kevin, you're on this one.
Yeah, and this is a nice spot to come in at in last round games, time limited games. You're looking for two things, in my opinion. You're looking for a strong alliance right out of the bat, because you don't want to waste time negotiating when you really have to set the pace, and you have to be aggressive. I think that Noam gets the best out of this with early conflict with EF. So he doesn't have to worry about a combined attack and can figure out where do I pick up those next builds. Keeping Karthik out of Burgundy, so he certainly can pick up Belgium probably in the fall. And then I'm not sure what Micah did, holding in St. Pete and Sweden, but Sweden should also be. So that's a great start. I think Noam and Karthik were the only ones who really could compete for the title, and so I'm just watching that side more than the other. Micah playing well in the East, but it's pointless at this. Every game is fun, and I've been in a lot of last round games where I'm playing for nothing, and so you're playing for the game, and so you're just looking to get the best result you can.
Yep. All right. Well, let's have a look at the full. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. So didn't force Sweden, and didn't take Belgium either, but still picks up a build. Is going to get the next 6, as Doug Moore's always saying, as German when he plays looking at Germany. So a good strong start there. Turkey, Matt, finally maybe some redemption for some rougher boards. Got some help from Austria, so maybe whatever the debate might have been earlier on. But Italy kind of stays place. So the anti-Austrian from the start kind of has faded away. So Karthik, who needs points, I think 5th or 6th coming in, is really struggling to make progress.
Yep. All right. Well, let's have a look at the winter phase here. Everyone going plus apart from Liam Stokes there, who removes North Sea, preferring to defend against the French player here. Let's move ahead to spring 1903. Saren, this one's yours.
It's been a consistent pattern of Karthik wanting to do a French blitz, going after England and presumably taking over the north after that. I think this was a mistake in this case because Noam being like the closest competitor and in fact possibly the only contender for the title, and also being a very tactically strong player who has a great command of board position and what is possible with any configuration of units. I don't think he was ever going to allow the kind of French blitz that Karthik was envisioning, which is very unlucky if you're going into the last round in this kind of tournament position that Karthik had. But unfortunately, I think the best of several suboptimal choices would have been partnering with Liam and hoping that he would eventually let his guard down for a stab after Noam was sufficiently neutralized. As we can see, this is not what Karthik chose to do, and he's punished for it as Noam just seizes Belgium and walks into Burgundy, and at the same time he gets attacked from the south by Chris Mazza, so that's probably curtains on Karthik's chances at the tournament victory. Meanwhile, in the east, Matt Shields is just going after Micah, so just a Russia-Turkey war, but at the same time, it's not entirely clear which side of this that Anton is on, because while he's not interfering with Matt directly, he's also supporting Chris into Galicia, so he's putting Italy forward quite heavily, and there might be a pivot point there where Anton gets to decide which of the two he wants to favor.
All right, and in the fall, go ahead.
Yep, Karthik guesses correctly. That was quite the slick one. Doesn't cover Marseille, doesn't cover Spain, doesn't cover Paris. Prevents Noam from walking into Gascony, as Noam no doubt wanted to do. Now, this is incredibly slick, and this is awesome to watch. But unless Karthik can flip somebody to his side, he's still going to be in the same dire position next year, where everybody just gets to guess again with a better position against him. Meanwhile, Matt and Chris combine to fight Anton. So now we see an IT working against Austria, but we also see Turkey supporting Serbia into Romania. So I'm not sure whose side Matt is on exactly here. It's possible that Greece was just arranged and they're trying to do an IAT, and Anton is supposed to disband that. But the fact that Anton hasn't disbanded that makes it quite a bit harder to read that move.
Wonder if it was because they wanted to rebuild that as an army, but he had no centers open to rebuild the army, and so he just decided, actually, I'll keep it on the board after all. If it was arranged, it may have been better just to disband it anyway and then try and open up a center later for the rebuild, because this is probably going to annoy people.
Or was it a chain, like why maybe Piedmont had second thoughts, covered Venice, it was supposed to be a trade for it. He does disband it. Italy doesn't lose anything for it too. So
I think Marcus's theory is most likely correct, that they thought Galicia was going to get into Ukraine and therefore Vienna would be vacated, and when it wasn't, he just decided to abort the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, trading Venice would also be possible, but that's bold as Italy. Like it's that
Well,
would
but
be like
Gascony,
some Saren level play.
yeah, but Gascony can only get cover Spain or Marseille if Piedmont goes to Marseille. Maybe
Yeah.
who knows? Anyway,
This is true. But yeah, let's move ahead to the winter here. So we have a few builds here. The main ones being, Army Kiel is an interesting choice. Army Paris is where Karthik decides to put his. I believe he got a disband from North Atlantic Ocean getting pushed last turn, so he did end up getting the rebuild there. And that helps him defend actually a fair bit, I think. Let's move ahead to the spring. So, Kevin, this one's yours.
yeah, he had pulled that off. He could have retreated to Irish Sea, but obviously the army being back at home, much more effective. I'm surprised that Nome hasn't pushed on Russia, but I guess if you have someone who's willing to work with you, but Russia working with England, maybe everyone is against Karthik at this point, but I don't see how that serves Nome's interest, midway through a time-limited game. So be curious to see where the next build comes from at this point, especially with Karthik, making progress, getting into Belgium. This time, something's got to flip. You're willing to drop all animosity in a short time limit game if you could see centers. I'd be curious to see where those come from. In the East, trying to get in position for something, but maybe AI is back to fighting. It's about as good as I can see.
Right, let's move ahead to the fall here. Fall 1904.
Ooh, yeah. Apulia not supporting Venice, trying to make an attack and then losing the center in the process, as well as not being able to stop Greece. So AT, probably AT, and then there you go. So Nome finally turns. But Russia's able to slip into to Liverpool, and does Karthik walk out of Belgium? Probably doesn't think he can hold it, covers the other ones enough. I don't know. Good for Nome though. Picks up another. That line keeps going straight up, so he's pressing as hard as he can in this short game.
Yep. Well, let's go ahead to the winter of 1904, and here I'm going to ask a question. Saren, which power would you most like to play at this point in the game?
If I were subbing in Germany, for sure. If I were not subbing in, probably still Germany.
It's always interesting, isn't it? There's that dynamic of if you've subbed in, you don't have to deal with the broken relationships of previous times. Sorry, Kevin, what would your answer to this question be?
Yeah, I jumped in. I like Turkey. I don't dislike Germany. Don't get me wrong. I would have picked it too, but for being contrarian. Another fleet, I know that Nicolas says, well, once you get the fleets down, it's hard, but Italy is not the factor here. Maybe the next build, you build another army and you could push forward in a time unlimited game, certainly. But in this game, with a few more years to go, Germany's my pick.
All right. Well, let's hop straight into spring 1905. Saren, this one's yours.
Yep. So Karthik has defended well, and he's still on 5. But now we have Liam, Micah, and Noam seemingly all coming after him. So Noam takes a detour, takes a quick stop in London just to pick up another dot, because why not? In the east, Noam is still on good terms with Micah despite taking Norway from him last turn. So they're still in lockstep. Noam is supporting Micah to repel the Italian-Austrian kind of forces at his doors, but Micah has a break from all of that, because now Anton and Chris are obviously fighting with Anton's new fleet. I don't know if that's a rebuild or if that's his original fleet, but either way, it's moving into the Adriatic, it's attacking Chris, and Chris is not going to be long for this world.
Let me check if that's a rebuild, actually.
Nope, it is the original. It is the original fleet. Yeah.
Yep. Nice. It's restarted. But yeah. Getting into Rome here is really interesting, especially since it can't be dislodged right without it retreating to Naples. Right, so fall 1905. Go ahead.
Well, I love this by Chris because Anton has managed to do the thing that he should not have been able to do, and he has lost Rome by this was entirely an unforced error. Like, I mean, I understand that he doesn't want to shelve Adriatic, he doesn't want to ground that fleet in Venice, but I mean, this, if you self-bounce, this is what you're exposing yourself to, and Chris just caught it perfectly. Matt improves his position, continues to do so, just marches forward into the Ionian. And in the west, Liam, he has to find a way to survive, and he decides that his way to survival this turn is going to be by stabbing Micah, who he was just working with.
Yeah, that's an interesting question here. If Gnome could have picked up both London and Edinburgh and chooses instead to pick up nothing, right? Do you think that was the correct decision here?
No, that was a very strange decision by Noam, because like I assume he expected that Karthik would get Wales to support him to channel and thought that this whole thing would bounce. I'm not sure that even thinking that he should refrain from taking Eddie and he should make these decisions that he did. If he was convinced of Liam's loyalty, that convinced that Liam would attack Mao for him, maybe this was correct, but he was like betting a lot on getting that read exactly correct, and there's the risk, which transpired, that he doesn't get any builds, gets Burgundy blown up, and all of a sudden Karthik is in quite a viable defensive position again.
Yeah, all right, well, let's move ahead to the winter. Gnome still gets one build despite that. It's going to be Army Berlin here. And we are moving ahead to spring 1906. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, that was a rebuild of Burgundy getting popped. And this is kind of where this is, you look at this and you think, okay, my time is running out. I'm down to a year or 2 years. I think Adam gave an hour and a half window. The TD gave an hour and a half window of when it was going to be over. So if you think this is the last year, we play a lot of time limited games here in Chicago. When you think it's over, you're making your dash. So I don't know if Gnome went to Karthik or Karthik went to Gnome, and he was like, look, we're tacticians. In 2 years, we can pick up some centers. Let's do it. So this is what I've been waiting for, and I'd be curious to see how this plays out in the other games as well. But they're finally on it. In the East, as other games, every game I've been an analyst on today, this is more resolved than most, but there's just no progress. So let's see who or how many Gnome gets for the top.
I think especially interesting here is North Atlantic Ocean convoying Gascony to Liverpool, right? That's an English fleet convoying the French army into the English centre. I suppose he thinks that's the only way he's going to keep Edinburgh, is if he can get an army there to support him.
It's possible that Karthik just asked for it. Like, if you don't ask, you won't get. And it's possible that Karthik asked for this, and Liam was unhappy with Noam to the point where he was willing to do this.
Yep.
Yeah. Kevin, do we know how long the time/year limit is for these games?
It was the round started at 8:30 a.m. local, and the ending was between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. I think Adam had texted or DM'd at some point saying he was trying to let it go as long as possible, and I think most of them made it till 2:15 p.m., and I don't think any drew before the time limit. I think everything pushed till the very end, or if not pushed in, if not time exhausted, they voted to draw at whatever the last year they could.
Right. All right. Well, let's move ahead here to the fall. Kevin, this one's yours still.
Yeah, and just like Saren said, maybe it was Liam's chance to dislodge Germany. Wasn't, not a high probability at all, but Karthik's like, I'll take the chance, because even if it doesn't, I still get Liverpool. So works out for him. Gnome, officially turns on Russia, has armies going over that way. Liam thinks maybe there's a chance I can mess with Gnome if we do get one more year out of it, but sadly won't live to find that out. Gnome still pushes on Karthik, though, because yes, sure, we're working together in the north, but I need to get as many dots as I can. I still have a chance at the title too. So just because you're working together in one spot doesn't mean you're working together, as full allies. So I think Austria does pick up Rome this time. No self-bouncing, no shenanigans. And Matt Shields able to walk in quietly to Naples and kind of just hold and pat everywhere else. So this is, the race of, again, how much is Gnome going to get?
Yep. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the winter here. Gnome is still growing. Anton, interestingly, it still has been steadily building for the last few phases, taking Rome this year as well, and Matt getting another fleet on the board. So this AT could potentially get rolling, except for the time limit. That is going to be a serious issue here for them. So let's move ahead to the spring of 1907. Saren, go ahead.
It was a lot of, it was quite bold for Karthik to go after Tunis that last year. Like, I understand why he did it, because he felt the need to grab dots, and he wasn't going to grab anything from Noam. So, like, at this point, if you're, like, fixated on the goal of potentially winning the tournament, it's a super slim chance, but if you want to go for it, that was the low probability play. As we can see, like, Noam is too smart to really, like, let Karthik get that kind of edge. And Noam just covers all his bases, convoys to Yorkshire, gets in position to hold everything that he has against Karthik, and potentially probably take Liverpool off Karthik at some point, although the fleets returning to Mao might stop that. In the east, it's just the AT continues to roll, but it's really hard to see how either of them are going to grow very much from this point. They'll get Tunis, but after that, I don't. Possible they could get stuff off France, but that just further empowers Noam.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the fall. Carry on, Saren.
Yep. So as predicted, Matt does take Tunis. AT are continuing on good terms, but now Micah appears to be have switched sides, because previously he was working with Noam, but now he supports Anton into Silesia. So maybe decides that Noam is gonna get greedy eventually and take him out. Possibly a wise choice, and he thinks that he has a better chance of surviving with the AT. A fair decision. As we can see, Noam is not really one for mercy here, because he just takes that stuff off Karthik in England. So if that's what Micah's watching and thinking, I don't want to be next, then it's fair that he switches sides.
Yep, absolutely. Let's move ahead to the winter. Gnome gets yet another build here, extending his lead. Matt gets another build as well, and we say goodbye to Chris Mazza on this board in Italy. All right, spring 1908. I see no orders, which I assume means that was game over. Kevin, can you confirm that? Yes.
Yep. Click game over on your control bar, and you will get there.
Right.
So.
Yep. Oh, look. Wait, did it work now? Yeah, there we go. Yep. Game over. So this was where the draw was called. Kevin, do you think this was the correct point for them to call this draw?
Yeah, well, they did. I don't think they called it. My guess is with Gnome needing every point he needed, this one was ruled by the time limit. So
I've actually been told this was one of the boards that accepted a draw in this round. So this was not timed out, although I assume it was close to timed out. But yeah,
well, accepting it, I don't know. I mean,
there would have been one more year at maximum, surely. Like, I don't think no one was getting anything in 1 year, and he surely knew that.
Yeah, that I'm looking at the map just to see what's left, especially if everyone has finally turned against him. That's a good point. But and no one really is going to get anything off him. This is a nice position. So good result in a fantastic tournament. I don't know if 37 was going to be enough to push him over the edge, but Noam will certainly be on the podium. Receiving one of those nice awards.
Yep. All right. Well, yeah. And Sarah, and I assume you're in complete agreement that they're fine to draw here. Yep. All right. Well, let's move ahead to, I believe, board B is the next one that we're doing. Is that correct, or is it board A?
Yeah,
board A. Okay. Right. Let's bring up the players. And here we have our players for board A: Riaz Varani in Austria, Katie Gray in England, Matthew Krill in France, Eddie Besson in Germany, Chris Brand in Italy, Brandon Fogel in Russia, and Cameron Wagner in Turkey. So off the top of my head, if I remember correctly, I think Matthew Krill is the highest ranked player on this board in terms of the actual score. I know it says place 6, on the side, but that's because one of the boards he was on is missing from the ranking. But Riaz also has a solid chance here. Brandon may be a little bit out of it, but with a solo, who knows? It could happen. Let's go ahead to the game. So here we go. That is the map up. And this time we are going to start with Kevin. So please take us through 1901.
Excellent. And yeah, the same philosophy. Now this time with I think it was rankings 3 and 4, 3 and 5. Last time I think it was like 5 and 8, and so we're getting closer to the top. So this game certainly be looking for how Riaz it deals with the beginning. But sadly, when you are rooting for a championship for yourself, you don't want a world champion playing his favorite power right next to you. And Chris Brand tells Riaz that Vancouver natives might get along off the board, but certainly not at the start of this board. So I think Riaz win the board. I would like to see the video for when this one was called, thinking, oh man, how did this happen? But you got to play like a regular game. And he opens, you got Brandon Fogel who's fighting on the other side of you too. So you're playing it, and the East kind of opens similarly, although Cameron bouncing in Armenia, and then also Smyrna following up to Ankara was most interesting out there. Burgundy, Picardy, Mid-Atlantic for Krill, as good as you get with England going north. And then some guy named Eddie Bursan opening to Holland. Not the first time we've seen that. So it's good opening for a really good bunch of players.
Lots and lots of pressure on Belgium, more than you'd usually see there. And results in some bounces. Kevin, do you want to talk us through this?
I don't even know what's going on in the West because I'll need to squint at that for a little bit. What I'm drawn to most is Trieste supporting Bulgaria to Serbia. So sadly, if Cameron doesn't, if he follows into Khan, like some of the old school, I think we saw Chris Mazza, I think we saw Eddie Bursan in his game, to go old school with Smyrna following to Khan. Maybe he gets to negotiate 2, or maybe he doesn't get that chance. So Brandon Fogel picks up 2 to start. So he'll be at 6, which is nice. And then there's a big fight over Belgium, but I don't know. I don't know who Eddie and Krill know each other. So I wonder if there was any chance if Matt says, look, I need an ally, but can't pick anyone up at this point, and only picks up 1 to start. So he and Riaz both needing a quick start. Don't get a whole lot.
All right. Well, let's move ahead to the winter here. We're going to see some builds, and there's an army from Chris Brand and a fleet. It looks like he is probably going to continue to press his attack into Austria here. Let's move ahead to the spring. Saren, you'll be taking this one.
So who comes out on top in the 3-way tussle over Belgium in 1901? The answer, it turns out, is Katie Gray, because she does get that support now. Second time is the charm, as Eddie decides that he's going to throw in his lot with Katie and supports her army into Belgium. So good for Katie there. Not so good for Eddie, as he gets bounced out of Denmark by Brandon, and he still hasn't managed to pick that up since 1901. So definitely behind schedule with the tempo for a standard Germany. Things are going decently for Brandon, who, as a result of the Italian-Austrian War, is able to support himself into Galicia and position himself quite well in the south. Seemingly no enemies at the moment. What we have is Riaz scrambling, trying to get back some leverage, offers Chris support into Serbia, which, if that was the play that Chris was going for, knowing that Riaz would offer this after seeing Cameron accept that support into Serbia, then well played to Chris Brand, who we hear has played a good Italy once or twice in the past.
Just a couple of times, yeah. Right, let's go ahead into fall 1902.
Katie and Eddie continue their cooperation. Very interestingly, Katie does not elect to support Eddie into Denmark, guaranteeing him the build. Instead, she holds on to Norway and guarantees herself the build. So that is kind of where the balance of power is between those two. So Eddie Bersan, it's 1902. He's still on 4 dots, still doesn't have Denmark. He's Germany. Riaz, things not going so well for him, but the one silver lining for Riaz is that he does manage to pick up Bulgaria, so he won't have to disband this year. And the reason he manages to pick up Bulgaria is because Chris so kindly taps Aegean for him. So as you can see, Chris is just an amazing ally to Riaz, supporting him in his time of need.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the other interesting things, this move to Spain North Coast as opposed to South Coast is an interesting one. I usually would have moved to South Coast here just so that you have that possibility of moving into Marseille, but maybe he's thinking that Gascony might be an interesting province to defend. It's always a possibility that the German tries to slip in there. Let's go ahead to winter. So we actually do get a build from Matt Krill, which means that he doesn't have to worry too much about defending Marseille here with his fleets. And yeah, this is sets us up for 1903. Kevin, can you take this one?
Yeah, I know the focus is on the two vying for the title, but there's some play. Cameron working around, maybe picking up RT. Brandon is always willing to pick up an ally where it's going to help him later on. So maybe he knows that, keeping Riaz down helps his chances. Decides to help him against Chris because they're working together, but Chris makes progress into Galatia. So East is again unresolved. The West, I know you want to keep England out of Portugal, but losing Spain in the process, not the best way to do it. And so Krill, again, looking for growth is just everyone who's had a chance at the title has been under pressure the whole time. So Eddie gets Denmark, though. I know Saren's been keeping us up to date. I get to happily report that Eddie gets Denmark, supported by both of them too. So. Diplomatic win. I don't know if he's had many of those this weekend, but certainly many in his career.
Excellent. Yes. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the fall hit. That looks painful for Riaz.
Oh, lots of red. I was looking at the West first, but there are a lot of disbands, and Riaz's chances of winning the title close to home have just evaporated. So Chris Brand again shows how he plays this game. Turkey lives on. Brandon again gets that support, picked up the ally and was able to retake it. So I'll be interested to see how this settles out in the East. The West is quagmired. It's opening up a little bit. Krill knows how to defend and does so very well. So it's just there's no progress. So first Riaz went down, but Krill might not have gone down, but he's got to break EG, and I don't think that's possible.
I guess we will see here. There's a lot of fighting over that north coast of Spain. Why is everyone going to the north coast? I wonder if this is our sandbox input or not. But yeah, let's move ahead here. So we see all army builds this phase. And if we move into the spring of 1904, we'll see the phase that Saren is going to take us through.
Yep, so Chris has arrived to help out Matthew, but it seems that Matthew's time might be limited as Katie walks into Paris. It looks like Katie is going to be able to take one off him this year, because even if she doesn't get Paris, she's going to get Brest. Meanwhile, Eddie orders one to Sweden and uses the other one next to Sweden to support Katie into Sweden, but Katie decides not to take the support, and so nothing really happens in Scandinavia. It's possible that this was all arranged. I wouldn't put it past these players to do that, but as much as that may be arranged, Brandon moving both of his armies up to Prussia and Silesia surely isn't. So Eddie managed to bounce one of those, but if that was like just Eddie figuring out that Brandon was going to make an attack on him, then well done to Eddie. It seems like that is probably the case because it's unlikely that Brandon would have decided to move both units up to attack if he knew that Silesia was going to get bounced out anyway, because this doesn't seem like a particularly effective attack on mainland Germany. In the south, it's all kind of locked up at the moment. Everybody's supporting each other. Nobody's doing anything drastic, but I would be surprised if that lasted into the fall.
Yeah, I do want to point out that convoy swap over in Constantinople and Bulgaria. Always love a convoy swap, right? Here it's actually quite useful because it puts that fleet next to the Black Sea, which is always quite nice. Let's move ahead to fall 1904.
Yep, in the fall, all hell breaks loose in the south as Brandon goes after Cameron, while Cameron goes after Chris, and Chris tries to go after Brandon, but Cameron decided not to do that. And in retrospect, seeing what happened, it's a bit of a rock paper scissors game, and Cameron would probably have been better off working with Chris when all is said and done. Brandon did not have the best of intentions toward him. However, Brandon is in a bit of trouble in the north as Eddie and Katie finally combine to take Sweden off him, although this seems arranged, or at least kind of an orderly surrender, because Brandon, figuring out that he can't mount a successful campaign in the north at this time, voluntarily disbands that fleet. And Katie does manage to take one off of Matthew, and Chris, instead of doing something that might have been more supportive towards Matthew, decides he's going to move towards Lyon. Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting there. And we see more fighting over the north coast. I'm fairly sure at this point that must be an error with inputting it into the sandbox. It's unless they're all very, very obsessed with making a meme for the TBM broadcast. Let's go ahead to winter here. Picardy comes off for the French. We see another army for Eddie Basson there, and a couple of other builds. We see a wave from Brandon Fogel. No, we don't. We see an army Sevastopol from Brandon Fogel. I'm too obsessed with waving after all of these previous games. Let's move ahead to spring 1905. Kevin.
I'll be curious to see who gets St. Pete. I think those armies moving to Livonia and Prussia last time, maybe to prevent a convoy. The convoy never came, so Brandon has a couple of armies, as you mentioned, that were difficultly positioned up north. The love between RT ends or fades, but Chris doesn't do a whole lot to follow up on that. Does he do it in the fall? I think Sarah, you predicted correctly, peace in the spring and blood in the fall, so we'll see what happens at that time. More tactical progress against the Crellet of Fish in the west, so but gives up Portugal. Finally he'd been defending Portugal the whole time, sadly loses it this time.
Yep. All right. Well, let's move ahead to the fall. Go ahead, Kevin.
And doesn't lose it. So I think prophetically, Marcus, you and I have absolutely called hey, they're getting ready. Oh, no, that didn't work. So, the fleet being in Cannes to block Black Sea last time, then goes to Aegean. So, Brandon makes progress. Chris makes progress. Katie stabs Eddie. Oof. Probably the best way to grow. Again, this is 1905, 2 or 3 more years, easier gains to be made this way. Krill isn't going to attack Katie at this point. Probably a good play and a nice way to pick Katie up.
Okay, yeah, pretty fantastic stab with Denmark and Sweden going. Let's move ahead. We have a +2 for Katie and -2 for Eddie there. And 2 armies for Katie, despite only being able to convoy one at a time. She clearly seriously wants to go into Germany here. Or potentially up against Brandon, I suppose. Let's move ahead to 1906. Saren, this one's yours.
I thought it was quite far-sighted and strategic of Katie to actually walk out of Portugal last year, possibly figuring that she was going to need Matthew's fleet against Chris. At the same time, you might also think it's quite risky, considering that Matthew is one of the few people who can contend for the title still, and might be tempted to be greedy at some point down the line. So we'll see whether that bet pays off for Katie. For the moment, it all appears to be copacetic as she manages to convoy into Holland. Wonderful to get another army desperately needed on the continent, and she's not going to lose Norway this year. She should be able to take that back, although it may cost her a bit of tempo there. Meanwhile, Chris continues holding in Lyon. He's been holding in Lyon for a while now. Wonder what he's up to there. What he's up to elsewhere is to mount some kind of attack on Munich, or possibly to help someone there. Although we've seen how far his help for Krill has extended so far. Cameron in trouble as the Wintergreen closes in on him.
All right, well, let's move ahead to the fall here. Saren, still you.
Yeah, that's really rough for Cameron. Just loses 3 in 1 turn. 2 forced disbands. Gonna be dead next year. Absolutely no reason for him to live. Possibly the Aegean fleet could help one stab the other, but it's quite a slim chance. What Chris Brand decides to do with all the units he moved up to the line is nothing, except for the Lyon one, which he actually moves away. So intriguing that now Chris has decided to focus on the east. I don't think this will be the most welcome news to Brandon, who must surely be asking, if he's not going west, where is he going? Katie, meanwhile, is just quite happy to position herself nicely. She actually doesn't build this year because she chooses not to go for Norway, which was wise in retrospect because Brandon did support Eddie there. So Katie's going to be facing somewhat stiffer resistance now that this alliance is formed against her.
Yeah, all right, let's move ahead to the winter. We've got -1 from Cameron. He's keeping that Aegean fleet, and 2 armies from Chris Brand ready to repel that French invasion. Right, spring 1907. Kevin, your turn.
Well, look at that. Aegean gets some support from RT back on. So Cameron possibly surviving. I'm surprised that Brandon didn't take a shot at Budapest that time. Did Chris follow up into Romania and wasn't supposed to follow up in Romania? Brandon's usually not one to give away dots without, strategically looking at the best way to do it. So Chris walks into Serbia. As you mentioned, if he's not going west, then where is he going? So Brandon was one of those who had a chance, finishing 8 here. Going into 07 with 1 more, he's got pressure. He's got to cover Warsaw. Chris has played this very well to just keep the chaos on both sides of the board. West a little just to mess with them, east to mess with Brandon. So and he may end up topping this board. So chaos agent as well as master manipulator.
All right, and let's move through to the fall.
Yeah, so kind of a trading of the dots in the north. Katie does get Norway after some good positioning. Also gets Kiel. I don't know if that was agreed on or Berlin just didn't decide to do anything. But Katie also supports Eddie into St. Petersburg. So maybe at this time we're getting close to, the last game ended in 07. Maybe we get 1 more year. I'll trade you some of your centers for my centers. And if you don't get in and I get 1 more years, maybe it'll work out well for her. Matt Krill picks up Brest, though obviously it was totally unguarded. So I don't know why too far out of position for a lot of it. But this is, again, end of a time-limited game. You're just rushing to see how many you can get. And tactically, these games are not the strongest.
All right. And there we go. So no orders. That means that was game. Let me go and get that processed. Did that work? There we go. Okay. So yeah, this is where the game ends. Winter 1907, with Katie and Chris on 9. So this was apparently one of the games that timed out. So I can't really ask whether they were right to accept a draw here. But let's say this game plays out as an untimed game. who would you place your bet on to win this thing or to board top? Saren, let's start with you.
Katie.
Yeah, solid choice. I mean, all those fleets completely dominating the north, right? That's got to be fantastic. Kevin, would you agree with that?
Certainly better position than Krill, but and I don't think Katie would have let Brest gone so quickly and turned the forces around so quickly. So I think Katie's position would have been stronger had she played for an untimed game. But I don't mind Chris Brand's position at all, especially if Katie's going to be Katie's centers are to come from Chris, or I'm sorry, to come from Krill. Chris would be right there to gobble up the southern part of that too. So it would be a fun one to watch if it were untimed.
Okay, well, let's leave this game here then. This was more Muir Woods, and we are going to go ahead to Castle Mounts. I believe that is the wrong screen. There we go. So Castle Mounts. In Austria, we have Ed Sullivan. England, we Zach Moore. France, we have Alex Miller. Germany, Sabi Ahuja. Italy, Colin Flaherty. Russia is Don Del Grande, and Turkey, Andrew Goff. So the only person here with a significant shot at taking that win is Andrew Goff, who is currently in second place in that tournament, playing Turkey. Let's go ahead to the map. Bring that up, and we will keep doing this in the same format. So let's have Saren, can you take this first?
Yeah, immediately jumps out to me is Colin's decision to order Rome to Naples. It's quite rare that you see that because tactically speaking, theory favors Rome to Apulia in basically 100% of circumstances. There being nothing Rome to Naples can do that Rome to Apulia can't. But there are some players who would do this as a kind of statement move, right, in Spring 01. And in fact, we had Ferdinand Binnendijk earlier in the chat commenting that there's often use in pretending to be less skilled in Spring 01. So maybe that's what Colin is going for. And if so, it's pretty cheap for him to do that. Doesn't cost him much. We have Ed Sullivan doing his usual thing. And we have Andrew Goff opening Con to Ball and following up that with Smyrna to Con, which is less seen nowadays in virtual and more of like the old school opening that places armies where Austria probably doesn't want to see them, and actually blocks the Black Sea Fleet in there too, which probably doesn't make Don Del Grande the happiest. In the West, it's all very conventional stuff. Again, we see Marseille hold. We've been seeing a lot of Marseille holding in Spring 01 in this tournament. I'm not sure why. I don't think it's particularly good. I think that if Marseille is holding, it should probably go to Spain. If Italy attacks in Piedmont, you're better off in Spain than in Marseille come fall. You have that guess, which you wouldn't otherwise have. But, it's worked out for Alex. Nobody's invaded him.
Yep. All right. And if we take a look at the fall phase here, Saren, can you take us through this?
Yep. Zach Moore being everybody's best friend, getting support from both Alex and Sabi into Belgium. Zach is going to be happy about that. But Sabi also gives Russia Sweden, which, of course, if you're fully on board with Zach, might not be the thing that Zach would ask for. Although it is possible that Zach and Don Del Grande are getting on well and they decide that this is what they want to do, in which case, good for them. But Russia does let Ed sneak into Galicia, which is something, this is the kind of thing where Ed is Austria. He's a very, very flexible Austrian player. He has absolutely no preferences, more so than any other player I've played with in my experience. He has absolutely no preferences over which power he will or won't work with as Austria. He's just as willing to work with Turkey as anybody else, and he shows that here by supporting Andrew Goff attacking Galicia. And this is something to do when Andrew is second place in the tournament, and that he's going for that big score.
Yep. All right. Well, let's move ahead into the winter here. We're going to see nothing particularly unconventional. Maybe the two fleets from France and the two army builds from Germany here. a little unusual there, especially 2 army builds in the north of Germany. You have to wonder where they're going. Let's move ahead to the spring of 1902. Kevin, this one's yours.
Sure. A little bit of background I remember from, I think it was round 1, is that Goffey and Ed were neighbors in there, and Andrew got the best of Ed. So maybe Ed trying to make amends for an untruth he may have told back then, and redeeming his Care Bear reputation there. So Ed being, I think, was lower in the standings as well, and so to play Kingmaker when you can't win is always a good feeling going into the last round as well. So the convoy back from Tunis, I don't mind that. I feel like you see a lot of armies get stuck down there at the beginning. You know that Turkey's not coming your way, so you could send the army back home where it's a little bit more useful. So nice play by Colin, and does go to Apulia this time instead of Naples. So must have been watching the broadcast before submitting this order. So the fleet's coming south. This is probably the first time, I think, in the entire tournament we've seen French fleets immediately coming south. They've been there. I think they've been ready to kind of mess with Italy to slow down attacks on Turkey. But this is aggressive. 3 coming out right away. So be fun. And everyone's favorite DBN personality, Zach Moore, pulling off the black arrows, just like every England has done so far this tournament.
Right. So let's go to the fall.
Yeah, this is another EG. I was lucky enough to play at the 2010 Dipcon out in it was in San Francisco that year, not San Jose, but I was on a board with Don Del Grande. So 12 years later, get to kind of relive it by calling his game. But Don has a lot of problems in the north, a lot of problems in the south. So we'll thank Don for being part of the tournament, but isn't going to probably be around for too much longer. Ed gets a little payback, but Italy sneaking in behind him. So Goffey getting his way. He gets his build. Ed doesn't, but and 2 supports against Sabi. Is this some meta game for some future back channel interview show that maybe they put together?
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go ahead to the winter here. We're going to see a fleet build from Italy. I think that's maybe the most interesting one here. Italy, of course, did just walk into Trieste. I assume with Ed's agreement, given Ed walked into Ionian to potentially prop up against this French invasion. Let's move ahead to the spring. Saren, you're on this one.
Yep. So Colin and Ed now have a pretty decent line against Alex, which they can hold for a long time, potentially like forever, if it weren't for this whole Western triple going against them while they still have Russia to deal with. So Ed and Andrew and Colin are slightly behind on the tempo, but if they manage to shore this up, very soon it's going to be an EFG versus an IAT line, which is absolutely the last thing you want to see when you need a big result to have any hope of winning the tournament.
Yeah, all right, and let's move to the next phase.
Everybody continues forming the line. We say goodbye to Don as Ed and Andrew finish him off. Other than that, it's just, defense against the Western triple.
Yep, and let's move ahead then into the winter of 1903. Only one build. There is a wave from Andrew Goff over there in Turkey. And then we will move to spring 1904. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, Munich into Tyrolia that last time. Maybe some there. Oh, come on, Zach. Everyone's favorite DBN personality, ambassador of the year. Clearly not showing ambassadorial qualities here in this game. So this is the opening, Saren, you just mentioned. Andrew needs something to happen on the other side. Convoys his way from Bulgaria to Romania, which is just wonderful to see, and is getting those Turkish armies out there. We've been lucky enough to have Brother Board with us on VDL, on DBN a couple times, and he's got some strategy articles about how are you going to get Turkey's expansion. And Andrew Goff probably not reading too many strategy articles, but following those to a T to put some pressure on. Is Ed going to pay the price for it long term, or is Colin going to be the one where the dots get pulled off? That's the question. But Zach. At least there's no more triple, so
should make this game a little more interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
Rescind the award of the ambassadorship, whatever you call it.
Okay. Yes, we are giving it to Bill Hackenbrecht instead. Obviously, much more deserving.
I didn't vote for Zach anyway, so since he attacks me all the time of my own doing. Anyway, so the convoy from Bulgaria to Romania walks through. So Ed's early alliance with Andrew continues to work. Zach maintains the north, and it's going to get Sweden as well. That was guaranteed, so certainly not going to stop there. Sabi scrambling for their game. Not a whole lot. Well, we'll see. I'll let Saren do. There'll be a lot more in the next season. Although this is going on side by side with the other game too, and I don't know if the tables. So face to face, your table could be right next to the other game you're watching, or it could be on the other side of the room. So the cheers and the boos from some of this, when the orders are read out, there's some emotion that's let out. So maybe that's the dynamic that some of these orders are set on. Be curious to see how they play out.
Yeah, and speaking of the other board, we are actually going to leave it on the cliffhanger here and go ahead and have a quick look at that other board, because this is actually quite an interesting dynamic. Let's go to the player list here. So on this board, we have a lot of players who we've seen earlier in the tournament. John Jameson in Austria, Stephen Hogan, England, Jackson Roberts in France, Henry Flaherman in Germany, Jason Massbaum in Italy, Daniel Baez in Russia, and then Tanya Gill in Turkey. Now, of course, the places are mostly accurate here, except for Tanya Gill down there at the bottom is actually in first place in this tournament, not 13th. So she is probably the only person playing for the victory here. Maybe Jackson can get it with a solo. But it would take a pretty huge score from him to do so. Let's go ahead to the map here. So just so I do not get confused, we're going to start off with Saren again. So are you good to take us through Spring 1901?
So Tanya opens the same way as Andrew. Both of them in contention for the first place spot. Both of them Turkey. Both of them open the exact same way. Interesting. We have John Jameson and Daniel also opening quite similarly to the way that Ed and Don opened last game. So both of these games begin quite similarly. Except, of course, Tanya has a mass bomb to deal with, and Andrew doesn't. So maybe that'll play a role. In this game, however, Stephen gets into the channel. Jackson doesn't cover it. Jackson does put 2 on Belgium, which will be interesting to see what Stephen and Henry, how they respond to that in the fall.
Yeah, let's go ahead straight to the fall and find out.
Yep, they respond to that by, Henry responds to it by doing nothing because he covers Munich wisely as Math Bomb's going for it, which means that Stephen is actually just able to convoy in. Now, Jackson was fine with Stephen getting Belgium, but he wanted him to park the Channel fleet in there. Stephen obviously decided not to do this and instead took the opportunity to convoy in, knowing that Jackson wouldn't be able to stop him unless he gave up Brest. And Jackson, not being willing to give up Brest, instead bounces that and will be able to build a fleet there if he wants. Daniel gets Sweden, gets Rum, doesn't have Galicia violated, manages to move everything, have everybody moving away from him. So very successful by Daniel, more so than Don in the previous game. And Tanya, meanwhile, is courting an ally, trying to get the Russian on side, namely as Jason and John don't seem to be doing anything fast moving, doing anything coordinated against Tanya. So she has a good chance if she can keep this going.
Yep. All right, and here we hit the winter phase. No particularly unexpected builds. Maybe Double Army from Germany is showing quite a bit of commitment towards this. E.g., that maybe the fleet from England might be in the wrong place for, although it kind of does need to secure Norway. So let's move ahead to spring 1902. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't mention another fleet on the north coast of Spain as well. So I think they truly are just trolling you at this point. E.g., not making progress in the sense that Belgium to Holland, so that broke down, whether it was in negotiations or Stephen did a good job of talking through Henry there. Not a whole lot more commitment up north. Holds, and I've seen a lot more holds. Maybe it's just the way the interfaces worked this tournament. If there was a bounce somewhere, maybe they just saved time and space by doing so. Tanya was where we really should be focused in this. Sev on down, not technically going to worry her, but just isn't the RT, hopefully, friendship. Maybe unless they're going to try and pivot, which makes sense because Rum and Bull supporting each other. So maybe that's what's happening there.
All right, let's go through to fall 1902.
No, not piffing. Mass Bomb does come into play a part in it. So Mass Bomb helps Tanya into Greece. So a good bit of negotiation there, is able to continue to move while Armenia moves away. So everyone, a lot of let's see, are those supports for Bulgaria to Romania? Is that
let me just go check.
It was other way around. Boulder, Romania. So Tanya ignored those supports to take the guarantee into Greece. So making progress. I think her and Andrew were center at this point, so that's good. Over in the West, Stephen pays the price for turning maybe Lion and Daniel. Daniel played a good game earlier, so is able to grow as well. So RT, while patching things up, are both going to grow one, I think.
All right, well, let's move through to the build phase here. You see Austria having to take off one in Albania there. Everyone else just gets one build apart from poor old Germany there with nothing. Let's move ahead to spring 1903. Saren, this one's yours.
Yep. Despite going after him last turn, Tanya doesn't seem to have lost the confidence of John Jameson, who proceeds to accept her support into Romania. So they're just able to get together and continue working together. And it seems that, she's probably friends with Mass Bomb as well at this point. So aside from Daniel, who doesn't look to be in the best shape in the south, she has no enemies surrounding her, a good place to be. Stephen realigns to go after Daniel, which is just, it's not going well for Daniel. He has enemies in the south, enemies in the north. Everybody seems to be going after him. Although Henry does support himself into Stephen, abandoning his attack on Jackson to go after one of Stephen's dots. So that might be the break that both Daniel and Jackson have been waiting for.
All right, and in the fall,
Jackson decides to take the fight to the south and goes after Mass Bomb. Unsure what he's going to get out of this. I can understand that he needs to preempt an attack on Mass Bomb if he's convinced that Jason's going to come attack him. Well, you gotta, if you're at war at that point, you may as well initiate the war first and get that advantage of surprise. But at this point, it looks like a great setup to become very clogged in the med very soon, which of course is all to the benefit of Tanya, who grows yet again as she gets John's support into Seb. Tanya is now complete mastery of the Black Sea, no enemies, nothing in the Ionian. It's a good Turkish position, one that I never get one like this, and I would love one like this. Please teach me how. Yep, Stephen there, getting Norway, does lose Belgium, but he's in a decent position to make some inroads into Scandinavia.
Yep. All right. Well, here we go. This is winter 1903. Sweden coming off the board for Russia there. With a couple of builds here, there, and everywhere for everyone else. Let's move ahead to spring 1904. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, Sweden coming off. Daniel realizes the North is completely lost. I mean, the South is completely lost as well. But if you're going to fight one, you might as well fight one where you can last 2 years as opposed to one. Yeah, I was going to say very triple-ish action in the West, taking a little time there. But north to Skagerrak isn't. I mean, there's not much else. Stephen didn't need any more fleets up that way. I guess you could go to Norway, but take Sweden and then wait. But England's getting 2, and England getting enough armies over maybe is his plan. I would think if I'm Jackson, I want one at some point, but just that slog that Saren mentioned with the fleets, it's not going. Nothing's happening in the south over there, and Tanya now. Gets mass bombed to go to Romania. They're both moving, but she's the one pulling the strings. So,
I mean, just to take a step back and look at the big picture, it seems like what's going on here is Jason is fine with Tanya winning the tournament. It might even have been part of their agreement right at the very start. It wouldn't surprise me looking at this. If Jason has just agreed to help Tanya win the tournament and Andrew doesn't have someone similarly making that agreement with him, then it's going to be advantage to Tanya.
Yeah. And that's why being in the same room, you can see the allies. You can see who's negotiating more. When you're in the Discord rooms in different servers, you don't know, if you have that alliance. You can go look at the board. You can go see how it's progressing. So it would be interesting to see if they took clues off of that. If Tanya sees Ed next to Andrew and goes, oh, shoot, well, there's an alliance that's going to happen. I need someone. Maybe Jason says, okay, I don't want Ed to help out. I want to be the kingmaker instead. Yeah. So great point to see, who can crown the champ.
If Jason did get targeted during this tournament for being the, for his recent successes in DBNI, as David Hood mentioned that he did, then that's something that he and Tanya have to bond over.
Yep. Yeah, Tanya got crushed last year in the DBNI for similar recent success. So, good point.
Indeed. All right, let's move ahead to fall 1904 here.
Yeah, there's Stephen's fleets just seem to move differently. Like you wanted Sweden, you could have gone to Norway, but Skagerrak was just enough. So Baltic, it was able to keep him out of Den, but Kiel to Berlin. Yeah, sure, it progresses, but if you're going to try and move, convoying to Prussia is probably a little more effective. Belgium just holding there. I feel bad for Henry to not do that, not take the best chance for it. But Stephen is going to pick up 2. Keeps pace with Tanya on the south. So yeah, Jason could try and do that, but if England's running up the score on the other side, Tanya's got to figure out a way to diplomatically move the West at this point.
Yep. All right. Well, let's move ahead to winter here. We've reached 04, which means it's about time to switch back to our other game, which we left on a cliffhanger. Castle Mounts. Let's move back to that one here. So here we were on winter, I believe. This was the game that Andrew Goff was doing rather well in, and Zach Moore was doing rather well on the other side of the board. Well, extremely well, in fact. Let's move ahead. And here we see Zach Moore's triple builds, 2 armies, even though he's got nothing to convoy them right now. So it's going to be slow mobilization for him. Meanwhile, Andrew Goff builds 1 fleet in the south. So, spring 1905. Saren, this one is yours.
Yep, Andrew and Ed continue working together. Unsurprising if Ed and Andrew kind of have a similar deal as Jason and Tanya have in the other game, because Ed surely knows at this point that his chances of winning the tournament are slim. He would need a solo, or at least some kind of massive result. And it's quite hard to get that in the last round in a time-limited round as Austria. So what happens is Ed and Andrew continue working together, continue pushing westward, but now they have competition in the med as Alex Miller is seems to be working together with Colin insofar as he didn't cut his support and successfully backfilled. So Alex wants to get in on a piece of that pie as well, and soon it's going to be very crowded down there in the med.
Yep, all right, and moving into fall 1905 here.
Yep. If Alex moved up there with Zach's consent, then this seems like a reasonable balancing move as Alex parks that fleet into Belgium, which should be acceptable to Zach and should be like a reasonable compromise if they're to continue this EF long term. So Zach does grow as well, picking up Kiel, although if he's transferring one to Alex, that means that Zach will not build this year and Alex will actually build 2 as he picks up Tunis as well. Not sure if that was agreed. Either way, Colin is very quickly on his way out as Ed closes in on one side and Alex is on the other. Not sure what's going on here with Ed and Andrew as Ed covers Greece and Rum, but doesn't seem to take anything of Andrew's. He could have taken Bulgaria if he wanted, but he didn't. So it seems that if there's a little bit of mistrust between Ed and Andrew, they're still holding it together at the moment.
Yeah, it seems so. I think, France actually goes +3 here because they also took Munich. So huge turn for them. Building Fleet Marseille and double army in the north. So seems very friendly towards England still. Let's move ahead to the next phase. Kevin, this one's yours.
Yeah, this is the other side pressure that we were just talking about in Tanya's game as well. Is Andrew is competing with the 2 top scorers in this one being on the other side and is now going to need to run away because the gap is how you build a bigger score. A board top gets you the biggest of obviously, but you need to pull away. And if there's no threat on EF to start with, so that he's going to need Ed to push, and maybe Ed agrees to that, and Andrew's starting to get some builds to push into the med as well is how that'll happen. I'm trying to think of both games at this. So these tactics might not be the most optimal for an in-game situation.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go ahead and see the fall of 1906. Kevin.
Yeah, Andrew does get to keep Romania. Ed, in exchange for it, is able to take Munich. Sabi does their best in dying mode to cut the support of Ruhr. So
Sabi's still alive. They get to rebuild in Berlin.
Oh, it was a bounce. Nice, even better. Even better. So but I'm sure that's not promised at the time. So, but that excellent and does get the build. Nice, awesome. All right, so then Ed does get the build. Munich is piffed, so no other retreat there. Zach does get both of the armies built off the island though, so he will maintain the strongest position for sure. And where does Andrew? I mean, he helped Ed in, so Ed is clearly not saying I'm going to throw all in for you because. It would have been cut. Berlin would have been cut from the convoy. Interesting.
Yeah, they had to go with Berlin.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So here we come in the winter. I would be quite. It would be quite fun to see a convoy here from Marseille to Albania. That's what I'm rooting for this phase. But yeah, Sabi stays alive. They have successfully managed to rebuild an army and survive on that line. It's possible that they get support held by one side or the other. Going to be interesting to see that here. And Goff building Fleet Con, still going all in on the fleets. So we'll see where that's intending to go. Spring 1907, Seren, this is you.
Yep. So unfortunately, Sabi does not get that support, as it looks like. Is that England Is that Zach helping out Andrew into Berlin?
No, it
No.
looks like Zach did actually support Hold.
Yeah. Oh,
Sabi.
Zach supported Berlin and Sabi moved. Yeah, that's what happened. So Sabi actually moved into Silesia, which is why Andrew was able to take that center. I'm not sure that was intended by Sabi. That seems very unfortunate. Ed and Andrew do manage to shift everything forward in the med. I'm hard pressed to see how they will possibly get Andrew enough stuff to make a difference before the time limit. It's this kind of very tense situation where I believe that if this game went on for long enough and it came down to the point where they'd seen the other game draw and it was like a matter of one center or something, I think Andrew would find a way of getting that one center from Ed in, not by force, but he would find a way of getting it, as in like Ed would be. I think Ed would give it, but it's not. They don't have that kind of certainty just because of the time limit. They don't have that kind of, if I give you the center, you would definitely win, and if so, it's a much harder sell.
Yeah. All right, and through into fall 1907 here.
Looks like it could be a stab, as Andrew doesn't take the support into Ionian, but it's quite strange as well why he doesn't just use Greece to support Eastern Med into Ionian, even if he stays in Greece. Actually, no. What did Albania support?
Let me just see here. Albania supported Eastern Mediterranean to Ionian Sea. Yeah.
Okay.
Greece actually supported Aegean to Ionian, and then Aegean just supported Greece to Hold. So
misorder. I mean,
possible, or just it's harder to misorder on paper in that way, right? But it feels like maybe he was debating between the two and was just worried about Serbia and Albania attacking Greece, right? Just thought that was the better thing to defend against.
Yeah, it's possible. Like, I mean, the thing is, if Serbia and Albania really did attack Greece, then the victory chances are kind of over for Andrew, right? Like, he can't do this without basically Ed electing him. Ed is his winning coalition, and if he loses Ed, then there's not really much point. But Andrew does end this year the board topper, it looks like. Or is he tied with Zach? Zach picks up Belgium, so it looks like they might be tied. Am I reading this correctly, Marcus?
Let's go ahead and see, so I don't have to do maths. Yes, it's 10-10. So yes, they are tied board top now. Ed has to disband too. Tuscany and Albania there. And Alexander Miller has to take one off in Rare, I believe there. Yeah. And a couple of builds from Colin and Zach, and of course Andrew Goff. And that is over. That is game. 1908. I think that was. This was an accepted draw, apparently. Do you think everyone was correct to accept the draw here?
I mean,
go ahead, sorry.
He doesn't win the tournament with this, does he?
Sadly, because of that glitch in the system, we can't look at what scores are at this point. But at 32, well, here, can you flip back to the other game? So Andrew he replaced, this score will replace the 18 because he had 18.9 as the other one. So he gains 13 points. And I believe he was only down by, Marcus, you had that image. You don't have to pull it up, but yeah.
I can get it up. Actually, I can just say it. He was down by 12.
So he's up by a point.
So he's up by 1 point with that. He needs Tanya to score lower than 28 points to win.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, and right now Tanya's only at 18 because again, you want the other side pressure. I mean, Andrew's rooting for, Steve or Jackson. If you go back to the other map, and sorry to keep making you flip, but was this the right spot to accept the draw? The question is there any way that Andrew can get another one? Zach is clearly not throwing centers because it's a Dipcon. You want to top a board at a Dipcon. I wouldn't if I were on the other side of the board. If I were Ed, would I allow, him to get in? Maybe take a Budapest or something. But Andrew doesn't have many armies to get down that way, and Berlin's under some pressure. Andrew probably says, "Look, I've played well. I'm not going to push it maybe to try and get one dot. I'm not going to ask Ed to throw me dots."
I mean, Ed would ask you to give him a dot, so I think it's fair game to ask Ed to give you a dot.
Right. I'm just saying, from playing against Andrew many times, and no offense to Ed, but Ed's not a 3-time world champ. So Andrew probably says, look, if I'm going to win a tournament, I don't want to be winning it on, asking for a dot. That's just he's never said that or never done that, but that's my take of how he plays. And I'm not picking on Ed. If I were in Ed's spot, I would absolutely ask for that dot too, because I've never won. So, different perspective.
Yeah.
But
So
excellent.
I suppose we'll see whether this was the correct choice for Andrew when we see the conclusion of the other game, right?
Yep.
So he's on that knife edge. He is 1 point ahead of Tiny Gill with this score, or of Tiny Gill's round 3 score. So as we've seen, Tanya, I believe, needs to score 28 or above. Shall we get right back into this? Saren, you're on this one.
Yep. Doesn't look like any obstructions for Tanya. Everybody moves away from her. It's very hard to see how she won't get to 28 points from this position. John and Jason seem willing for her to have it. So that's really the big question, not where units are and what she has or doesn't have at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how big people get on the other side of the board, though, as well, because, of course, that is a crucial factor in Summer Squares, right? Although if you can get half the board, you're going to get more than 28 points regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, shall we move ahead to the fall then?
Yeah, so Steven does grow. He does get bigger, but so does Tanya. Takes 2 off Jason. Jason doesn't, Jason's moving everything the other way. So either he didn't see this coming, which is possible, or he just, he was just fine with the case that this happened, which is also fair, right? Because the way Jason thinks is he always thinks about he always thinks in the long term. He always thinks about what he's hoping to get out of the game and what the likely plausible scenario for that is. So if here he's thinking maybe he just wants to have a good game. Maybe he's thinking that the only way he can do that is by working with Tanya and hoping that she works with him. So if that's the case, then that's just the risk that he's acknowledged and accepted. And if it hasn't paid off, if Tanya's decided to go for it, then that's her prerogative.
All right, well, let's move on to winter here. We see more builds for Tiny Gill over there. Jason Nussbaum taking off that Army Cilicia and Fleet North Africa. So looks like he's going to continue pushing on the Iberian Peninsula there. Could try and pivot to protect the homeland, but it's very difficult from this position.
I mean, he took North Africa, so I don't know. Maybe
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and see what happens. 1906. Seems like I was wrong.
He turns around. We've been doing that all day, Marcus. That's we should just predict what we don't think will happen, and maybe we'll be on here. Yeah, both AI come back crashing a little bit, but Tanya's position and tactical plan at this point will probably outweigh them. Although John still goes into Munich, Stephen still goes into Kiel, while Munich is going to Burgundy. So in the other game where Zach was clear runaway favorite on the other side, without much opposition, the West. So which is maybe ironic that I say the East goes unresolved all day long during this broadcast, and now the West going unresolved will help Tanya maybe to a championship.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting here. I'm interested to hear both of your opinions. Do you think Tanya can still make this with both Austria and Italy now against her? Which is what is happening by the look of this.
If they stay against her, no. It's a big if.
I don't know. I say yes. At 25 points right now with 8 centers. John, who knows with John? I mean, we've all seen John. He's picking up Munich, so okay, he'll get a build back home. But then is Tyrolia just not going to support Munich, where he's got to pull one? Then Tanya's bringing enough fleets around. Jason doesn't have enough in the south. This is fall of 06 coming into, or we're in 1906. So we'll see. I think she gets there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's have a look at fall 1906 here. Kevin, this is still you.
Yeah, the defense. I mean, Italy's coming back. Was able to hold Tanya out for now, but with a clear path to Ionian. Khan coming out eventually. One of the Italian, Tunis likely falls. There'd be enough that maybe. I think all Tanya needs. I don't know the math. I haven't studied the scoring system, but just one more dot, even if the other side of the board grows as well. Just one more dot may do it. And I'm thinking, if there's some chaos still in the West, the unresolved West is what'll maybe she sneaks into a dot at the end. Because I think so. We've seen draws in 1907, but as maybe the time limit pushes all the way till 1908, and she's able to get 2 more years. That's the question I have.
It's a good question. I guess we'll see. One build for John Jameson here puts down an army in Vienna. One build for Stephen Hogue with a fleet in London, and Henry taking off Rhea and Paris. Let's move into 1907. Sarah, this one's yours.
Yeah, so Tanya leaves John alone for the turn, and John just continues going the other way. Like, John's focus isn't going to be on, like, who wins the tournament, right? He could probably care less, probably couldn't care less. So at this point, if Tanya's offering him, 1 or 2 more dots, and, in the process she wins the tournament, then I think he's just going to be fine with that. We do have Stephen coming in from the other side, shoring up Moscow. How much of a difference that's going to make remains to be seen. But we just have Jason very ineffectually kind of still fighting Tanya there. All he's going to be able to do really down there is delay her. So probably, Kevin, I see that you're probably going to be right here in that she can just force her way through it. I do wonder why she just bypasses all of Austria and chooses to do this, because I wonder if she has that calculation of how far Andrew is behind her.
It's an interesting one because these scores were not made public to the players, right? Players will maybe be running their own calculations, running around with notepads, but it's still quite a complicated scoring system. So you just got to go by instinct and say what feels like enough. They will not be point counting in the way that we are, or most of them won't be anyway, except the tournament sharks. Let's go ahead to fall 1907. Right.
Yeah, Tanya gets 2, so that should do it, right?
If it ends here, yeah. I mean, we can actually go forward and see the score. That would be 32. Yeah. So that is 2 for Tanya. Of course, Stephen Hogue actually. There is quite a lot going on in the north in this game. Stephen gets stabbed by Jackson here for Liverpool, and Jackson manages to get Paris back. Of course, it's not going to matter in the whole scheme of the tournament, but it has been quite a chaotic and interesting game up north. And yeah, actually, that is orders in the box. So that is the final year for that game. Let me just set that to be the case. So there you have it. That is game over. So that puts Tanya at 32.9 points, which is 4 points over what she needed to win this tournament, which I believe places her in first place. Kevin, do you have the full list of scores?
I do. And here, let's see if we can zoom. Am I able to zoom in on this? I guess we'll find out.
I I think it works. But yeah, Tanya Gill there with 114 points over Andrew Goff's 110. Noam Brown coming in with 99.6 in third. So this completely unknown player, Tanya Gill, came out of nowhere to win this tournament.
0 in the DBNI rankings last year. No, Tanya. So I did a little details on the top players coming into the rounds today, and Tanya, this is her first face-to-face championship. This is only her. Let's see where we at. Oh, shoot. We were able to get the virtual games on the World Diplomacy database now, but Tanya just started playing face-to-face in 2017. Played at World Dipcon, where I think you two met, Marcus. And then Dipcon, I met her for the first time at Dipcon at Carnage, where she finished in the top 7 as well. Traveled to a couple other World Dipcons and then Cascadia before the shutdown, where she had her best finish in third of 27, and then just turned on the dominance in the virtual game in 2020, and certainly no surprise that she could come in and beat the stacked field of players that we had in this tournament.
Yeah, just incredible play on her part throughout this whole tournament. But yeah, it's always an interesting dynamic towards the end of those games, right? Where we saw John Jameson going, yeah, it makes sense for me to get more centers here. Why am I trying to stop someone else from winning the tournament over trying to improve my own results, right? Saren, have you had to face that kind of attitude at the end of a tournament? Do you know how to best play around it?
I'm not the contender for the tournament win, going into the last round. I haven't really been in that position, so it's very hard for me to say what I would do. All I can say is usually you just gotta recognize that people have dramatically different motivations, and possibly motivations that wouldn't necessarily be your own, and kind of empathizing with that and being able to work with that is a really integral part of the game.
Yep, it's absolutely key in diplomacy, and Tanya Gill managed to play it perfectly here. So I believe we have some background vaccine videos.
Yeah, we've got 2. David Hood helped us out. Again, thank you very much to David, and again to Sabi for getting the sandboxes, so we're able to cover the tournament. Siobhan for co-hosting and coordinating all that. We have a lot of DBN help out there, so we appreciate that. We'll have 2 videos. We have first with TD Adam Silverman, I think, for some post-tournament commentary, and then of course we'll hear from the winner, and hopefully then we can wrap it up after a short broadcast here. So,
hey, Adam Silverman, I've caught you now post the awards ceremony, and first of all, congratulations for such a successful tournament, well-run tournament. What were your general thoughts before we get to the results?
What a great ride. It's been a while since we've done this, and man, so much energy, so many good games of diplomacy, so much great time kibitzing with friends and hanging out. Everything a diplomacy tournament should be.
Well, we had several people in contention for the championship coming into round 4, which you always want, to have several people who were in striking distance. How exciting was that finish?
This was literally a photo finish. We had one person who was leading the tournament going into round 4. Following one of the boards drawing, we had a new person leading, and then finally, as you know, at this point, Tanya was able to regain the lead by a strong performance on her round 4 board. Just so close, such a close finish. And, the rest of the rounding out of the top 7 was also, many of those places were also determined today. Just a great, great outcome.
Yeah, this is quite a capstone for a couple of years of Tanya's career here, where she's had a lot of success, had never won Dipcon before, and here she is.
I don't think anybody is surprised about this win. Tanya has been just playing great diplomacy for a really long time, and it was just a matter of time before this happened, and I'm very happy for her.
I don't think anybody would be surprised by who came in second in this tournament either. who was in contention. And by the way, I just asked him to be on camera, and he literally said no in his Australian brogue. So what did you think about Andrew Golf coming to this thing?
It was great. Andrew let me know a few weeks ago that he was going to make the trip from Australia under the condition that I keep it quiet and not tell a single other person. And he showed up on Friday afternoon, and people were really surprised to see him. And of course, pleasantly surprised. Everyone loves Andrew, and he's a great player, but also just a great member of the hobby, great dude. And it was really great to see him.
So basically, he wanted you to stab the rest of the hobby, and you, being the stab-o-matic that you are, did exactly what he wanted.
You got to do what you got to do. Goffey has that way with people.
I was going to say he got you to do what he wanted, which is pretty much the way he plays diplomacy and everything else. So, any final thoughts for our audience about the tournament this weekend? The fact that you are no longer the reigning North American Diplomacy Championship or champion, or any other subject.
Well, I couldn't be handing over the title to a better person, better player, and just, all around good person. And, someone who does a lot for the hobby. So really happy to see Tanya in that position. Really great weekend of diplomacy. I hope everyone enjoyed watching the games on the broadcast today, and hopefully is a little bit inspired to attend some more tournaments this year. I know I'm personally looking forward to Dixicon and Cascadia and the Regatta, and of course World Dipcon and Carnage and everything else that's happening this year.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Thank you so much, Adam, for everything you've done for the hobby, including running this 2022 North American Dipcon.
It's always been a pleasure.
All right, folks, back to the studio. Tanya Gill, we are together again. And it's for a particular reason, isn't it? You have just won Dipcon. What do you think?
I'm super happy. I'm very excited. It was a long tournament, 4 boards. Like lots of gameplay, a lot of stressful times, and I managed to do it. And I'm very happy with my play this weekend. I think it was really, really good. So yeah, that's I have to say.
Well, it had to be good because the competition here was fierce, including your competition during round 4 between you and Andrew Golf. You may not have realized exactly how close you were, but you were going back and forth.
Oh, there was like a solid hour moment where I was like, I'm done. I lost it. Andrew's going to beat me. And it was just really, really tense. And then I managed somehow to walk into a center that I shouldn't have been walking into. And that the mistakes were made on the other side of the board that allowed me into Moscow. And I ended up getting what I needed.
Now, you have had success in other formats. You've won virtual tournaments and played a lot online. How do you compare that experience to winning the North American face-to-face Diplomacy Championship?
Well, I don't want to brag, but that board that I just won, the Matt Krill board, is probably the most gorgeous award someone has won at one of these tournaments. There are different formats. It's exciting to win no matter what the format. But here, you get to celebrate it with everyone around you, and they can't leave and they can't storm out and they have to clap. So that's exciting.
My guess is they would have clapped voluntarily for you, given the situation. Is there any particular moment this weekend on a board that really stands out in your mind?
You can't put me in tough questions when I just have.
It's actually what I get paid to do.
Yeah, there were quite a few. There was that, today especially was really tough because I knew that Goff and I played together in the first round and had somewhat of a mediocre result. Both of us wanted that round to be our scratch. Stabbing Jason Massbaum today and not stabbing Ed were like moments that obviously it's fresh in my mind now because the game just happened, but those were things that were really integral, I think, to probably me winning.
Well, let me ask you a similar question, but it's not a tough question. Is there any moment off the board that really stands out in your mind? Somebody that you got to meet this weekend or somebody that you got to spend some time with?
There were a lot of great players here this weekend that I had not met before or played with before. Jackson stands out. He was fantastic. Matt Krill I finally got to play with, and it was an incredibly lovely experience. And I'm not just saying that because I won his board. I said it beforehand too. So there were a lot of great people out here. Those two are coming to mind now.
Yeah, Matt is really a class act to deal with on a board. Well, I'm going to give you now a final opportunity just to say something to our audience that you feel led to say because you are euphoric about your win.
You're looking at your North American Diplomacy champion. Okay, sorry, yeah. But come out to Whipping next year and come to tournaments.
All right. Thanks, Tanya, as always, for being on here, and congratulations on this very extraordinary tournament win.
Thank you, David.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
That's awesome. She was so stoked.
It's fantastic, yeah.
Yeah, and just to follow up a little bit on David, Tanya does a ton of the promotion. The QR code that was up during Adam's interview is for the NADF server, for which Tanya is constantly promoting and keeping us aware of events and items. So certainly, like Adam said, to obviously be a great player to win, you can't just be a good helper around the hobby and win. A good title for a good spokesman for the hobby. So it's late for both of you at 3 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So I don't because we've been on for a little while here. We don't want to take anything away from some final wrap up comments. Saren, what maybe both on the board and kind of things you saw maybe about face to face that will drive you to a tournament maybe this year?
I mean, what will drive me to a tournament is being able to attend one, Kevin. I've been trying since Carnage last year, and it just hasn't worked out. I will be at Cascadia in July. I was going to be at Cascadia in January. When it got pushed back, I will be at Cascadia in July, and I will be hoping to see as many of you there as possible. Everything that I've seen from this tournament, from commentating with Hing, has just made me super stoked to be at one of these events for myself. I'm very jealous of everybody who was able to attend this one, and it was just some really, really awesome stuff that we saw in the commentary, and absolutely like a deserved win by Tanya. This was just such a strong performance.
Yeah, Marcus, you've been to one before. Does this you kind of get back into it and see things? You're like, oh man, I've done that. I had such a good time. The spirit. Everyone seems happy at the end, and we do clap for the champions, Tanya. It's not regretful either. So, but off the board and on the board, Marcus, what do you think?
Yeah, it's just like the biggest thing that makes you go to those kind of things, because I'm contrary to what my persona is when I'm doing this kind of stuff, I'm not a very outgoing person, generally speaking, and I don't go to big events like this very much. I have been to a fair few of these diplomacy events just because the community is fantastic with them. It's people will stab you in the back in a moment on the board. Not everyone, I suppose, but like a lot of people will. But off the board, they're some of the best people I know in the world, and some of the best friendships I've made anywhere. And like going to meet those kind of people and play a bunch of games with them, it's just a fantastic experience. That's something that is solely with face to face. You make those friendships online as well, but there's nothing quite like meeting up with those people in person and playing a few games of diplomacy with them. So yeah, very much looking forward to when I can go to one of these again. Hopefully will be soon. And I'm very glad to see everyone had a great experience at this one.
Yeah. Any play? I don't think I focused on the play. I kind of coached you guys both into the social aspect, but any moves that stand out? Any orders or just games in general that were the highlights for you for these last few hours?
I think it's been too many hours at this point to remember a specific move. But there was some fantastic play throughout. I especially liked the amount of newer players that we got on those boards, right? And not all of the play was optimal all the way through, but that's the beauty of diplomacy, is watching people adapt to that, and watching some people who maybe didn't open with the most optimal openers suddenly get a lot better as we go through the game, and put their diplomatic skill to use to make up for the earlier tactical potential errors.
Yeah, and that was going to be my takeaway from a in-game view as well. Is we saw a lot of dynamic play. I'm not trying to compare face-to-face versus virtual, but you saw that adaptation in games where I'm like, oh, that person's gone, and then they return stronger, and not a board top necessarily, but I mean, to win a tournament, you need the results like you saw Tanya and Andrew have. But if we look down the score sheet, you probably find someone in the top 10 who probably had 2 mediocre rounds, but one good one. But that mediocre round got them from a 0 to a 10 and maybe pushed them up 5 spots in the tournament, which for DBNI points matter a lot. So, you want to get the best result. I was happy to see that kind of play. You could see the difference, and Gnome, we don't want to leave Gnome out too, but finishing third with some strong results as well. You could see what makes top caliber play with the consistent results all weekend long. So just congratulations to everyone for some good rounds. Want to thank Brian, who was in the chat earlier. He helped us out with some pre-production. Brandon, who played in all 4 rounds, and I think finished 7th according to those standings. He loaded the software after boards were called this morning, and was DMing with Marcus and I, making sure that everything ran according to plan, and it was a flawless production. So we can't thank the team enough. And again, we said about the people helping behind the scenes as well. It's a good group here, and we're lucky to have called it. I want to thank again Nicola and Wes, who thankfully got to go to bed early at about 1 a.m. Their time. I'm lucky; it's only 9 o'clock here in Chicago, so I can go down and I don't know what's on TV at this point, but I got the whole night ahead of me. So thank you, Marcus and Saren. Your commentary, your insight was fantastic. We had a lot of fun. One last plug: we've got VDL. I don't think we did a VDL promotion, so we'll do a quick QR code for the virtual diplomacy community run by Bill Hackenbrack. So all of our online games, which I know pandemic is up and down and cases and all this stuff, but the internet's not going away, and we're able to play some online games, whether there's viruses or not. So come join us in the community. Our next game, I think, is in 2 weeks. I think it's May 14th is the next one. Maybe it's the 21st. Click the QR code and join the server. Do you know it?
Yep, May 14th is a Tour of Britain, and the week after that is VDL.
Perfect. I totally forgot about the Tour of Britain. So we've got 2 chances to play in League Diplomacy coming up. So sign up there. This is the 2nd weekend of Tour of Britain, and I think they're planning on 6 or 8 this year, so no one's missed anything yet. This is our 3rd month of VDL. We've had some excellent play in that already, some good scores with some returning players. I think Tanya made a comeback. John Anderson from a couple of years made a comeback. So definitely not too late to get involved in that. And lastly, our next Game Day live broadcast will be in 4 weeks for DixieCon, which we were broadcasting earlier in the show. So go back and watch the replay, like and subscribe. Again, as David said, a few of the people from this weekend found us through the videos. My neighbor was just talking about it the other day because I told him what I was doing, and he searched for us online and goes, what are you doing? I said, oh, that's amazing. So even got some neighborhood people who are going to give it a try. Maybe we would do an outdoor game when the weather gets nicer here, because the weather always stinks. I didn't bring that up in the broadcast today, but Chicago weather always stinks. So I think I've rambled enough on that. So in Siobhan Nolan fashion, we'll wish Tanya one more congrats, and stay safe and stab well.